Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Anywhere, please. Welcome. Good morning, ladies. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Should I try to find her? Oh, thank you. Good morning, ladies. We're just waiting for Rupa Dash, who will also introduce today. I'm Jennifer Jordan. I'm a professor of leadership and organizational behavior at IMD, and I run the Women on Boards program there. So we have about an hour and 15 minutes here today together. I will be joined in a few minutes by three very impactful women leaders here on stage. But I'll do a brief introduction before this, just talking about this topic of women in the boardroom. And I'll be talking about some of the research that I've done over the last few years with over 50 women boardroom members and also some man boardroom members and chairs as well. So sharing some of that research with you, which is all about impact and influence of women on boards. Rupa, would you like to also say a few words before we start? I'm not sure if you wanted to introduce us as well.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope everybody got some coffee. But thank you so much for joining us at the first World Women House. And we are super excited to host the breakfast with IMD. A little bit about World Women Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization based in Los Angeles, currently working in 20 plus markets. And our global mission is to invest in 1 million women by 2050. We do that by providing access to capital. We provide access to coaching. We build communities. And currently we are a community of 55,000 women globally. And there can't be a better time to host a breakfast for women and change how we see ourselves in the world and take our leadership to the next level. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for hosting this breakfast.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. So here's the agenda for the time that we have together. I will be, as I said, about 10 minutes just framing this issue, sharing some of the research that I've done on this topic. And then we will invite three other panel members up here to answer some questions and to talk with the audience about their experience being on boards or also being a gatekeeper for women onto boards as well. We then offer the audience to ask some questions. I always say at IMD, right, I'm one person, we're four people up here, we're 40 incredibly experienced people in the audience. So what I might do is actually feed those questions back to the audience, see if anyone in the audience first wants to answer them, and then I will ask the panel members to also contribute their thoughts. Then we will give some closing thoughts as panel members, and that should conclude the 9 o'clock hour. So, let me just take this down so I can see it better. So we know right now there's a push around the world to get more women onto boards, sitting onto boards, right? There's, as of this year, the 40% rule in the EU. But then there's also one woman on board rules in certain countries like Malaysia, the UAE, etc. And then there's also targets in other countries like Australia. So there's this push to get women on boards. But we know that diversity, sitting at the table, doesn't mean you have influence and impact. And so the research that I've done at IMD, along with my colleague Alexander Fleischman and Ruth Aguilera, who's a professor at Northeastern, is to say, okay, what really gives women the impact? Where do women have the influence? And also to say, what are some of the barriers for women to get this influence and to have this impact? So if we're thinking about impact, and this is regardless of gender, there's a pathway to impact. And my research mainly, for the last 20 years, I've researched power. What does power mean? How do people get power in a system? How do power dynamics operate? And power in and of itself is not very valuable. What we want in the boardroom is leadership and then impact. And the path to leadership and impact is this. First, we get power, which is the capacity to influence and bring about change. Do we have the resources to bring about change? It doesn't mean we're always going to be exercising that capacity, but do we have that capacity? The second step then is to get status. This is people's recognition of your power. Do people recognize that potential that you have, and are they open to your influence? And the last step is then leadership. Once people recognize your power, then you can influence people to reach a common goal or a shared purpose, and then ultimately we're aiming for the impact. And again, this pathway that I've studied is separate from gender. It doesn't matter if you're a man, woman, non-binary. This is the path to impact. Now, when I talk about power, I am not talking about this type of power. I'm not talking about the command and control, the harsh. I would call this the more masculine type of power. When I talk about power, I study power. I think about power like this. How do you harness the unique value that you bring in a system, and do people recognize that power? That's how I think about power. And power comes from many different sources in the non-executive boardroom. Some are the same as in an executive boardroom. Things like, what is your network? Where are you in the network? Are you a central player in the network? What is your reputation? What are people saying about you? Who are your allies? What is your background, your pedigree, your education? All of that gives you influence, but then there are some specific ones to the non-executive boardroom. These are things like, what organization are you coming from? What role were you in? Were you a CEO or were you in a more specialized role? That gives you power in the boardroom. How do you deal with conflict? Your knowledge or your acumen of finance. How good are you at reading a P&L statement? Really important in the boardroom is your connection to the chair. What is your connection like? Do you sit on certain committees? Do you chair those committees? So this is where power, these are the bases of power in a non-executive boardroom. And of course, these are, again, separate from gender. This is true for women. This is true for men, non-binary. What, though, in our research that we found is that there are certain barriers or challenges for women to getting these power bases. And these challenges center around these four areas. First of all, are the current stereotypes of women. So we judge everybody, regardless of gender, on two dimensions. We judge, first of all, are they competent? Are they able to bring about or realize a goal that they've promised? Can they be effective? That's what competence is. Can they be effective? The other thing we judge people on is warmth. And warmth is a label that the researchers gave it. I think about it more like integrity. Do we trust this person? Do we think that they have the right intentions? Do we think they're caring, that they're about other people, not just about themselves? And the good news is that female and male leaders in 2025, female and male leaders, at least that's the most recent research we have, are judged equally in terms of competence. Women and men are seen as equally competent, which is good news. The difference is on the warmth dimension. Female leaders are seen as less warm than male leaders, less trustworthy, less caring, et cetera. And now this has changed. This research has been going on for about 20 years, and researchers are tracking that warmth dimension, also competence. And we see that men and women are converging, but still women leaders are seen a bit less warm than men. Why does this matter for the boardroom and for leaders? It matters for mainly two reasons. The first one is that we think about warmth as unchangeable. We think competence is changeable. People can become more competent over time. But we believe that people's warmth is pretty cemented. This is how caring or how ethical or how much integrity somebody has, and it's not changing. So we pigeonhole people in certain warmth ratings or dimensions. The other reason it's important is because we connect with people on warmth before we connect with people on competence. And as you probably know, leadership is all about connection. So this is one thing that often is a barrier for women to get the same power as men and have the same influence on the boardroom. The second one is the quotas. So there are no quotas about men. There are quotas only about women around the world, or certain rules about having one or wanting a certain number of women in the boardroom. And why this matters is because unlike men, when women step into the boardroom, oftentimes the first thought is, she is here because of the quota, or she is here because of the target. And so women, more often than men, have to counter that perception. The challenge is, however, is what I also heard from both men and women board members as well as chairs, is that women need to more quickly speak up. They need to show that they're there adding value before a man would need to do that. A man can stay silent for a little bit longer than a woman can, but they can't try too hard. They can't speak up too quickly, or they can't speak up like they know it all and that they have all the answers. So it's a very, very delicate balance for women to show why are they there, not just because of their gender, but they have to do it in a very nuanced way, a very delicate way. The third thing is that women are more likely to be subject experts. I said one thing that gets people power in the boardroom is their background. Just because of the numbers, the pipeline, men are more likely coming in either as a former or current CEO. That gives them more generalized enterprise leadership background. A woman is more likely to be specialized in her area and therefore more likely to be put in a swim lane to say, okay, this is her expertise, right? She's not as able to speak to the general topics because she hasn't had the same role or likely to have the same role as a man. And lastly, this was the most controversial one, the gender dynamics. On the positive side, we heard from many women who said men are more likely to behave in the boardroom when I'm around. Men are more likely to be vulnerable when I'm in the boardroom as well. And then on the other side, we heard some more controversial topics or controversial statements. Women saying things, and this is almost a direct quote, "It's really good that I'm older, I'm married, I have kids, and I'm not very attractive because I can call up my chair and ask to go for a drink at night and I'm not a threat to him or his family." And this was an extreme quote, but I heard variations of this. Or other women who were younger and not married saying, sometimes, yeah, I'm hesitant to ask another board member or the chair to go and have a drink with me or to have a one-on-one meeting with me because I don't want to give the wrong impression. Now, again, I'm not going to put a value label, is this good or bad? But remember, or the way that I think about leadership is connect, then lead. If you're not connecting first, leadership is always a push. You want to connect so that there's a pull. When there are these dynamics, again, not saying if they're good or bad, it affects the connection. So the women that we studied in the boardroom that really do have that influence, the impact, they're able to connect, they do three things. What they do is, first of all, they influence through informational power. Unanimously, the chairs we talked to all said, my women board members come in more prepared than my man board members on average. They've read every document, they know their stuff, and this is how they connect through competence. But what's interesting is they also, though, connect through warmth. The impactful women, and this is not only my research, but other people's research with women CEOs, the most impactful women first show up as women in a very traditional way. And I'm happy to go into this later on in question. I'm going to do it quite briefly now. They first show up showing their warmth, their communality, their care. They ask people about how they're doing. They have side conversations that emphasize their interests in individuals. They also even emphasize that they dress to be feminine, to not try to be a man. And this is counter to some of what we heard, let's say, a decade or 2 decades ago with women saying, I feel like I need to be a man. We see that changing, and there's evidence of that changing. So they first show up as women, and then they feel licensed to show some of the more male, characteristically male traits, things like assertiveness, risk-taking, dominance, etc. And then the last thing we saw is that women tend to influence in the boardroom through asking questions. When you watch a board meeting, men tend to influence through advocacy, giving a position, and women tend to influence through asking good questions. And this also confirms or helps to reinforce the warmth dimension. They show curiosity, They challenge, but in more of a softer way than men, and that is how they have the impact and the influence. So as I said, happy to talk afterwards, more detail on this research. It's a very quick overview. But essentially, this process of gaining leadership and ultimately impact, despite some of the challenges, is about women showing these characteristics, the influencing through questions, the first showing up and being confident as being women, and influencing through the informational power, knowing their stuff. And again, I have opinions on, is this right or is this wrong? I'm not going to share that here. This is more of what we see, however, okay? And I want to introduce this as a start to the conversation we're going to have today about influence and impact on board. I'm curious if my three panelists have seen some of the same things or seen a different experience. We can talk perhaps about that. So let me invite my panelists, my esteemed panelists, up to the front of the room. We have Simona Stebler, who is a managing partner at Egon Zehnder. We have Caroline Bossin, who's the Chief Digital and Global Business Services Officer at Adecco. And lastly, Marie Noël, who is a council member at Degout and Associés. I hope I pronounced the name correctly, a professor at the University of Geneva and serves on several boards. Okay, so please, ladies, please join me up here. Thank you very much. Wherever you like, please. I think there is, yes, there's perfect. So before we start, I asked each of my panelists to introduce themselves. So maybe I can start first with Simona and work to...
Happy to. Good morning. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Also, thank you very much for IMD allowing Egon Zehnder to co-host here today. So we're very excited, and it's great to see so many familiar faces in the room, and also my colleagues there in the back. So my name is Simone Stebler. I lead the Zurich office for Egon Zehnder, and I have had the privilege and still have the privilege to partner with various boards, companies to bring new board members and as well as help them with thinking about their succession planning. And I'm very passionate about the topic we're going to approach today.
Thank you, Simona.
Good morning, everyone. Also glad to see this room and glad to be on this panel with those experienced women on boards. My job is I work for Adecco as an executive, and then I work for Proximus, or I serve on the board of Proximus, which is a Belgian company. If you don't know, it's the equivalent of, before it was called Belgacom, so the equivalent of Swisscom, but for the Belgian company. And have worked many, many years in terms of helping women develop themselves, especially in the CPG and in the retail industry here in Switzerland, but also for the whole digital community across the globe.
Good morning from my side also, very honored to be there. My background, I come from law and philosophy. I hold a PhD in law and a master's degree in philosophy and ethics. And governance is where all comes together for me. I've been involved in boards and governance since more than 15 years, doing some research and teaching, but most importantly in the boardroom.
Super. Thank you so much. So my first question, I mean, we have a very diverse panel, even though it is small, and we have both a gatekeeper to the board as well as women who serve on the board. So my first question is for you. In very consequential terms, what do you see as the main challenges for women who sit on boards today, and what are the opportunities? Maybe we start with Simona.
Can I start with opportunities?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. So I think, I mean, we are living in a very complex and chaotic world today. And I believe this is also to a certain extent leveling out the playing field in the board, because the old ways of finding answers, solutions is just not working anymore. And I therefore believe that female qualities, you know, listening, building connections, building this connectivity, sensing a room, holding a safe space, can become superpowers in such an environment.
Thank you.
So if you take challenge and opportunities, they're equal in a certain sense, because a challenge can become an opportunity in terms of women on board. I mean, you talked about impact, right? Yeah. And I think it's the biggest impact. It's the biggest element, because what you want when you serve on a board, you want to be seen as useful, right? You don't want to be there because you're nominated, you have the status, and all of that. You really want to make sure that you make a difference. And certainly when you move from an executive role to non-executive, you also need to see the transition, because you don't execute. You need to influence, to ask the powerful questions, and so on. So for me, the biggest challenge is this transition, but while you still feel that you make a difference. Because if you don't make a difference, I mean, what's the purpose of being on that board, right? And so you said several elements, right? It's about information, about networks, about being up to date. And the most difficulty is not only reading the documents that you get, right? You get them typically on the Friday night, if you're lucky on the Thursday night, but you spend your weekend, your Sunday morning to read this. But it cannot be a one-time event where you spend the couple of hours to read the documents. It needs to be constant, that you keep yourself up to date of the industry, of where the company is acting, that you keep yourself up to date into the global environment, the geopolitical, that you understand what are the risks, you understand on top of your competency that you bring, you need to be up to date. And you need to do that explicit by acting and networking and reading what you need to do. And so for me, that's the challenge, is to keep yourself up to date, because the world is changing so quick that it's much more difficult, I have the impression today, than it used to be, 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then the opportunity is related to that, because if you do it, and you take a competitive edge in that boardroom, because you bring additional components that maybe other people have not thought about. And then is when you see, maybe I could contribute to something, because the people say, good question. And then potentially the answer is not in the boardroom, but the answer will come afterwards. And it's important, right? So you also need to distinguish what is not important from what is important. Mm-hmm. Because the time is limited on the boardroom, right? It's not that we have extensive time. So you need to make sure that the time is well spent.
So before I ask Marie-Noelle to comment on that, when you say that, Caroline, fully agree, right? And this is one of the things we help at IMD leaders with. How do you make that executive to non-executive transition? Yeah. The nose in, the hands out now for the first time in your career. Is that any different, though, what you just said, for men versus women? I mean, wouldn't you say the same thing if we were just talking about board members in general? What do you need to do? Is there anything unique about that for women?
That's an interesting question. I think there is nothing unique, I think. Okay. But I think it's important that you do it, and certainly from the beginning, so that your voice counts. Oh. Because that's then the relationship, right, with what you were explaining before. Are you there because you're a number, or are you there because your voice and your influence and the thoughts you're bringing make a difference? Mm-hmm. So I would say no, not necessarily.
Okay, thank you.
The challenge for me, specifically for women, is not about access to boardrooms, but is in particular about influence. And that's the reason why I think the topic of this panel is so important, because very often women are asked to join boards without having positions of power, as you named it before. So they join, but they're not chairing any committee, they're not chairing boards. And so it's more difficult for women to have influence and to really have influence without mastering the agenda, without mastering the flow of information, without having this capacity at the very beginning. Mm-hmm. So it can come with influence, but it's more difficult. That's the challenge. The second challenge I see is that governance is changing. we see that in the world. I think governance is less about diversity today. It's more authority, conflicts, and there women can position themselves, but it's very often less easy for them to be in such environments. Opportunities, I think, yes, we live in a world of unprecedented uncertainty. So there is really a demand for governance as a performance factor, better risk framing, better decision shaping. And this is exactly where women plays a role and are good at.
Fully agree with that, and I think it's a wonderful segue, Marie Noel, to the next question, right? As you said, we do see in the last couple of years a bit of a backlash from all the DEI efforts that we saw in the decade, 5 to 10 years ahead of that. I hear it, but I don't always see it in the clients that we work with, and we work with clients all around the world. I'm curious, are you seeing changes in how organizations are responding to this question of equality and impact in the boardroom or in the executive, non-executive boardroom? Or do you also believe it is merely talk and not actually substance? And if you are seeing changes, where are the changes happening?
You know, what worries me, Jennifer, about this is I feel with many female but also male leaders I interact, they started to control very much what they say, what they don't say, where they involve themselves, what type of initiatives they sponsor, they champion, etc. Whilst this might not have an impact directly on the women who are now more or less in the top levels. My fear is that depending on how this backlash will last, that it will have a negative impact on the next generation of female leaders.
And maybe also on male, right? Because we know role modeling has a big impact, right? So if you don't see, as we'll talk about, having males as advocates, right? If you don't see your male leaders that you look up to using certain language, promoting certain things, it might also have that impact on the next generation of male leaders. Thank you.
I'm convinced that actually women are better placed those days to influence on boards and have this impact than men. And I'll tell you why, and it's also a statistic that is equal for executive meetings or non-exec, because of the volatility of the world, the uncertainty, the enormous risks. Women don't tend to be too much black and white, right? And don't exercise their authority by control and power in the sense that you were explaining at one point in time. And I think due to this collaborative nature, due to this dialogue nature, they will have tendencies of managing through risks or through crises or through some very delicate topics in the geopolitical area in a better way. And I'm convinced personally that if there would be more women also at the top of governance and in some key decisions with companies of power, we would sit in a better world. And we would not forget about a certain number of important topics. And it's really interesting. So I told you I'm on this Proximus board, right? It's a company that is owned for 53% by the Belgian government. So it's also interesting dynamics, right? But the board is made 7 men, 7 women. 7 Flemish speaking, 7 French speaking, 7 nominated by the government, 7 not. Is it totally true? I mean, sometimes in transition periods, there is a little bit of deviation. And I know we have an English man on the board, so is he French or Flemish? I mean, I let you decide. But the fact of this parity and the fact that we have more women in this board than just the 3, you know, that magic number of 3 that we say before you can have influence, is really phenomenal. But what is disappointing is that some of those topics are always raised by a woman, always. when it's about, okay, gender diversity in the executive committee, okay, or pipeline, or whether it's a ESG topic of any kind, I know it's always one of us that raise that topic. And it's as if the men in the room are waiting until one of us raise the topic, and then the discussion is stoked. So, but I'm convinced we need more women just to get and live in a better world.
My view is a little bit more optimistic, but maybe a little bit more limited, because in the board, I sit on board in Switzerland, so mainly focused on Europe, let's say European countries, and most of them are listed. So I see in the engagement calls, I have off-season before the General Assembly, I speak with investors, I speak with proxy advisors, and their diversity is still in all discussions. So I cannot feel that the topic has reduced in intensity. And so these are power driving the behavior of us, company, towards diversity. Now it's a fact that it's a big pushback for certain topics coming from other regions in the world, especially the United States of America. And so how all this will come, it has been absolutely pushed back from day one to day two in the States, not yet in Europe, but that's we'll see how it evolves.
Mm-hmm. So in the companies that I work with, I tend to see a change in the terminology and the labels, but not so much a change in the initiative. So for me, that's encouraging. But as you said, right, if the next generation doesn't hear this language and hear this promotion of certain topics, I do worry about how it will affect the next generation of leaders. What will they focus on? What will they emphasize? What will they think is important? For me, when I think about DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the diversity, we're getting there, right? And I think we're on the right track. Where I focus always is the inclusion. And this is regardless of gender issues, right? We want inclusive boards because that's how the most, I think, the best governance happens, right? And when it comes for me to inclusive boards, it's so much also about what environment, we know this from the research that I'm doing, the environment that the chair creates, right? And is the chair acknowledging everyone, regardless of gender, on the board equally? Are they even doing something as simple as saying, how is the seating happening? Are the same people always sitting next to me? Who am I looking at? Because we know this is about connection, right? Who do I see in front of me? And so when I work with companies, I'm always looking at what is that environment that they're creating to create that inclusive environment. I don't think necessarily this is becoming less important. And I do see as well, and I don't know if this is good or bad, that inclusiveness is being separated from diversity. And in some ways, I think that is good because I think that inclusivity is beyond just gender. It's beyond just certain labels or demographics. What I also, though, have seen, and this is something I would only have said, I only see in the last couple of months, is that companies are coming to us and now saying, it's about performance, it's about performance. And so I don't have an opinion on this yet because it's so new. But what I'm hearing from companies is saying, we were so kind, we were so generous, we were so patient during COVID because we know people's lives were disrupted. We're kind of ready to get on from that now. We now have to think about performance. And so I don't know. I'm still hearing inclusion. It's going beyond gender, which I think is good. Going beyond labels. I'm worried, though, however, what is this next year, 2 years going to look like? Because only in the last couple of years, I keep hearing performance. We're a performance culture. We're a performance culture. How do you help us become more performance-oriented? What impact that's going to have on inclusion, I'm not sure. But it's something that I'm listening for. It's a whisper right now. I hope it doesn't become a giant, but it might. It might, yeah. So I'm going to ask a question now about, I shared my research about the women or the types of characteristics of women that I see as influential and impactful in the boardroom. I want to see what you hear what you see. And I'm going to start actually with Caroline and Marie Noel. When you see impactful, influential women in the boardroom, what characteristics do they have in your experience?
Shall I start?
Go ahead.
So, first of all, maybe what influence means. I think influence means making a difference. It's not about winning arguments. It's not about fighting for being right. Being influent really means having an impact on decision shaping. And what is it for? In a board, influence is there because we need to find the best way to make decisions at the highest level. Decision making is not easy, is not easy. And so it's all about how do we come to contribute and to make sure we are taking the right decision and good decisions. And why it's not easy? Because it's uncertain. Decisions are uncertain, and much more now than in the past, I would say. So how can we be influential, and can we ensure that we are taking good decisions? I think influence requires credibility. You mentioned that. All I say is based on observation. I have not done as you have done.
That's what I want.
Research.
I want your observation.
Okay. So credibility, a certain maturity in governance, and I may be a little bit provocative, acceptance of not being safe in a boardroom, acceptance of unsafety. We always hear, oh, it's good to have psychological safety. There is no psychological safety in a board. Because good governance, and it's not a negative point, good governance requires some tensions, require not to be in agreement all the time with everybody. Okay, so how do we gain credibility? There are some golden rules. I've observed that. I think first, of course, competence, but first, you have a very limited time where you can speak on a board. If you think about it, board are, in the board we are now the biggest board I'm on. We are 13 people, which is a lot on a transitional period. You have the management presentation, even if you require them to be not more than 30%, they occupy a lot of time. And then, so you have a limited time. So it's very important not to speak, to say nothing, Use your time very wisely. Second, there is a timing for influence. There are moments where there is very low impact. If you speak after a decision, if you speak after all the papers are done, and there are moments with high impact. And especially for myself, the moment with high impact, when there are crises, there you can really make a difference. Crises or difficult times, it's way easier to gain trust and credibility in hard times. What else? Oops. Okay, I have a lot of papers. And so that's about credibility. Maybe another golden rule is influence is very often very modest. It's being letting other take the conclusions for themselves, not talking personally, but trying to gain a collective ownership of a decision. And it's about question the question. It's all about framing the good questions. It's not about winning arguments.
You said a lot. I was going to mention the credibility as well. And the question is, how do you get the credibility right? As an executive and a non-executive, it's different, right? because it's true that as an executive, it's all about performance. And as a non-executive, it's what do you bring in the room. It's not about your current performance. It's what do you bring in the room. And where I see when you bring the outside in, it's super important. The other thing is I try to connect with some of the executives that are typically in the field where they require my input ahead of the meetings or afterwards. Doesn't matter, because they're in any case regularly, so it's always ahead or after. Doesn't matter, but creating this additional value with whatever you learn outside, right? Because sometimes that is the perspective that they don't have. The connection you can get, you were talking about warmth, right? And you said women typically don't have warmth.
No, I said the perception.
The perception.
Perception is that female leaders are less warm.
And the reason I think
That's very
why you potentially said that is because we want to show professionalism, we want to show also this firmness, this directness, and sometimes it's perceived, would you do the same as a man? And from a woman, it's seen as, she's a little bit tough or harsh or this, while a man is doing 10 times worse and nobody reacts a minute about it, right? It's normal. And so that's why we have this perception. But in reality, it's not true, right? We really have this caring, which is kind of intrinsic, and those connections you make outside the boardroom are as important. So our chairman, I have probably the best chairman I could ever get. He connects always us as well for a lunch before the meeting starts. So the meeting starts at 2, and at 12, we're all invited to a wonderful lunch with Belgian food that I appreciate. But because I live in Switzerland, I didn't say.
With Swiss chocolate, of course.
I was on the Belgian dinner yesterday, and it was all Belgian chocolate, but new guys. But okay, let's get out of the chocolate. But the interesting thing is this connection that you said. Now, one thing I want to explain as well is, I don't know if you ever heard about the PI model. So it stands for performance, image, and exposure. Okay. So, and this is valid for executives. I learned that 20 years, 40 years ago when I joined P&G. You replace the performance by competence. You have been hired on the board because of your competence, and you know exactly why, because they told you. Actually, boards make an analysis to see whether the sum of the board members have all the competencies they need, but you know what you bring. Sometimes you bring duplicate or triplicate versus some of your colleagues, but regularly you're independent. So for me, it's obviously the digital, the AI, the diversity element, but also the international element. Because it's all Belgians. Some have never left Belgium. I went to Switzerland, I lived in the US, I came back, I lived again in the US. I work a lot with Asia. I'm all over. So when you know this competence and you get that credibility, you can intervene on those topics. Don't worry to leverage that to the extreme, right? But the other elements of the PI model, so you replace performance by competence for non-executive, the image is, what is the image you have, right? Are you having an equity of capabilities? For example, an additional equity I try to bring is the big transformation. M&A is regularly a topic on boards, and whether it's large transformation, it's integration, or divestitures, you can intervene on those. So what is those elements? And then the last one is exposure. And then that exposure is presence in the room. So some of the meetings you can meet remote or face-to-face. We're outside COVID. So, all Belgians in Belgium, I always do the effort to go face-to-face versus being the only one remote. You cannot have any influence if you're the only one remote. There are sometimes meetings that everyone is remote. Okay, that's fine. But you need to be attentive to that, to go the extra step. To meet the people outside the boardroom as well. and create those connections, right?
Super, thank you. And in a second, I'm going to ask you, Simona, what do you look for when you are placing women on boards? What characteristics do you look for, and what are the indicators that women have those? But I have to just respond to the psychological safety comment from you, Marie-Noelle, because oftentimes I'm brought into a team, not so much a boardroom, but an executive team, and they say, we are super psychologically safe as a group. I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch you, and I get to sit in and I watch them. And what that often translates is to exactly what you said is not good. Overly polite. We're very nice to each other. We don't really want to make anyone feel uncomfortable. And I'm like, no, this is psychologically soft. You're psychologically soft. You're not psychologically safe, right? True psychological safety is I can bring up the really tough issues that make people uncomfortable, and I'm not going to be rejected for that. I can bring up topics and I can challenge the chair, even if I know that he or she, more likely he, but he or she, has certain opinions on a topic, or the CEO is really married to some direction, and I'm going to say something that might not make people happy and make people uncomfortable. And yet I'll still be included, right? This is really about inclusion. To me, psychological safety is the foundation of inclusion. So maybe just a different definition. I think boards do need psychological safety, but true psychological safety, not politeness, not softness, not comfort. And that's where it gets dangerous, yeah? Mm. But Simona, what do you look for, and how do you know if a woman has it?
So let me first take a step back. I was actually reflecting on this quite a bit. So generally speaking, I don't look at female or male candidates for board positions any differently. So we assess whether there is strategic thinking, whether they will be able to drive results from the boardroom, how they influence, are they independent, and so on. Of course, I personally am very aware of my own biases. So whenever I interview, I am very aware of my biases. I surface them. So I think that's absolutely key. And then what I think we as gatekeepers where we can really have a systemic impact is when we assess the inclusiveness competencies of chairs and committee leaders. So that's where I believe we can have very, very important impact. Now to your question. I have had the privilege to interact with many experienced and very influential female board members. And I asked them, what makes you impactful? Mm-hmm. And it's quite interesting. Most of them said, I joined the board, I was there, and then I somehow realized I'm not having the same impact as some of my male colleagues. What did they do? They started to very closely observe what are the dynamics in this board and who are the people who influence the dynamics. And this goes back to having these conversations, making the connections outside the boardroom, inside the boardroom, and then also adapt. I think adaptability and self-reflectiveness are also key here.
I would say when a woman is on one of the other committees, there is the board, but for example, you can have the international committee, the digital committee, audit, obviously, nomination, compensation,
classics,
and those things. Is you really can have more influence through the committee as well, because the committee is regularly a smaller group, and it's less constrained on time. And it goes deeper in a certain number of topics. And the question is, do women get the top jobs in the boardroom as well? Again, when you talk about executives, do the women get the line jobs, right? Do they get the CEO or the business P&L roles? Not always. And it's the same in the boardroom, right? Do women get the chairs of the committees? Or are they sitting in enough committees to be able to have influence, right? And so that's also an element that brings you more credibility once you're then in the board, because first of all, the chair of those committees always report to the board and has a strong voice, right? Because some decisions have already been taken in the subcommittee, actually.
Absolutely.
And, so it's
also I mean, you
point.
see, right, we always say information is power. You see committees sometimes get information that the full board doesn't get, so they get extra information. I've actually talked to chairs who say, when I get a woman on a board, because I know that there's that question, oh, is she here because she's a woman? The first thing I do is I put her on a committee. And I make sure that we have equal representation of committee chairs that are men and women, so that we're also getting that impact. And for me, when we think about inclusive chairs, Simona, these are some of the things I hear. But also there's a power hierarchy of the committees, right? Many of the chairs I talk to our boards, they say, audit is up there at the top. And then after that, it's nomination and remuneration. And then the other committees are a bit lower, the sustainability, the AI. If you have these kind of additional committees, they're a bit lower on the hierarchy, right? And again, these are just things I hear. And it's interesting how there is this perception of where do you get power, where do you sit on the different committees, where are you even sitting? I've even heard things like sitting in proximity to the chair communicates certain power. Very interesting. But I really appreciate when a chair says, when I get someone new, I put them right on a committee, especially a woman, so that she has a higher likelihood of having impact. Please.
Yeah, my experience is a little bit different.
Please.
It is very true that nothing can happen without a good chair of the board, I mean. And any initiative or any influence, try to go with the chair or exchange with the chair. I try to partner with the chair when I have topics. And I think it's fundamental. I think it's the one problem. If a chair is not inclusive at all, you can do nothing. Full stop. So you can just decide not to work in the board anymore, and there is not many options. But in the committee, I've never experienced a board where I was not on committees at the same time, at least one committee. And regarding the most influential committees, that's a good question. I don't think audit is the most influential committee. I've sat on many audit committee, audit and risk committee. Why? Because audit is most of the time very back-looking. So it's really a control position, and you see the company maybe 360 degrees, but it's not forward-looking. The most influential committees, honestly, in my experience, was a strategy and governance committee, where we had to deal with many very sensitive topics, defense, M&A, with important projects having been done there. Then we can have an opinion, is it good to have a strategy committee or not? And that's not the topic today. And nomination and compensation is also a very sensitive topic, because nomination is really key. And you have access also to the management. You have access. You said something very important. I think we don't realize that with what you said, with information, we tend to be better informed, or we do the extra effort to read all the documents 3 times, etc. But we do also the extra effort to take external information. I try, but I'm not successful always, but I try to give me a rule and to look every time I get documents, how much of these documents are internal purely, how much are external. And if the ratio is totally unbalanced, then I try to get external information.
That's a good point.
Very good point. And what I would also say is, I have a question for you, and then I think we have one more panel question that we have time for left before we turn to the audience. You said, Marie-Noelle, I tried to partner with the chair. How do you do that? Is it calling him or her up and saying, can we have a meeting? Is it somehow in the meeting having a certain dynamic with the chair? How do you do that partnering? Because it is so critical.
It's on a case by case, I must say, because also there are chairs that reach out to individual board members for certain topics, or to committee members for certain topics. And if I have a problem, I've been in situation, okay, I cannot say names, etc., but I've been in situation where at a certain point there was a lot of tension on the board, a lot. And the chair at that time was very emotional, don't try to figure out names. I'm not in this board anymore. So, and how to deal with that. So the situation was totally blocked on the board. And I think it's about timing. It was not the right moment because you have to protect the chair position, so face saving in a way, if I can. And then you try to talk with the chair, maybe on a one-to-one, or to find a solution that keep the position intact while proposing a way out. So how do you do that? It's a case by case. I think you all lived this, experienced this. It's when you have to be a little bit intelligent in the sense to understand the situation and find the best way out.
Mm-hmm. And I think,
as the example, maybe to be more concrete, was that we had a very big project for the company, but the deal could not be done without conceding a board position to someone wanting to make the deal. And the chair with no meeting promised, the position. So it created a situation where the other ones were shouting, we cannot do that, it's in no way we will do that. And I was at that time chair of the nomination committee. And so, of course, we cannot do that, So my proposition at that time, because the chair could not go back and said, without putting the deal at risk, and I said, okay, you come back to him. I'm the chair of the nomination committee. You tell him the process has unfortunately to go through me, and you organize a meeting with me. And I had lunch, 3 hours, 4 hours, or 3.5 hours lunch with this person, explaining him that he was not joining the board while trying not to break the deal. And that's an example.
Mm-hmm. And I think, going back to the question of psychological safety, we know that there are certain key interpersonal dynamics like face saving that happen on boards. And it's always, whether or not you're a man or a woman, non-binary, that walking that line, maintaining that balance between understanding these key dynamics like face saving of your chair and saying, what does it really mean to have a psychologically safe board with good governance, is sometimes very hard. And as you say, it's a emotionally intelligent judgment you're making in real time, and it's a tough one. It's a tough one, right?
I have a point on this psychologically safety, maybe appropriate, maybe not, but let me try.
Please share.
What I told you, I'm on the board where we are 7 women, right? And as you are the new kid on the block in the beginning, it's difficult to start putting your opinion, right? You don't understand the dynamics, but what you can do is support the point of somebody else on the board, right? And also, especially when it's a woman, you support, right? Obviously, you have to believe into what she says. You cannot just go because of the flow, right? And that's not my typically way of working. So, but this whole supporting in the boardroom is super important as well. And according to me, that creates psychological safety, because then you see the dynamic that, okay, people are kind of building on your point, and then you can have influence and impact when people support each other, right? And not because you stay silent at the important moment where you also believe in the point and you don't emphasize the point, right? And I think we have a role between women to also create that in case there is a misconfort. And again, I know I talk a lot about my executive life as well, because it has been the longest, right? I mean, but in a certain sense, early in my career, women would not support other women, right? I remember that very well. And the more senior ones would not try to drag. And now it has shifted. Is women are supporting other women, and I think it's super important that we keep that, and also in the boardroom where you can.
And just to quickly add, there's a lot of research on what is called the queen bee syndrome. So do women try to allow themselves to grow, or do they do they support other women? And it's exactly what you just said, Caroline, that the more women there are in a context, the less there are queen bees, the more there is the supporting environment, the fewer women, the more there is the queen bee. So it totally supports what you're saying. I think given the time, we open it up for questions, and then we have a closing statement that we can each give at the end. Does that sound okay? All right. So please, yes, sir. And maybe state your name when you give the question. Yes.
Alan Wagner, so I'm very happy to be here. I'm learning a lot, and thank you, Caroline, for enabling me to be here today. So just a bit of background about myself. So I used to be a board member. I was in the governance, risk, compliance.
Does everybody hear him, by the way? If not, you can have my microphone. Yes.
So Alan Wagner, I'm based in Zurich, and I used to be a board member, executive, and I was part of the minority. I was in the governance, legal, and compliance function. And just to reflect, it was really great in some boards to be with women because they were supporting me. Exactly your point, Caroline. So I have one question. I was listening to many conversations, and we speak about AI, AGI, and one of the things I hear more and more, we are living in a different world today. And I hear many board members, men or women, explaining that it's very difficult to understand the technical reality. So I will be very, very curious to hear you, does that change the dynamic of this gender influence and impact? Because not understanding the technical intricacies, how can you really make then decision? And one of the points that were made, like then to go and get the information where it is, and we are based in Europe, and things are very much happening in the US or in China. So I'm very curious to understand these technical intricacies. How do you manage that, and how does that impact the topic of today? Thank you.
As I promised, I would love to hear if anyone in the audience wants to first respond. Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anat Bargera. I was a serial entrepreneur. Today I'm an investor in technology companies, cyber, a lot of AI, etc. And I was also on public boards. I live a lot the life or the relationship between technology and boards. And over years, I've seen different aspects of it. So I want to share a couple of points. First of all, I really believe in the point of challenges versus opportunities. And I encourage women to make themselves knowledgeable on the digital world and go with these huge developments of AI, cyber, everything that is happening to us, not only in terms of being more efficient or saving money, but coming with amazing disruptive top-line ideas when you sit on boards in order to make yourself very useful. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for women. And on the other hand, I ask myself how right it is always to take yourself as a woman when you are in this situation. Because if you want to be authentic and you walk into the room, in the boardroom, and you think, oh, I'm a woman, they look at me as a woman, I don't know if it works best for you. I usually had to tackle the situation of they put me on board and then they say, we have a cybersecurity expert. And nobody wanted to tackle it from the rest of the board. They'd rather look at P&L and balance sheet, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm saying there is a fine line there between saying women are like this and men are reacting to them like that. And playing it the other way around, walking into the boardroom and being gender blind and being very strong about what I know, what I can bring, and behaving the way that I am. I'm a person. So, or I'm a technology or digital capability, a thought leader, whatever, not me personally, but the way you present yourself. And not always, I'm a woman.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to?
Well, I mean, to come back to maybe a little bit a mixture of the 2 points, those days the boards are not equipped. Okay. And I work in a telecom, or I'm serve on the board of a telecom company, so they're mostly pretty technical oriented. But if I look at the board of Adecco, for example, It's another generation, except maybe with one lady who is on the board who is very knowledgeable about cyber AI and very digital. So what we decided is we decided to take the whole board to San Francisco. Okay, now it looks like very symbolic, right? You bring them to San Francisco, the land of AI and all of that. But it's more than just symbolic, right? And it's more than just the 3 days. It's the readiness of the board to invest in themselves to get to those levels. Now, the second question is, what about new board appointments, right? And I think, maybe I should leave it to you, there is much more a request of adding to the board those competencies, right? And I think if you have those competencies, you can put them forward. And if you wish to be on board, you have now a chance to be selected amongst all your other capabilities that you explained. So I don't know, maybe you want to explain a little bit how new appointments are looking towards people who have that expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. I think I could speak for for a long time on this one.
Yeah.
So only quickly, yes, it is indeed a demand, either for new board members with that type of experience, particularly transformational experience in that sense, but also for boards wanting to upskill themselves more broadly on these topics. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe,
Yes.
if I can add on that one, I think anytime you have an information need or education need, the most important thing at board level is to say, there are two questions. Do we have internally in the organization the right capabilities at operational level? Are they understanding what's happening? And at board level, the same. Do we understand what's happening? And we should be at our strategic level. Where does it have an impact at operational level for operational excellence, for strategic? Is it changing our business model? And it's almost as important to know what you don't know and what you need to know, and without any bias. For the second question, do we think, oh, I'm here and I'm a woman, and so this is maybe a very personal comment, but I think it's also very important to be aware of our own bias. And in the research, I don't know if you looked into education, because I think it has a lot to do also the way as a child we were educated with that. And we just need at some point in life to be conscious and maybe to make it differently with our own children if we have some. Yeah.
Yes, I have both a boy and a girl, and it's very interesting so early how they start to adopt certain gender roles and ideas of what men and girls and boys do, right? And I think that you talk about parents, I feel like we raise our children in a fairly egalitarian household. Both of us work. We both have in high demand jobs, but yet still children pick up amazing things very early. And we know that from a lot of the research in psychology. Maybe time for one more question. Thank you. One more.
I already took it, if you don't mind. So
Maybe the woman in the back.
I have my question.
Oh, okay, please.
Sorry, thank
Yes,
you.
no.
I'm Ruby. I work in semiconductor industries, and that's why it's very high demanding manpower areas. So for me, the entire journeys have been, I started as like technical background, and then when you're moving into business, you start to have to behave in a different way. So the personas have been changing within the entire dynamic, and all of my people around me. So when it comes to certain situations, people always like consider me like very warm persons, very easy to discuss. But when it comes to certain technical things, when it comes to certain decisions, you have to hold your ground. You have to, as what Caroline had been saying, that we have to even making a major argument to say that this is the things we think need to be done. But people taking it very differently, right? Because they always consider that you're the nice one, so how come you are now picking up a fight? And then the entire dynamics start to change, and then even within the group, the committees, they will consider your opinions differently. So for me, I had a certain time of struggles to go through that transition phase. I do not know how is your or everybody else's personal experience. how that have been going through. If there's anything we can share with each other.
Yes, would anyone in the audience like to contribute before we turn it to the panel? All right, then anyone on the panel want to respond?
I would say clarity. Just clarity and influence is like trust. It's an ongoing process, and it does not come at day one. So it requires time, and giving a signal of the clear intention towards people. Even if you are nice, you have to make your points clear, and that's the way I think they then adapt to you.
Yes.
I think in the board scenario, sometimes you're initially sought because of your domain expertise or your technical or your functional expertise. But once you're on the board, the goal is to act in an enterprise fashion, to think enterprise. So I think if you think about the fact that the way you got there does not necessarily impact how you influence once you're there,
That's a very good point.
is something to really think about.
Yeah. And you need to be seen as a business leader.
Right.
You
Not a
cannot
technical
stay
leader.
in your
your
channel or whatever. You're totally right. You're totally
That's
right.
very true. We struggled in the board because we had a person, no matter if female or male, that comes from a very technical and executive position and could not, at the right,
Yeah.
quite understand what was the right level of the discussions at board level.
And most decisions actually are not in your technical expertise or whatever subject matter expertise. Most of the decisions are company-wide. And you put your responsibility on the table. So one of the things we didn't talk, actually, you're accountable.
Liability. Yeah.
You're accountable for the shareholders. And I'm an independent director on the board I serve. And yes, there is the government, but there are the minority shareholders as well. And at the end of the day, you need to stay true to the mission of the company. And whatever mission is, and you need to be able to contribute to that. So we forgot that a little bit with our competencies and all of that. And it's super important because I suppose you look for that, right? You need to be able to read a P&L. You need to be able to contribute to M&A decisions. You need also to do and force the board in learning from the past. Because M&A has been done. What is the statistic? I remember Salvatore giving statistics in the IMD course about, 70% of the M&As fail, or maybe the number is bigger. Don't quote me on the number. But the number was way on and so often it's a good deal for the one that is acquired, but it's a more difficult deal for the one that acquires. Yeah. Do I say that correctly? Yes. So whatever. I'm going left and right, and we need to finish the meeting.
Do you want to add anything to that, Simone? Okay.
Yeah, so maybe on the topic of accountability, I think that is really a key one. And I don't have any statistics on this, but for my personal experience, I see that many women taking on a board position do much more due diligence on the company because they are very much aware of this accountability.
Yeah. I'm going to give an answer that is kind of a case study. So one of the board members that I most admire, he's a board member of some of the largest publicly listed companies in the US. And what I've seen him do, which I admire so much, is he frames when he steps onto a board saying, I have one and only one responsibility here. And that's to ensure good governance for this organization, to support the chair, to support the CEO, to support the executive team, to make this the best company it can be. That's my only job. And to ensure that good governance is practiced. And so I'm going to do whatever it takes to do that. Yes, sometimes I will have the difficult discussions. Sometimes I'm not going to say things that is going to be easy to hear. But remember, I'm always doing it for this direction. And I think that, just starting with that, allowed people to be so much more open to his challenge and him being kind of tough. And I've tried to learn from that to say, frame why you're doing what you're doing, and then I think people are going to be more open to it. So that's one thing when you said that I thought about. I know it is time that we need to finish because I see something in front of me saying finish. But while we do that, I'm just going to ask 60 seconds from each of the panelists, closing comment. And if you don't mind, in those 60 seconds, saying, let's say we sit here in 2036, 10 years from now, how will you know that we've made progress on this issue of women and impact on boards?
So quite easy. If we see more than 30 to 40% female chairs of really relevant companies. So that is actually my hope. And I think everything starts with an ambition. So my wish is also for all the female board members to really formulate these ambitions and vision for themselves. Who do I want to be in this board and what type of impact do I want to have?
Super. Thank you so much.
I will come back to what I said before, that we live in a better world than today. Maybe one of the key elements is to have more women on board. So I join you on that one. And one of the elements we didn't talk is how do we get more women on board, right? And I think, I always think it with three elements, right? First of all, we need to educate the chairmen or whoever are the decision makers in the nomination committees, or potentially the companies like Egon Zender that recommend people to better understand how they could put the woman in the front and value them as they are in the selection process. The second element, I think, is the whole environment needs to be friendly for women to get on board, whether, I don't say quotas, but there needs to be an environment. And then the third is maybe the most important one, is we as women, do we show that ambition? Do we prepare ourselves? Do we want to go for it? And potentially, if we are a little bit afraid about the accountability or maybe the work that it generates, let's go over it. Let's be more of us willing and doing everything that counts to get on those boards.
Thank you.
I would join what Simon said. I think in 10 years, the real gap is the chair. So more chair position occupied by women. And not to repeat, we have said a lot. Maybe the last new thing I could bring is the importance to stay independent. Because I think if you really want to contribute in the quality of decision shaping, you need to be in a position, sometimes very courageous position. And courage, it's way easier if you don't need a board position. So I'm always trying to keep my core job, I think. And I would not be happy if I had just two boards positions and no other job, or you have many, not too many, of course, 4 or 5, or it's better that you keep something else to be in that position.
Very good. Thank you. And again, I'm going to echo exactly what Simona said as well. For me, the real progress would be seeing more chairs of boards that are women. But we know it's a pipeline issue, right? The unspoken prerequisite for chairs is being a CEO. So we need to get more female CEOs as well. And also, I want to see more male outspoken advocates. I don't like that this issue is often put on the women, right? I think this is an equality issue. It's an inclusion issue. It's not a woman's issue. The other thing I would say in closing, before we end, is that I study power. I said that earlier. And when I look at the world, also what's happening here in Davos, I see a need for, and I'm not going to say this is a woman's type of leadership, but a more feminine style of leadership. We need it now more than ever. More thoughtful, more questioning, more thinking about not making relationships happy, because we need the real psychological safety, but considering the relationships and those dynamics and how they affect the outcomes. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for having us. And I do hope to see you all here in 10 years.
Who knows?
Oh, thank you.
As chairs, yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yes, with pleasure.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. So today is a very special occasion. Today we're here celebrating the power of dialogue, the spirit of dialogue. But we live in a world where trust has become a rare currency because what happens is it's easy to talk to those who already agree with you. But the real test of leadership in 2026 will be talking to those who don't agree with you, fostering dialogue with those who you disagree with. And we live in a contested world where trust has become a rare currency. So we have to start rebuilding that trust by listening more than we lecture. So that's exactly why we are here, to listen, to hear an opinion, a perspective. And with that, I want to introduce the Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dr. Sorry, I don't want to butcher your name. Okay, I'm going to try my very best. Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dr. Harini Aramasuriya. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Please, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, distinguished guests and friends. It's a true privilege to address you today on the theme Women Leading the Change, Women Leading the Change in Global Order. We meet today at a pivotal moment in history. Across the globe, societies are being reshaped by climate change, technological disruption, economic transformation, political instability, militarization, and social movements demanding justice, equality, and inclusion. It is in this shifting landscape that it is increasingly evident that feminist leadership, and I want to make this distinction between women's leadership in general and feminist leadership, that feminist leadership is central to shaping the direction, values, and outcomes of the emerging global order. Leadership in the contemporary world cannot be reduced to positions, titles, or symbolic representation. From a feminist perspective, leadership must be conceptualized beyond individual authority or hierarchical command, and instead understood as a relational, structural, and transformative process. It involves the capacity to critically engage with and disrupt entrenched norms, institutional arrangements, and asymmetrical power relations, while cultivating collective agency, accountability, and care. Feminist leadership thus seeks not only representation within existing systems, but the fundamental reconstitution of these systems to enable equality, justice, and inclusive social transformation. Across the globe, women are increasingly asserting an agency in political, economic, and social spheres, yet their contributions remain systemically undervalued, and structural barriers rooted in patriarchal norms, sociocultural expectations, and historical inequities continue to limit access to leadership. These changes are particularly acute for women situated in the intersection of multiple identities, including class, ethnicity, geography, education, disability, and other socially structured positions that shape differential access to power, resources, and opportunities. Understanding leadership through this lens is critical. The changing global order will only be inclusive and sustainable if women's perspectives and experiences are integrated at all levels. Sri Lanka's post-war, post-colonial journey offers powerful lessons. Decades of conflict, structural inequality, and legacies of colonial economic systems have left communities marginalized, particularly women, rural populations, and plantation workers. Yet these same communities have repeatedly demonstrated extraordinary resilience. Women have led in rebuilding families and livelihoods, sustaining local economies, and finding innovative solutions to complex challenges, often in the absence of institutional support. In moments of crisis, communities respond with strength and solidarity. Within this collective effort, women not only, we experienced this in the aftermath of the cyclone Ditwa, which hit us end of November, and the way in which communities came together to help each other and to support the recovery was truly amazing, and women were once again at the forefront of this. And women contribute not only to recovery work, but also to carry the responsibility of holding households together, caring for children and the elderly, and maintaining stability at home, enabling others to engage in response and recovery efforts outside. This largely unseen labor is fundamental to community survival and recovery, and reflects a form of leadership grounded in care, responsibility, and endurance. Economically, women's contributions are often invisible or undervalued, particularly in the sphere of unpaid care work, informal labor, and agriculture. Beyond aggregate growth, many reports underscore the transformative social outcomes of women engaging in paid work, but rarely acknowledge their role in unpaid care work, which continues to remain invisible and continues to be unrecognized in many calculations or many understandings of how women work. Beyond the economic rationale, figures or the experiences of women's work emphasizes a fundamental feminist imperative. Economies must serve equality, justice, and societal well-being, and understand and value work in all its different forms. From a political standpoint, exclusion of women from decision-making is not incidental. It is structurally maintained through gendered power hierarchies. Attacks on women in leadership, I think we all know what that feels like, particularly in politics, through harassment, character assassination, and systemic marginalization often force capable women, including those aspiring to leadership, to withdraw or refrain from participation. Feminist political theory underscores that democracy and justice cannot be realized without addressing systemic inequalities in representation and voice. Kumari Jayawardena, a prominent Sri Lankan feminist scholar, observes, you can have a queen, you can have all sorts of situations where it looks like a woman is in charge or women are at the top, but that doesn't mean that patriarchy has gone or that women are not oppressed in terms of wage, employment, society, customs, superstitions. I'm going to end with a little personal reflection. Sri Lanka, as you know, produced the first female prime minister in the world as far back as in 1960. And since then, I'm the third female prime minister in Sri Lanka. We've had a female president who was elected twice. Yet, despite women being elected to those top positions, our parliament was never able to exceed over 5% of female representation, right? And both the first female prime minister and the first female president came from very powerful political families. It was in 2024, when my government was elected to power, that we managed to change this and double the number of women in parliament. So we went from 5% to a measly 10%, right? This is also far from enough, but it was a good start. And of the 22 women in parliament currently, including myself, all of us representing my party come from non-political families. We are not there because of our husbands, brothers, or fathers. Many of us are newbies to politics. We've entered parliament or entered into electoral politics for the first time. So it's marked a real change, I think. But with that change, there is also a disruption and an anxiety at all levels about how to handle these unusual women in these positions of authority and in such public sort of view and subject to so much public exposure. But I think this is how change happens, and we are hopeful. And in this uncertain world, we were just talking before this, that for us in our part of the world, uncertainty and instability is not new. We've known how to deal with it. We've always had to strive to maintain our sovereignty against all odds, to maintain economic and political sovereignty that's challenged from all sides. So this is not new to us, this current situation, the current kind of global uncertainty that we are all experiencing. But one thing we know, we can get through this, and we can get through this, and I offer to you Sri Lanka as a story of hope and optimism in this very, very turbulent world today. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those remarks. I think what I love hearing is in a time of what we feel like is unprecedented uncertainty and change, that there are some playbooks and leaders and moments to look to in history, but also your sense of optimism. I think you did a really beautiful job of outlining the dynamics around why we need more women in leadership, the economic case, the talent case as it relates to communities and the like. But now being in this position right now, you called yourself an outsider. Many of your peers in Parliament, female peers, are as well. When you're in those quarters of power, what are the types of conversations or skill sets or areas of focus that you believe you're uniquely bringing to the table in a way that is about gender, but also really speaks to the power of the perspective you bring?
You know, I think women's experiences and their lived realities are always very complicated. We occupy multiple positions simultaneously. And I think we bring that complexity to the table whenever there are discussions. We're always the ones who ask the difficult questions, always so kind of go, but, you know. So I think that's important. But also I think it's a different model of leadership that women can also bring, where we understand the importance of juggling multiple roles. We understand the importance of acknowledging multiple obligations and responsibilities. And I think we bring that to the table, and we are much more sensitive and empathetic to those kinds of situations, which are reflected by the vast majority of people who we are expected to serve. So I think that perspective always brings something new and something more nuanced to the table and to the decision-making process.
In so many of the conversations, which has really struck me here at Davos from world leaders and business leaders alike, is the fact that these terms such as empathy and collaboration are now coming to the forefront of leadership conversations, not seen as sort of the soft secondary skills, but the ones that are required to lead in a meaningful way. That being said, you made a great point. Just because you may have a woman at the top of a country or a company, it doesn't mean the institutions or the structures change. In your position right now, again, numbers help create that momentum. But when you're inside this dynamic, how do you think about shifting those power structures in a way that builds momentum, but also allows you to change culture and do so in a way that is more enduring?
Yeah, because this is where I kind of also mentioned the fact that it's not just having women in positions of power, it's feminist leadership that makes the critical difference. Because I think for so long, for many years, we've kind of projectified women's positions or made it a very tactical, transactional kind of relationship rather than one that is truly transformative. And for something to be transformative, I think it has to be based in some kind of ideological position, political position. It has to be at the very least value-based. And I think if you don't bring those kinds of conversations, and if you're not sort of grounded in a commitment to equality, commitment to social justice, committed to the power of transformation through politics, then it's a very superficial kind of very transactional engagement that you're occupying. I mean, and we saw that in Sri Lanka. I mean, I have great respect for our first female prime minister. She survived against all odds, and she came at a moment, and she was really strong, and she was really a good leader. So was her daughter, who in later years was elected as president. They were good leaders. But it didn't change much for women or for other non-elite groups, right? So unless you're consciously positioning yourself in that transformative role, just because you're a woman, you're not going to really shift any structures.
You're in a transformative role. People may not shift structures, but also, even when you intend to do so, it doesn't always necessarily mean that you can bring stakeholders along. And even if you have a shared vision, and especially in terms of a unique moment in time for your country, are there any lessons that you've learned around coming into this position? Change is very difficult. New leadership dynamics and new leadership types are very difficult. Is there one or two lessons you've learned on bringing other stakeholders along or bringing consensus from those who may have seen that sort of your being in power is somehow either taking away or antithetical to what they see as important?
Yes, I think two things. One is that the reason why I am in this position today, and also why my peers are in parliament today, is that we consciously really mobilized at the grassroots level. You know, I think there's this tendency to ignore grassroots work now, the importance of really building alliances and bringing people along with you, bringing your constituents along with you on this path and on this journey. And I think we really put in a lot of effort into that, and that's one of the reasons why we are where we are and why we can also raise a voice and be heard and be acknowledged and be supported. But at the other time, I think your question is specifically about how you speak to those who disagree with you and how you deal with your opponents or people who may, or even within our own party, who don't necessarily always understand what feminist leadership is about. But I think that their patience is important, incremental steps are important, listening to each other, and I think acknowledging that these kinds of fundamental social transformations take time and a lot of work. And you can't sort of bulldoze your way through. You have to take people along with you, and that these changes are not, you know, one in one sector or the other. It's not just cultural. It's not just economic. It's not just political. It's all of these, right? And that takes time. So you really need to be able to put in that work and understand that you may be only playing one part of that role, and you have to make sure that there are others to take over and carry on, because this is a journey.
It's a journey. I think patience is so important when you think about these things. I know we are wrapping up. As we wrap up, one very quick question. You talked about influence today being very different things. You don't have to be head of state. You can activate at the grassroots level. When you think about the term power and what it means to you today, how would you define power in a role such as yours?
Gosh. I think it's not about authority. It's not about wielding power. It's about being able to shift things, being able to be able to have a voice, to be heard, and to be able to, in a way, take people along with you. Right? It gives you a platform. I think I'm not sure whether I would describe this position as being one of power, but one of influence, and one that gives you a platform to be heard, to encourage others to come along with you, and to be really able to shift things along in your daily kind of the daily intricacies or the daily quotidian work that you do engage in.
Well, Prime Minister, thank you, because I think influence and the way you describe power, it's a new paradigm power, and it's one that I think someone such as yourself and many women who I admire in positions such as yours bring to the table in such an important, meaningful way at this moment in time. So thank you for the insights shared. You said women are doing many, many things all at once, and I know you are as well, especially this week, so we're all the more grateful for your insights. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Parisa Verma, and I am a junior at Yale University, and I'm honored to be here today as a youth delegate for the World Woman Davos Agenda. And today, I will be introducing our next session on Dassault Systems Virtual Twins, Bridging the Women's Health Equity Gap. And I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Ms. Anne Chevrier, Marketing Manager at Dassault Systems.
And welcome everybody. So I'm happy to have a second moderation on this time on health, and especially the health equality gap. We have one life, one shot, and it's not the moment to miss out even on any diversity group whatsoever. So what is the program for the for the next 45 minutes? It will be a 15 minutes keynote explaining where technology is at today, what is possible, what is impossible, what is possible tomorrow. And for this, I invite on stage Christian Haltener. He is the Managing Director of Dassault Systems Switzerland, XCOM member Eurocentral, and highly experienced in innovation and digitalization, also in the healthcare sector.
Thank you very much, Anne. So, warm welcome from my side. Good morning, everyone. It's an interesting topic, and it's even, I would say, it's even a little bit a challenge to talk on that topic. And first of all, I have to apologize that my manager, Sabine Scheunert, is not here. She would have loved as well to talk to you. So, what is the topic today? And I try to make that a little bit interactive and as well do a little bit storytelling, because as we have no slides and illustrations, so I hope that I can really entertain you. So equality moonshot, that's a little bit the topic today. So if we talk really first maybe on moonshot, what is a moonshot, right? So imagine you have a rocket to bring that to the moon and there are people in the rocket. So if you shoot this rocket to the moon, there's only one opportunity, right? You have to do it right the first time. So how do you do that? There are millions of systems that interact together, that have to work, and you have to make it right. So that's a huge challenge, right? And if you think about it, it's a little bit the same with our health, right? In the end, you have one life, one health. So how do we treat it, and how do we improve that we really get somehow safe through our life? So I have the privilege to work for an outstanding company called Dassault Systems. And I think we were capable to change the world, and we still do, by our combination of science and technology, what we do. And that you understand what I'm talking today on Virtual Twins, you have to understand a little bit the history of Dassault Systems. So 40 years ago, we introduced more or less 3D models in the aerospace industry. It was really a breakthrough for humanity, because it was the first time that we somehow had, at one point in time, a physical model of a complete and very complex product, right? And so the technology evolved over time, because you could really see the power, what that means if you have a complex model, a virtual model, where you can test, simulate, and validate, and see maybe things that you would not have seen and not have predicted before. So I think the kind of model and this type of virtualization was very fundamental for the progress of the industries and as well for humans, right? And if you look how it evolved and the technology evolved, because you have to bring the different dimensions together in these models, right? It's mechanical, it's electrical, it's software. As well then in the biosphere, you have different simulation capabilities. And in the end, it's really science and technology that you have to bring together to create these virtual twins. But if you look today where we are, you can really say we nearly bring the distance between these virtual worlds and the real world to zero. So we really believe at Dassault Systems in the future that the virtual worlds will extend and improve the real world. So there will be a kind of universes where you, as humanity, where you can imagine differently, where you can test and simulate differently, and then if you do it right and you have found the solution, you go in the real world. And in the real world, you take the real world data and feed it back in the virtual worlds to learn and improve again. So there will be a kind of loop, right? So we as Dassault Systems, we learned quite a lot in the discrete world, right? We have aeroplanes, if you look to cars, electrical car, right? Where we as well, we are quite instrumental to bring the combustion engine stuff to electrical motion in this industry. We learned a lot in the discrete world. And then we said, okay, if you have this concept of virtualization in discrete world, what does that mean in the healthcare systems or in life science? And then we decided somehow, okay, health is really a crucial topic and we would like to improve the world. So why don't we start to create virtual human twins? What would that lead us as humanity if we would really have virtual models of humans? So and then what the question was, where to start, right? And finally, as we have a huge science community as Dassault Systems, we talked with the FDA in US, with the regulators, we talked with academics, we talked with leading scientists. And in the end, there was a common sense that we should start with the heart, because the heart is a very fundamental organ for humans, and it's quite crucial that we do there some improvement. And there was a common agreement to start with the heart. So we started with this Living Heart project. And the Living Heart project was in, and you can see it, by the way, there's a demonstration right away in the next room. The Living Heart project was a huge success over the last 20 years because it improved and evolved, and today we are really at the stage that you can say this virtual heart is really a kind of exact replication of a human heart, right? We get that close to reality that is really fantastic, and that it was a kind of proof point that we can go in that direction of virtual human twins. And I think one point is as well, if you have such a model and it works, you can take then real world data, for example, from clinical trials, right? And feed that back into the model so that you have an individualized virtual twin. And what we actually know, and there the equality topic as well kicks in. We know in healthcare that as well somehow the women are as well underrepresented in the healthcare systems, and are not treated equally. Why so? There are different reasons. There are business reasons, but there are as well reasons from a healthy perspective, because if you look to pregnancy, there are sometimes in clinical trials you have to be cautious, and therefore not so many studies were done on women. But if you take now the opportunity really with the virtual twins, and you can really have that type of real-world data, and you have a model, you can as well create somehow virtual populations, right? For example, of women's hearts, for example. And you can generate that kind of virtual data and virtual models to really then dig deeper and go in a more profound analysis on the disease. And therefore, I would say from an equality perspective, there you have then better and a more equal situation than we have today, right? So I think the whole motion of this virtual human twin strategy will lead in the end by the technology as well that there's a more equal situation in the end for women and men. If you look now to the complete motion and a little bit away just from the living heart, the whole motion continues. So there is as well a huge aspiration somehow that we do other virtual organs. For example, we are working on the living brain as well to see a little bit and dig deeper into the analysis for epilepsy. There's a motion for living eye as well. There's a project for living pregnancy. So actually, if you look to all these motions to really create that type of virtual organs, and we do that in cooperation with many scientists around the globe, if you put all that pieces together at one point in time, we are pretty convinced that there will be a complete model of virtual human twins, right? Actually, we do not know how long it will take us and the science community to get there. I think we advanced quite fast in the last 20 years, but there's still a way to go. It depends a little bit on us, how we collaborate with the scientists around the globe to get there. But we are pretty convinced that if we do it right, there's a huge opportunity in the end for humanity, right, and really to significantly improve the healthcare system. So sometimes people say this is all utopia, what you're talking about, right? Because if you really think about that you can have these virtual twins, then it's really quite exceptional, right? And what are we doing as Dassault Systems to get there? Of course, we are fostering the community around the globe to make that progress really happening, because we see there a huge opportunity for humanity. And besides the virtual human twin, we go much faster and much deeper as well in other virtual twin motions. We do, for example, the virtual twins of complete systems, healthcare systems. We do the virtual twin of hospitals. We do the virtual twin of healthcare processes. So in the end, we try really to understand the complete healthcare system by this virtual twin approach, and as well to optimize, in that sense, the healthcare by itself, by these virtual twin approaches. And I'm pretty convinced if we progress there, as well, the cost for healthcare will come down, right? Because if you improve that much and get as well better access to these systems for all of us, that will have a tremendous impact for all of us and for the better. So that's it from my side. Yes, I think from a time perspective, we are done. I hope we could talk much longer on the subject, but I hope I could inspire you a little bit, and that you understand that there is hope for equality, right? By providing new science and technologies to create that virtual human twins, and as well then to lower the barrier and the cost in the healthcare systems for all of us. And with that, I would give back to Anne. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. So I hope you had a glimpse of what technology can do and will do. And it's definitely going to be a life changer. Now we're going on the panel because I think it's always interesting to get some conversations, some interactions. And I have three magnificent ladies joining Christian, and I'm very, very happy I found them, and I'm very proud. I want to start with Mimi Jonkiones. She's the founder and chairwoman of Partners for Patients NGO, a global volunteer organization dedicated to accelerating access to diagnosis, treatment, and clinical trials for the world's most underserved patients. And since this is not enough work, she's also the ambassador and senior advisor on public health and global health to the Pan-African Parliament of the African Union, meaning all 55 African countries. Mimi, please join us. The second special lady I would like to invite to join is Danae Spensu. She's accredited parliamentary assistant in the European Parliament, shaping European regulatory frameworks for digital health innovation, medical AI governance, and ensuring equitable access to breakthrough technologies across member states. Obviously, that is not enough. I don't know how you sleep, ladies. She's also coordinator of Young Voices in Health Policy, an independent network bringing together young professionals in the field of EU and health policy. And she is Youth Ambassador of Digital Health Literacy and Policy Hub. Please join us on stage. And the last lady is going to represent the industry, because like this we have tech, patients, governments. So industry, well, I'm really, really lucky I found her just yesterday. It's Effie Gicker. She's Deputy General Counsel and Global Chief Privacy Officer at Baxter International. She has 18 years of experience in pharma and medical devices, including Roche, Novartis, very small companies. She chairs MedTech Europe Privacy Committee and holds advanced law and executive training degrees from Athens, Brussels, Cambridge, and IMD. Please join us. So now that we saw what virtual twins can do in healthcare, my first question would be, what does it inspire you? What do you hope for? What are you expecting from this tech?
I can go first. I'm an A+ student usually. So excitement, the opportunity is huge. We have in the center of this the patient. You talked about a loop, Christian. It's a loop we have to close, all of us sitting around this panel, and it can bring fundamental and unprecedented changes with the patient in its heart. So excitement.
From my part, I think there are two factors that are very, very important. One is closing the gender gap, so you can really help boost having more data and clinical trials run for women, especially pregnant women and breastfeeding women that are very unrepresented on clinical trials. And the other factor is how cost-effective and sustainable it can be when we try to run more on computer software and not doing it actually in reality on clinical trials.
Yeah, I can just repeat. So there is a study as well, I think, from McKinsey that somehow expects that we lower the cost around 1 trillion until 2030 if we go in that direction, if we use that technology, right? For I think if you really look to it, sometimes it's really, for some people it's really scary, right? That you say, okay, there's really a virtual human twin in the end, and there's a complete model, right? But I think if you look really as well back to the history of humanity and how these virtual twins as well in the discrete world helped us to progress, and you see the exceptional things that we achieved, right? And you now mirror that into the healthcare systems, and you mobilize all the science community to get there, right? If we achieve that, then it's really it's an outstanding opportunity, and if it will really be a game changer for humanity, right? And I think as well from an equality perspective, if you look to that, if you have that model, and if you can then feed back the data, if you can then produce as well somehow synthetic data, how we call it, right? And if you have then this population maybe as well of virtual human twins of women, and you can then really dig into it and do better, more profound analysis on the differences between men and women, because we are not equal, right? Even our heart, and it's something that we saw recently, that the heart is not the same from a man than a woman, so as well the treatment must be different. So if you see all these aspects, I think as well we can progress quite a lot. And therefore we are really motivated as Dassault Systems to use our technology and to expand our technology with the science community, because it's a global approach. It's not only our approach, it's a global approach, and really to improve for the better.
I agree with everything I just heard. And as a mother of twin girls, 25 years old, Faith and Hope are their names. That's my enthusiasm. I do believe that your technology, your science, and also the way you're able to translate that science into layman terms is going to not only address equity, it's going to address equality. And there is a difference between the two. Yeah. And there is also a solidarity that you're going to be bringing to healthcare in general. And healthcare has a big place for harmonization and convergence. And I think you'll be addressing a lot of that regulatory convergence, but also regulatory harmonization as well, across the board. And so that's where you're going to see a lot of level setting. And so very excited.
Amazing, thank you. There is one number that caught my attention. I don't know if you as well. $1 trillion. That is quite an amount to find and quite a collaboration needed. So I feel we're in the right spot with the Equality Moonshot. We're in the same rocket. So my next question to you is, how can you contribute to that, and what would you need for that to be reality?
So going back to what we were discussing about conditions that are very specific to women, but not only obviously, but to women, like hormonal-related issues. I would touch even breast cancer, pregnancies, premature babies, and so many others. We as industry can definitely contribute from both sides. As pharma, with all the clinical data, all the clinical validation that is required in order to appropriately use the technology, and which seems to be, with the regulators, supported, if you want, both the FDA and EMA. But on the other hand, the medical devices, also in our industry, that are the route that will close the loop that Christian again said earlier, with the big world data, with the real data that will feed in there. And lastly, AI that we have seen dominating this year's forum, it has entered very, very seriously in healthcare industry. We take it very seriously. So if we manage to educate the patient, the average person, if we manage to have the right privacy architecture and transparency in AI, we can build innovation that is safe and sustainable.
That was an amazing introduction of every topics aligned to cover everything. When it comes to health and everything we do now in the union, everyone talks about money and where does this money come from, where we are going to be more cost effective. And it's a discussion that always is on the table, either we want it or not. Unfortunately, when we discuss on the multi-annual financial framework in the European Union, it is quite reduced this time when we focus on health, because they focus on defense and other priorities based on the geopolitical situation. At the same time, we see this technology coming here, and even though it's virtual, it has real impact, and it can really revolutionize everything we do. So investing in this type of technologies will really allow us to boost our economy, our competitiveness, and then to build a resilient, future-proof health ecosystem for Europe that is very, very important. And it comes from regulatory aspects, connecting the different regulations that we have built before and the upcomings we have. So we've started with AI Act before, European Health Data Space, giving access to more health data that will be directly connected, correlated with that. we will have the revision of the medical devices regulation and the upcoming Biotech Act. All these together will create, hopefully, the right regulatory framework for these to really bring up the advantages we're looking forward.
Yeah, I can only say that, I mean, the challenge is very multidimensional, right? You have the regulators, and then of course you have the healthcare systems, you have science, you have the engineers in medtech, right? So the progress must happen everywhere. I think in the end it's a combination of all. I can just say one aspect that we have, for example, we run on our platform a lot of medical trials, right? And if you have then and clinical trials, sorry, and if you have really then the data, and what you can do is as well somehow to do a virtual twin of clinical trial in the end, and as well have some synthetic data that you can produce, right, as a new population more or less where you can then do the tests on. And even that will somehow will accelerate and speed up the whole clinical trial process, right? Because then you have, I would say, you have a human population where you do the clinical trials, but you have as well a virtual population, right? And this is already accepted by the regulators, right? So you can already today buy this virtualization, and you can speed up already the whole process, and that in the end means that the therapy gets faster to the patient. This is just one small aspect, but I think that is really a huge opportunity. I think from there we made finally, and we will continue, we made with the combination of science and technology huge progress, right? And I can just hope, because in the end we talk on quality of life, if we talk on healthcare, that we continue to push the boundaries, and I can just ensure that we do that as a company, right? Because in the end, there's a big purpose that we have, harmonizing product, nature, and life, and it's a statement as well for the quality of life of humanity. And so we are continuing to push the boundaries there.
I agree with my peers here. Everything you've said, I agree with 100% and align with. And on top of that, when we look at 1 trillion, it sounds like a lot of money, and it is. And paradoxical factors could coexist. So when we look at 1 trillion, and when we look at African unions and the WHO's report that each year on the African continent, 227 million years of health life is lost. And then annually, $800 billion is lost through productivity loss. When you have those numbers on an annual basis, what is 1 trillion in value? So let's start there. Are we looking at 1 trillion as a number? Or are we looking at it as a value? So if we translate that into health care value, then what we're saying is we're making a significant dent quickly and accelerating to address the quality and equity gap, or to fix the quality or equity issues. What I would say is being able to understand prognosis in layman terms with digital twin systems and science will help patients everywhere, no matter where they live, no matter what their education level is. Clinical trials, consent forms are supposed to be written in 3rd grade, 4th grade, or 5th grade language. If we could have your innovation, which we are strongly convinced that it will be available to the greater world, if we could have the science and it be easily understood, then that 1 trillion translates into healthcare value that could be realized for everyone and anyone.
That is true. In preparation of the panel, I read that Europe has a unique advantage when you talk about strong data protection, excellent healthcare system, collaborative research. What is your opinion on that? And how would you leverage these for global leadership? Because it's nice if we have like certain geos advancing, but like equality is not in one geo.
I'm happy to go first. The truth is that, yes, we started back in 1994 with the Privacy Directive. We have the famous GDPR. We have the European Health Data Space, the first act on AI. Nonetheless, if you would allow me, speaking as an industry, sometimes we have some challenges with over-regulation that is trying to keep up with the technology and the needs that are out there. And I feel that, especially after the Draghi report, the European Commission realized that we need to become in Europe a bit more flexible and inclusive without jeopardizing, the principles, the values, the human rights. And that is why we hope as an industry, and we anticipate that the so-called digital omnibus that tries actually to create a more pragmatic approach that will foster and enable innovation, that will enable training on AI, that will enable and allow the secondary use of data from clinical trials, will take us there. The other thing I would like to say, and I know there are many discussions about geopolitics, it's not only Europe. Women are not only in Europe, they are around the world. And health issues are around the world. And definitely what DASO is offering, it's offered around the world. So as a lawyer in the industry, I have to say, to strike the importance of alignment around the world. We need to have a balanced approach to things. We need to have the flow of data. We live from the data. What is essential, and I heard that Switzerland's approach for AI, for example, is to keep the fundamental principles, the transparency, the respect, involve the patients, involve the regulators, sit in a table with this composition that we have today, and be committed to one goal. So this is my take. Yes, there is basis. There is also at the other side of the Atlantic. HIPAA is there since 1996, but we still need permissions, and there are efforts, and this is what is recognized both by the regulators and the industry.
It's true, and I welcome the comment. In general, omnibus and simplification is something we have been discussing in the last year, since the Draghi report, the Legge report. We have been discussing not only for digitalization, but also environmental, different kinds of omnibus. And it is very common, unfortunately, for the European Union to have different types of laws that sometimes complement each other, but also they have overlaps. So better coordination among the regulation we have is important. We have always been focusing on privacy and protection, but since European Health Data Space, we give a lot of importance now with the safeguards we have on anonymization and the public interest to have access to, for secondary use for the public interest, to a lot of data. This will be, if implemented correctly, it will be a game changer. But it doesn't mean that it will have to really eliminate the opportunities we already had now and the initiatives we had at the moment, because we had health observatories, health recorded records. We had a lot of initiatives already taking place and gathering data, and we need to see how they will be incorporated now with the implementation of the European Health Data Space. Just to clarify also here, when we talk about GDPR, European Health Data Space, and AI Act, there are different legislations. The one gives access to the data, the other one allows and creates a platform to gather these data, and the third one evaluates and uses this data through an AI algorithm. However, they do have some overlap, so the digitalization will be interplay, exactly. So this will be beneficial. But in order to do all that, I think one important factor is literacy, health literacy. And it comes across regulators, citizens, industry, clinicians, all healthcare professionals. So this is something that we really, really need to focus today and really help make this process go smoothly. And if I may, sorry, only to have a short comment. How many of you did you know about digital twins before this panel today? It's a very niche topic, even for the ones that we are working on health policy. So it really takes a lot to trust the innovation, to understand it, and then to accept it and to move forward. So literacy will be an important role in that. Yeah.
Absolutely agree. I would not discuss from a geopolitical standpoint about health, because I think there are differences between Europe and but I think what we are looking for really is really but it is really like that. We have not common regulations so far, but I think that hinders us not to really spread the progress that we make around the globe, right? So what we see, if you, for example, look to the Living Heart project, so there the progress was really huge, and the model is here, right? And you can use it in US, you can use it in Europe, and so on. But what I see, some take I would say this positive result and this outcome, like for example the Children's Hospital in Boston, where they use the model really somehow first before they go into a surgery. They used really to have the model, the heart model of the child, and to see how do they can best the surgery in the end, right? And there was a huge progress, right? Because in the end the results of the surgery got better. So they made a huge progress, right? Do we use that in every hospital around the globe? Guess what? No, right? So there is a ton of potential if we just take the advantage at the progresses that we made so far and educate, spread that, share that, collaborate more intensively. So I think that would be much faster and accelerate. For RegTech or regulations, I just have to say from our perspective, and we know that, you can imagine what you need in regulations as well for a satellite and then. So what we are doing, and there's certainly the progress of AI quite fundamental, is if you are an engineer and you have to engineer, is it a discrete product or is it a drug or whatever? In the end, there are specifications, right? And the specifications are somehow must be in line with the regulations. So what we are building more or less is an automated engine, more or less, to really coming from the regulations and put that in concrete specifications for new products or for new therapies and so on, that will accelerate generally the innovation process. So from a technology standpoint, we have a kind of answer on the increasing regulation part where we say, is this needed or not? I think we are over-regulated so far, but in the end, we try to deal the best from a technology standpoint with that, because a lot is then politics, but I think where we can accelerate much faster is really to spread and collaborate even better in the healthcare systems with the progress we already made, and there I see a lot of potential.
I agree. I agree.
Come on.
Yes. I will say, though, with an LLM, and my thesis and dissertation was on EU GDPR and the interplay with EU competition law, I will say, please, let's not have data for just getting data. No. Let's not have data use agreements just for the sake of having a data use agreement.
Thank you.
Indeed, and it's the first time in my whole moderation career that I have a panel that doesn't discuss against each other. So I don't know more what to say.
We discuss politely the issues.
But that is a really, really, really good. Oh, Mimi, you want to say something?
This is not to disagree, but this is to plant a potential dream in a project, which goes like this in 10 seconds. I've got twins. Their names are Faith and Hope. One is 5'7" and the other one's 5'1". What if there are digital twins that eventually give an opportunity for the things where we do see could be improved, gets improved.
Yeah.
And when there are things that we like, we keep. And what if the digital twin informs the companion as you're taking the therapy or whatever the therapeutic options could be, whatever treatment guideline options there are, what if it informs?
It's amazing. We can nearly hire you at Dassault Systems, because what if is something that we use in every sentence. And we also say, if you can dream it, you can do it. So, how do we get into doing? Because now we were talking and agreeing, everybody is fully aligned, but how do we democratize personalized healthcare?
So I think going back to what you're doing as a product, what we create here, continuing to what Mimi said, is we build the vision of what should happen. And we hope we test it in reality. So what should happen? We should have everybody around the same table. We should have the industry. We should have the regulators, the tech industry, I'm talking about my industry by saying industry, and of course the patient. And we should aim to agree through the disagreement. We should raise the issues with courage and say, this is where we want to go. And we should try it. So this is what we try mildly today, to create the twin of what should be the future. So we need collaboration. It's inevitable. And we have seen in the US, for example, they started the CMS project about private and public partnerships. In the EU, and then I will let you talk about that, we have the Horizon projects and so on and so forth. For us as industry, it could not be a better way to move forward. We can have faster outcomes, cheaper outcomes, personalized healthcare. We could leverage on both pharma and medical, the rigor that we have in pharma, the technology from medical devices. We can advocate to the governments that, hey, health economics, we can help you advance, we can help you save money, and eventually contribute to the patient. That is in the core to everything we do.
I hate to say, but I will agree completely.
There we go, the twin is working.
We're discussing in general and vision here, and we're not going into details. So maybe then, when we talk about data protection, intellectual property, we would have some different points of view. But in this direction, I think we are all aligned, and cooperation is indeed very important among industry, patient organization. The involvement of the patient is important in every step through the regulatory process as well. And I will also go back to the point, because I really like the question you make, and democratization is important. We don't want to create digital twins or other innovative technologies as elite tools. We want everyone to have understanding and access and trust them and use them. So literacy, again, I would say that is the most important factor. And even for us, when we work on it, either as regulators or other actors in this field, to have the understanding, like for me, I only understood when I actually participated in the workshop and I saw it in how it is, and I felt it, because it's very hard to grasp this virtual environment and reality. So information to accurate access, having more data sets, but they're checking the training so that there is no bias, also that we use correctly and we don't continue the mistakes that we already have in our dataset systems. Will make us, it will make it easier to move forward and in a way that is actually correct and help us go to the outcomes that we want.
Yeah.
You also agree?
Of course. But I think there's a more fundamental topic, and I agree that the collaboration is maybe really the key of all of it. What we try and what we see over the last decades, right? Why are we doing these virtual twins of products, processes, and so on? Everything that you can imagine. In the end, it's a model, right? If you look to humans, and if you look to complex systems, how do you understand it and how can you debate around and discuss around? You need something to imagine. Eh? So we put the virtual twin normally in the center of different groups to get the same reality. Because this is so fundamental for humanity that in the end you really understand the challenge of each other. So that's one of the main purposes that we do as well with our, would say, virtual twin platform called 3D Experience, that we say, okay, let's put the model in the center, right? And let's imagine you have a virtual twin of a human, you have a virtual twin of a hospital, you have the virtual twin of a medtech company, and so on, and you combine these virtual twins into a complete virtual twin of the healthcare system. You can imagine that. That's what we call tomorrow, there will be kind of universes where you combine the virtual twin into a complete virtual model, right? And now align all stakeholders around this virtual twin of the healthcare systems to really concretely see what are the challenges and then to put the regulations right, get more progress, do the data stuff right. So I think there's a way forward that I see and that we see, right? But it starts somehow with collaborating around a concrete model and as well that people understand each other, right? So I think that's the way to go for many challenges of humanity, and healthcare is certainly one essential.
What I would say is very simple, and that is low cost, high value.
Amen. So, I'm basically happy that we all agree, because virtual twins aren't just about technology, they're also about collaboration, about trust, and about shared commitment. So I'm really, really happy that we have that here. And the Moonshot is within reach when we work together. So if you want the first step, Innovation Zone next door, speakers available now. And I thank you for having listened to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Hi everyone, my name is Parisa and I'm a junior at Yale, and I'm very excited to introduce our next session on Middle East Forbes and Equality Moonshot Dialogue, Powering Innovation with Purpose, Inclusive Capital for a Competitive Future. And I'm pleased to introduce our wonderful moderator, Ms. Viwe Kunene, presenter Forbes Middle East. Thank you.
Right, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Woman House. I'm so excited to be with you all here today for this incredible discussion, and thank you all so much for joining us. This panel is about power. Who has access to capital, gets to innovate, and how women are reshaping the future economy by leading with purpose. I'm delighted to be joined by two phenomenal women driving change at the intersection of capital, innovation, and of course, impact. We have with us Dr. Saida Jaffer, Managing Director for Circle Internet Group for Middle East and Africa, and of course, Andrea, Vice President of Corporate Affairs at Philip Morris International. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, and good morning to you all.
Right. Now, we'll start with just a one-word question. What does inclusive capital mean to you today?
Sure, I can kick us off on that. Look, inclusive capital to me means something very simple. It means for all. For all. There are no boundaries. There's no distinction. Let there be capital for everyone, for everything, for every idea. That makes sense. That contributes to the well-being and the wellness of the overall world. So, available to all, for all.
Right, Andrea?
For me, it means curiosity, strive for perfection,
right,
and really finding the best solution for all. And I think if we really want to find the best solutions, and it really doesn't matter whether we are in the government, whether we are in private sector, whether we are, foundations, if we really strive for the best for all, I think inclusivity comes as a vehicle to perfection.
Right. For me, it means opportunity, forward-looking, hopeful. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very important component of it, right? I think all of us that believe that the future is brighter, that there is opportunity, we work that much harder to make it a better place, not just for each other, just for us, but also for each other and for the broader world. So fully agree. I think that's a very important component of it.
Right. Now, we'll get into our discussion for today. Dr. Saida, I'll start with you. Talk to us about how inclusive digital currencies and blockchain-based financial systems expand access to capital for underrepresented founders.
Sure. So before I answer that question, just a quick show of hands. How many people are very familiar, are comfortably familiar with digital currencies, stablecoins, blockchain? Any hands? Okay. So I'll put my hand down then. Let me take a second and just talk about that really, really briefly. So what is a digital currency? A digital currency is it's a currency that is digital instead of physical. What is a stablecoin? A stablecoin is a kind of a digital currency that is stable. It is backed by something that keeps its value. So a stablecoin, think of it as it's a digital currency that will always keep its value. So we are the issuer, Circle is the issuer of the largest compliant digital currency, digital dollar in the world, USDC, which means if I have a dollar, how much will it be worth? Any guesses? $1 today, tomorrow, $1, day after, $1, right? That is a digital currency. Okay, that's great, but to your question, how does that promote inclusion? How does that help us get to where we want to get to? So the interesting thing about digital dollars and digital currencies is that they allow a lot more access. Imagine a lot of people in different parts of the world that do not have access to the financial system, to the formal financial system. Today, many countries in the world still have bank rates less than 50%, 30%. Can you imagine? You don't have access to a bank account. You can't open a bank account. So digital dollars allow access. That's number one. Super important. They allow access into the financial ecosystem. And if you have access in the financial ecosystem, you can do a lot more. There are so many studies out there that show very clearly once you have access, there's opportunity. You can do anything, right? So that's number one. The second thing that is also very, very important, there is an interesting feature of these digital currencies called programmability. What does that mean? It means I can create a way to make sure that that money is used for certain thing. So let's say we decide that we want to allocate certain capital that meets certain criteria along the lines of inclusion. You can do that. And there's programmability, there's traceability. So what you wanted to do can happen inherently. So there are many interesting ways in which digital dollars enhance access, make sure that the money is being used and the capital is being allocated towards where one would want it to be. So.
Right, and while we're on the topic, talk to us about what role investors and regulators play in ensuring that this drives real inclusion and economic growth.
Look, that's a super important question. And I think the world we live in today, it's built on partnerships. Nothing can happen with one organization, with one group, with one person. It has to be built on mutual partnerships and ecosystems that bring everyone together. So everybody plays a very, very important role. The regulators are super important because they create the regulation that allows these products and these ecosystems to be created so that they are safe and people have the comfort to know that my dollar is worth $1, that my dollar will be accepted wherever I need it to be accepted, right? So that's from the regulator. From the private sector's perspective, we need to be out there making sure not only are we driving the innovation, but making sure that we're able to use the innovation and be able to take it forward, right? So I think we all play our very, very important different paths and different roles. And it's really a very large village that brings it together.
Right. Also, what excites me here is the shift from access being a privilege to access being a platform. So I really like what you said about access. Now, we've talked about reimagining access. Now, let's look at how large institutions turn purpose into practice. And this one's for you, Andrea. Purpose-driven investment is increasingly a differentiator for attracting talent and partners. Talk to us about how corporations embedded inclusivity and impact into capital allocation while still advancing core business objectives.
It's a very long question.
I wish I could break it down.
And I can take a lot of time to talk about it, but I will really try to put it also in the context which is resonating here, because we are talking about inclusivity, we are talking about opportunity, you talked about leveling it up, and I would also say curiosity. And one fact which I don't know whether we managed to realize, but every day I think about it, I think about it more and more, is we have such a privilege that we are living in the 21st century when technology, innovation, and science are opening completely new corridors for us in every area of life, whether it's a lifestyle, food, sleep, physical exercise, whether it's industries, governments, really in every part of life. And I really like your word that it's an opportunity. And if we really use it as a vehicle for driving us forward, it's amazing. And one area where I can really tell you a bit more is we are in the nicotine industry. And everybody knows that there is a problem with it, and there are still adult users of nicotine who want to continue. Did you have a glass of wine yesterday evening? How many of you? Yes, so there are still users of wine, and there are still users of nicotine. But what is opportunity in the 21st century combined on innovation, technology, and science is that there are better ways, there are products which are better alternatives to anything we have known up till now. And I am privileged because I represent the company which is driving really the new trends in this area. We have been doing that for the last 20 years. It's Philip Morris International. And when you say, what is it that the corporations can do is make this purpose and the fact that we have a better solution, make it an imminent and driving part of our strategy. It's a purpose-driven strategy where we said cigarettes belong to museums and we are ready to stop selling them, punto, because there are better products.
Right, and this is such an important point because purpose is no longer a side initiative. From what I gather from what you've just said, it's becoming more of a competitive advantage. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, even though I am not looking at it from the competitive point of view. Okay. I am looking at it from, I know that sometimes business shouldn't be romanticized, but I think if the purpose is really inside us, it gives us a very different spin. Because when we are talking, look, I remember when we started really paying attention and putting our resources into our thinking. So we said, okay, the problem with consumption of tobacco is combustion, is the burning. Okay, can we look into the ways how to allow consumption of nicotine without that? So we started investing into research and development center. And at the beginning, the medical doctors, engineers, technologists, scientists, they were skeptical. Really, tobacco company is trying to do that. And then as we were progressing and really keeping the course on our purpose, more and more people believe in it, and we are now working with a very different profile of colleagues who really believe in what we are doing, and we are active in that area already more than 15 years, and products on the markets more than 10 years. And once they understand the purpose, once we get their trust, it's a very different spin, it's a very different working environment, it's a very different connection between people, and I think the company is just on a very different railway.
Right, and now as capital, innovation and inclusion converge, what practical mechanisms across universities, corporations, investors, and foundations, of course, can ensure that purpose-aligned investment drives both economic competitiveness and equitable opportunity? Dr. Saeed, I'll start with you.
Sure. Look, I actually just want to piggyback on something you guys said earlier about purpose, right? I think purpose has, for a long time, been around. And purpose has been something we've talked about. But I think something has changed in the last 10 years. And what has fundamentally changed is the world we live in and the world we all work in is a world with choices. And each and every one of us has a choice. We can choose where we want to work. We can choose who we give our most precious commodity to, which is time.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think that's where purpose comes in, because it's not about the position or the title or the company per se. It is about does this represent what I believe in? Does it really and truly speak to me? And I think that's where purpose is becoming so important and so essential, because we as individuals and we as people have taken it to be important and have been pushing on it. So to answer your question, what can we do? I think that is probably the most important thing we can continue to do, which is for each and every one of us to say, it matters. Yes. It matters to us. And what resonates with me may be different than what resonates with you. It may be different than you, than everybody else in this room. And that's perfectly fine and that's perfectly okay. But I think the most important thing is that it is something that we believe in and it's something we demand. I see investors today that are willing to forego financial returns for investments they truly believe in. So it's, again, it's up to each and every one of us. It shouldn't be mutual, just to be clear, and it isn't. And I think we're getting to the world where you can have both, you can have many, many things. But at the end of the day, it comes down to each and every one of us demanding, saying, this is important to me, and I will not compromise.
Such a powerful comment. Andrea, your thoughts?
My thoughts. Fully agree with what was said. And maybe taking it a little bit further is each of us has every day an opportunity to make our purpose and opportunity to make the lives of others better every day. And when we are talking, when I take it into business, I think it's super important that once business starts talking about transformation, about new purpose, about long-term strategy based on facts, based on science, the first and the most important element is to show that we mean it and to make it happen. Yes, and we have done it in our company, and it's not a rocket science. How do you do it? You allocate people, you allocate resources, so their time, their knowledge. You allocate our financial resources. In Philip Morris, you can't imagine, because we are actually ending one of our businesses and we have started building a new one. Okay, so we created in those markets and those countries where we really go, we actually created the teams who were like innovators in the company, which is 150 years old, yes? And innovating teams who were only thinking about the future, who were giving the time, the financial resources, and everything what they need so that they can really leapfrog the innovation in that country. So that's one thing. But at the same time, we cannot do it alone, because we live in a very open society, and the views of the public, the views of the media, the views of the regulators and support is really needed. So I think, and I would encourage all of you, because maybe you think this example is a little bit provocative and it's out of box. It is, but maybe just use it for your areas of life. And if you come across something which is trying to tell you that there is a transformation and there is a different thinking because there is an opportunity, again, be open-minded, consider it, and try to give it a chance. Because even if the best company will come with the best solution, none of us can do it alone. And you touched upon that point. We are in this all together.
Beautiful. And now the World Woman Foundation is an initiative that fully focuses on women. And this is where now my closing question actually goes to. If there's one action that women leaders right in this room can take tomorrow to influence capital flows more inclusively, what would it be? Dr. Said, I'll start with you.
Do something. It doesn't matter what. Don't wait to do the perfect thing, the best thing, the biggest thing, right? Because it will never happen. Do something. Start with whatever it is that is in your power to influence, and just do it. And you know what? See the flywheel go. And you can do another one after if you want, and another one. Doesn't matter. But do something.
I love that so much. Do something, ladies. And you, Andrea?
I would use a metaphor to probably just emphasize what you have said. We are in the women's female environment. Many of us have been mothers or are planning to be mothers or have seen somebody who has become a mother. And I can tell you from my own experience, when I was going through my first pregnancy, you know, there are emotions. It's first is really is like you are happy. I was happy, excited. Then I realized there is a process and I am feeling this and I am feeling that. And I became scared. And I was like, oh, how am I going to deliver? How am I going? What happens after that, etc. But then there was a moment when I was ready, and I said, now it has to come. One way or the other, it has to happen. And then it happened, and you know, the nature took course of the rest. And this is what I would like us women to also apply on other areas of our lives. Yes, there are phases. There is emotion, which is high, excitement. Then there are problems. Then there is worry. Then there is doubt. You know what? Just deliver. Today, and the nature and the higher forces will take care of the rest.
Beautiful, and I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Andrea, for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what today's conversation makes clear is that when women shape capital, capital starts to serve more than profit, but it also serves progress. Thank you all so much for joining us for this incredible discussion. Andrea, Dr. Saida, thank you so much for being here with me today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No way.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Action, integrity, freedom, determination, having the...
But directly, it's not professional. Just wait a minute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Parisa Verma, and I'm a junior at Yale on the pre-med track. And I am very excited to announce our next session by Merck. So the title of today's section is Healthy Women, Healthy Economies. And I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Ms. Kendra Jones, Associate Director, Government and Public Affairs at Merck Healthcare.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you to the World Woman Foundation for hosting today's panel and for the conversations this week. My name's Kendra Jones. I'm with Merck Healthcare, where I lead our global program, Healthy Women, Healthy Economies. I'm pleased to be moderating today's panel and framing the discussion on a simple premise that investing in women's health is not only good for women, but it's good for all. Women, on average in their lifetime, live 9 years in poor health. There's gaps in access to care, underrepresentation in clinical research, and other structural inequities, delays in access to education, missed opportunities in the workforce. And all of these inequities compound and have consequences, whether that is loss in productivity in the workforce, that's absenteeism, dropout. And so today, we're here to frame the conversation on, too often women's health has been framed as a social good, but it's actually an economic investment. And so I'm pleased to have our panelists today here to speak on how when we invest and advance women's health, that the benefits cascade outwards. It strengthens families, stronger communities, and more resilient economies. So with that, I'd like to open it to our panelists to give a quick introduction to themselves, and then we'll jump into the questions. I'll start with you, Gudrun.
Thank you very much, Kendra. My name is Gudrun Sander. I'm a professor of business administration with a special emphasis on diversity management at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland, and also the director of the Institute for International Management and Diversity Management.
My name is Silvia Candamil Neira, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Global Initiative on Aging and Longevity, affiliated to the United Nations. And our goal is to create a world where 0 to 100, we are all relevant, and we have the grace to age well with opportunities for all, from healthcare, education, labor, financial sector, you name it, we're there.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leif Moll. I'm the newly appointed country president for Merck in Switzerland, just in transition over from Vienna, in the industry since almost 20 years, and very excited to be here.
Thank you. And I will also make a note, in case she's able to make it, we also did have Dr. Maria Rosa Cutilla-Blake from UNFPA. Obviously, as Davos goes, schedules can get busy, so we'll be lucky to have her join us if she does make it. But super happy to have the discussion kicked off with our three panelists. So I'm going to begin with a high-level question that I'd love to hear tackled from the different perspectives. So what does investing in women's health do for economic prosperity? And what are some of the key challenges that we are overcoming to drive this investment? Gudrun, maybe we can start with you on maybe the global picture and some of the structural inequities that we're seeing.
Yeah, you already mentioned a lot of the structural barriers we have to overcome. And just to give you one example, I would say, at least in the developed countries, what we see here is, for example, a very narrow window when it comes to career advancement. So our data shows, for example, that nearly half of the people that are promoted are in the age of 30 to 40. So, and this is usually the so-called rush hours of life, where people start their families, do further education, and invest in their advancement and career. And with this narrow and very old-fashioned career path, ideas of what is good leadership, we really hinder women from full participation. Very often young women ending up with already burnout symptoms, prolonging, starting a family, then have fertility issues, and so on. So a lot of interconnected health issues you would probably not expect with this small career window. And I mean, it's totally stupid to have the career peak at around 40 or 45 when we all have to work longer in the future because of the declining fertility rates. And what do we do the next 30 years then when we have the career peaks at 40 or 45? So just a small point.
Yeah, and this is all happening, right, amidst a lot of pressures with demographic shifts. Maybe you can speak a bit on how that compounds some of the effects that we're seeing.
Yeah, we see that we do not use the full potential of women. You know, we never ever had so many well-educated women in the labor market. And we do not use this potential because there are a lot of biases. We have the maybe baby bias, then the maternity bias, and then women over 40 usually do not have the same opportunities as men to advance in their careers. So highly well-educated women, and then we do not use this full potential of women, and also impacting on their health with all these barriers they are facing.
Thank you, good. Sylvia, looks like you.
I want to jump on right on that, Gudrun. So this is a huge global issue that is happening here, where we find we're 50% of the population, but we're not considered that 50% when it comes to healthcare. The data is not there. Did you know that when they do research, it's simply they don't take into consideration women most of the time. They generalize people and they miss out. Oops, 50% of the population is there. We have differences and we're not taking that into consideration. So this is an opportunity because we can create impact, not by concentrating on the small little things that are happening in our life. We have to take into consideration the youth, the adolescent, menopause. We have to take it, for God's sake, we have to take into consideration menopause and do something about it. If 50% of the population are going through that, why don't we support these amazing women that 75% of them are taking care of someone? Is 75%, I'll repeat that again, we are the one taking care of the world, the youth and the seniors. That requires an applause because we are pretty awesome. And what is happening is that we are not acknowledging this need. So we don't want to be better, we just want to be equal. That's what we are asking. And that requires change on the labor inclusion. We have to take into consideration everything. As you were saying, we need to take the care. We need to take into consideration the healthcare, the financials. We are the ones that become the poorest and with the worst healthcare, but we're the ones that live the longest. And we're going to inherit most of the money. Makes no sense, right?
And just this week, Sylvia, the World Economic Forum released their Women's Health Investment Outlook, and still only 6% of private health care capital is invested to women's health. And we're 50% of the population. So I'd like to move to Life. Maybe you can zoom in a bit on what it means in workplaces. What does investing in women's health in the workforce do for economies?
I will, in a second, if you allow me, I would just like, can I defend our industry a little bit? Just a little bit. I think, a little bit. I mean, there is no doubt that women are underrepresented in research and development, right? You've mentioned it, but I also think we've come quite a long way. There is more to go, but I think those days where clinical trials are mostly done or only done in men, those are thank God over. There is still not an appropriate representation of women and different groups of women, shall we say? Why? Because, for example, premenopausal women are simply hard to include into a trial, right? Because of the fear of risks related to childbearing later. But I think it's better than it used to be. Okay, if we can agree on that. Kendra, to your point, I think from beyond any ethical consideration, right? I'm looking at this from an economic or socioeconomic perspective. I think investing in women's health is plain and simply something we cannot not do, right? We cannot afford to not do it for many reasons, right? We need the additional contributions to the workforce. We need the higher productivity. We need the lower absenteeism. Also, presenteeism is a problem, by the way, that people come to work when they shouldn't. So there is many, think about extending the lifespan in the workplace, right? The working part of your life. Think about healthcare costs, right? The problem is we are getting older, but in bad health, and this is not a good thing for any social system. And we cannot simply afford it from a company perspective. I think one of the challenges that I see, and I can partially comment to that from a personal perspective, right? We, in this rush hour of life, as Gudrun rightly called it, I think we force people, and mostly women, yeah, let's admit it, to make a choice, right? To make a choice between career, between family, and personal health. It's like a triangle. You cannot do all of the three justice at the same time, and we are forcing them to make a choice. And unfortunately, usually the aspect of health is often deprioritized somehow over the other two. So that should not be the case, right? That's something we should work against.
So Leif, I'll stay with you here. What does it look like tackling this in the workforce? How, maybe you can give some examples at Merck of approaches and best practices that shift away from this.
Yeah, so at Merck, we're trying to look at this, tackle this problem from three different perspectives. One is through what I would call policy or workforce policy, right, where we try to establish initiatives, policies that help to better combine health, family, career. One example would be, a caregiver leave, where we allow people to take care of their of a sick family member, still getting paid. We are completely agnostic when it comes to parental leave, and quite recently we've invested heavily in what we call fertility benefits, where we basically cover the costs of any kind of fertility treatments, not only IVF, it's all sorts of fertility treatments. So there's the initiative angle. There's even more to that. There's the initiative angle, and then there is what I would call the culture and leadership angle, right? Through trainings, through rewards, through incentives, through putting the right people in the right job. We're trying to establish a culture where this trade-off, this triangle, does not need to be there as much as it used to be in the past. and I think we've come quite a long way here. And then lastly, we're trying to reach a little bit beyond our organization, if you want, with initiatives where we try to build advocates to tackle certain problems, like the Healthy Women, Healthy Economies initiative, where we team up, we partner up with external stakeholders, or in Switzerland, the so-called Family Forward initiative, where we try to work towards a better consideration of labor, fertility, and access to fertility treatments. So it's basically we're trying to approach it from 3 ways.
You also have Care Workers, a new project,
Yes.
where you support employees to take time off.
That's the
if they have
caregiver
to.
leave. That's
Yeah.
the caregiver leave. Yes, that's true.
It's wonderful.
And Gudrun, I think Life had some of great examples there. Maybe you can provide some research or case studies that further provide the evidence that these actions aren't just actions, but they're investments.
Yeah, definitely. So just to build on Life's argument of the corporate culture, that's so important, and how leaders behave in these vulnerable situations. For example, a woman is disclosing that she has fertility treatments. A lot of people have no idea what this means, and then a proper reaction is even more of a challenge. So this is very important, that leaders are trained in how to handle this kind of situations. And what we see also from research is that an inclusive culture has a lot of benefits. So it decreases absenteeism, for example. It increases the how satisfied people are in the workplace, and it improves retention. And if you think of the future, already starting now with the lack of qualified labor and the lack of qualified leaders we have, it's even more important to retain these people and have a very inclusive culture. So there is a lot of evidence on this side. Maybe on another side, menopause symptoms, because it's really to keep in mind, because we are getting much older now. We spend, I think, a third of our life in menopause. 100 years before, we already died at this age, so not a lot of years in menopause. Now we spend a third or even more of our life in the menopause phase. A lot of research is lacking here, and what I found in a study is also that in cultures where aging of women has a negative image, women report more severe symptoms when it comes to menopause. So these correlations are quite interesting, in my opinion. Yeah, and another fact you might not expect is that if women have the confidence that they earn enough, that they can support a family or even bring up a family as a single parent, they then have more children.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gudrun. And we focus quite a bit here on formal workplace settings, but Sylvia, I'll pass it to you. What does investing in women's health also look like outside of formal workplace settings? I think of caregiving, for instance. It touches nearly everyone, both in the formal and...
So we found one of the first things that we did within GI Longevity is, so there is formal and informal care workers, right? We all are or will be involved with this. And it's one of the most invisible jobs. It is a job that is currently happening in the world, and it's affecting every aspect of our lives. So in truth, we thought, what do we do about this? We collaborated with Merck in Europe and EMD Serono in the US in this magnificent project to elevate, to inspire people that are doing this job, formally and informally, to be even better educated, to be recognized, to be better paid, to be put into the agenda of everything that happens in the world. So we created courses, and because everything starts with education. So I think it's just the beginning of a lot of things that need to happen to be able to bring that into more labor inclusion and making more financial resilience. So the next thing, for example, we feel we need to find, and this is what we are working on within GL Longevity, how do we transition? Right now, if you want to get a job, people will look at your CV and think, okay, this is what you've studied, this is what you have worked. They don't think about all those 5, 10 years of your life where you might have taken a gap because you had to, because someone has to take care of the people that we love, and sometimes it means yourself. And that has transferable skills that no one is putting into that CV because we have not been told that this is acceptable. So that's the next thing that we're going to do, that we're doing right now. And a lot more things. We need to be creative. We've never been there before. We need to be creative. But care work is one of the top of our lists of what we all need to think together and how do we elevate it, especially with informal care workers.
Because it's mostly female today, right? This informal care work. Right? Was it
75
3/4 or something?
75 to 80% of the global population doing this work.
Yeah.
Women.
Doesn't necessarily need to be that way.
Yes.
But I think, right, Life, when we also, when you were talking about, providing investments in women's health in the workplace, a lot of the benefits you were mentioning also extend to men. And I think I heard a really great insight yesterday that even these cases where, women are often the ones most comfortable advocating and having these conversations, but the fertility benefit, for instance, also expands to male infertility. And ultimately, females are the advocates as well for the broader population.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we need to look at this from an almost gender agnostic perspective, right? The fertility benefit is not tied to female employees, right? It doesn't matter the reason really. We are agnostic when it comes to that. Just one idea that crossed my mind. I think also we as men have a role to play to not only make this a female topic, right? When I was recently invited to a similar event in Vienna, and it's like I hadn't read the invite properly. It said Healthcare Business Women of Austria. So I walk into the room. It's 100 people. I'm the only guy. I'm thinking to myself, okay, did I read the invite wrong or is there anything? But they were extremely. I was thinking like, am I intruding something here or what? But it was. They said this is exactly the problem. That the fact that you're the only guy is part of the problem, right? We can only solve this together in a way. It's not just a female health. It's not just a female problem.
May I add here something? Just a fact from our fertility paper we did last year together with Merck, Fertility and Family Planning in Switzerland. And in 60%, the man is the reason for IVF treatment. The infertility of the man is the reason, not. So it's more often the man than the woman.
Yes, true.
So I want to take a minute and also open it up to the audience if there's any questions for the panelists. Or if no questions immediately, some time to think of some questions. But I'll have the panelists then. Gudrun, maybe we can start with you. When you're thinking of one action to prioritize or takeaways from today, what would you leave the audience with?
Only one?
We'll come back with time.
No, of course, as a scientist, I would first advocate to close the data gap, but I leave this out for the moment. I would say really from the employer's perspective, offer more flexibility and offer new career paths. And so put away the pressure on the younger generation to have it all fixed within 10 years. And as a best practice example that relates to what Life already said is that we really have to invest in further education of the leaders, that they can handle these situations properly and give the flexibility. Very often it's small things people need that makes their life much easier.
And Life, I'll go to you. What are the main recommendations that you would offer?
I think we need to agree that we cannot continue like we're currently doing. Right? We can simply not afford it. The healthcare system is not set up in such a way that we can afford people getting older in bad health. Not only from a financial perspective, also from a resource perspective. The people that are supposed to take care of these patients are just not there. The other thing is I think the demographic issue is still underestimated. I mean, that's a time bomb. That's ticking time bomb right there. Where are we in Switzerland right now? 1.29 or something. That just won't work in the longer term. So we have to get our act together. And I think we as private companies, we are well aware that we have a strong role to play, and I think we started to work on that at least within Merck. But I also think others do similar. But is not the problem is too complex, or the challenge is too complex for just one involved party to solve it. Right? We need to work hand in hand also with the government on health policy, with the healthcare system, with society overall, right? To overcome some of these cliches and societal hurdles that are standing in our way. But now is really the time to act, because these are long-term problems in a way, but when they are too far down the road, they become increasingly difficult to fix.
And Sylvia, I think that's when we start thinking of longevity, right? When we get to the point when we're later years of life, and it's too late to fix. So
it's completely too late. We think we are trying to address the dementia Alzheimer that is taking the whole globe by surprise, and is taking over $15 trillion of income loss. But trillions of dollars, I mean, I lose how many zeros there are there, on dependency issues, when we know that nearly 50%, and this is the research that has been proven, can be preventable. But we're not hearing how to prevent it. So I think the youth needs to know how to take care of the brain. When you take care of the brain, your body follows. Brain health is fundamental. Women inclusion and healthcare, preventative medicine, and all of the rest follows once you have health, because without health we have nothing. So thinking from the beginning, from 0 to 100, is not point to look at the end and trying to fix the end. Let's go all the way to where it starts. And fertility.
And how, from your perspective, Sylvia, how do we, bridge these specific moments in life and the specific support systems that we're offering to address this? What does that look like to address it all the way from the beginning to the end? What is the work that we're driving, the partnerships we're forming?
How much time do we have? It's a very complex question. In truth, it's a private-public. It will come, the motivation and the work, it has to come from the private sector, because public institutions will never take risk because it means losing their jobs. So it has to come from the private sector, basically. And what it means is education first, collaboration. It's a transversal collaboration between all the sectors. The financial sector needs to be there, and they need to think that health is part of having financial resilience. Labor means taking care of the health of the people that works within you, planning ahead. The canvas of life is not just up until you retire. You need to think about past retirement, because it's not anymore how we know it. You might be retired and you have another 40 years of your life. How many times are you going to be eating spaghetti and thinking how wonderful it is? It's just, you have to plan ahead. And no one is telling us that. So it's a whole change. It's like a CIA panel where you have to think, okay, this is what it is. That's not working anymore. Let's start again. We live into 100 from beginning to end. What does that mean? It's a systemic change. It's a standards change. It's a governance change. Yeah.
I love that, Sylvia. It was really well capped in the short time. But again, so I'll open it back up to the audience if there's been a few minutes to think, if there's any questions. Please.
What could help removing... Thank you. Hello, thank you. What could help removing the barriers for fathers to become real equal co-parents, especially during those rush years? Thank you.
I see some thinking. Life, I don't want to point to you.
I can speak only from a perspective of our company. I think it has a lot to do with the culture and sort of the leadership around, you know, what is acceptable in an organization. Like in 20 years ago, or maybe 10 years ago still, the idea of a parental leave was, if you want to have a career, I think you better not go down that path, right? I think that has changed. Dramatically. So there is a mindset shift, a cultural shift that we need to have regarding equality in that space, and that is not necessarily a bad thing when somebody leaves the office at 4 to take care of a child and maybe then puts in another hour later during that day, right? It's fine. It's okay. And my experience, practical experience, is that people who take care of kids actually are very practical in handling also business topics. They know how to get things done in a reasonable time frame. So I think it has a lot to do with culture.
Yeah. And I think inevitably, right, it's also being open about that. I think youth also follow example in the workplace, whether it's good or bad. So I think communicating on that when you are fulfilling parental responsibilities, whether you're a mother or a father, is definitely key to the mindset shift.
Yeah, you need role models in the company, right?
I see a few questions, so we have some time, so we can do 2 more, I think.
So I read an article, and it was an NHS nurse who put in an extra hour because she had to pick up her kids. She was a single mom, and she had to pick up the kids from school, and they fired her, actually. So, I mean, she wasn't transparent because she knew that the management wouldn't accept, and I'm sure she would have put the extra hours in, but she actually got dismissed for 6 months, immediate. So I'm just saying, I don't know.
And if I might say about that, that's a very good point. Just in the UK, I presume that's in the UK, right? So in the UK, the current policy is to be able to earn a pension, you need to earn more than £10,000 on one job. When more than 30% of women have multiple jobs and earn a lot more than 10,000, but they're not granted access to the social healthcare service and pension. That's how policies have been set up by men.
Full-time working men without caring for the families.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't happen in our company.
Of course.
Reasonably.
I mean, but I think what's important there is also, right, again, we focused a bit on formal workplace settings where maybe it's not a shift worker or an hourly worker, but taking care of health and caregiving responsibilities and being able to make those life choices should also, you know, expand outside of those formal settings. And I think that's from the policy perspective. Companies can enable that. I think Merck, our caregiver leave benefit, also applies to the shift workers, manufacturer workers that are, you know, they're hourly, that might need to, they can't stop if their kid's sick during the work week, or they need to take care of their own health. So I think that's an excellent point. I see a question in the back that.
It's not a question, it's a comment. I can talk loudly. Look to the Nordics. It's what you said. It's all about the system. In the Nordics, it doesn't matter if a father or mother go home because the kid is sick. No company will look down on a man going to pick up in the kindergarten, staying home, bringing the kid to the work. But the parent leave, we don't call it mother leave any longer, we call it parent leave. For that year, most of the men have 50% of their time. The good thing with women is that they have children 1 time in their lifetime. Men have it often 2 times because they meet a younger woman that also want to have children. So the system actually make it more safe to hire women in the Nordic than men. It's all about the system.
Thank you. I see it with a white sleeve.
Thank you. Then just to add one question, because obviously women's health is also a huge field for innovation, given that there's so much that still can be done. Can you talk a little bit about what's exciting? What products or services can women look forward to? What are you guys maybe working on when it comes to women's health?
Is that a specific question for the Merck panelists? I think we can also maybe approach it from, an innovation perspective. Sylvia, you look like you have something to add.
Yes, we see within GI longevity, we see a lot of platforms, and there is certainly a lot of momentum right now. So in brain health, we know our brain has a completely different structure when we're going through the process of adolescent and then perimenopause. So that's been tested and analyzed. We're a lot more invested, is been going into it, and we've seen that it's different and it requires different healthcare. So there is a lot of applications now coming up for that. How to manage this, education about it. This is wonderful. I think it needs to be. There's a long way to go before the leaders realize what happens. There is no women going crazy. We just need the right support. And additionally to that, on health, we are seeing a lot more care on mental health as well. There's a lot more innovation because also women, we suffer a lot more with mental health. No wonder if the symptoms and the issues are there. No one is telling us that that's normal, and they're telling us, oh, that's nothing to worry about, which is what a normal GP will tell you, because they haven't been trained. It's not even their fault. They haven't been trained. How can you know? So there's a lot more support and care about that, about the anxiety, the depression, the things, the symptoms, the body symptoms that we get. And so that's innovative.
Yeah, and I think to the symptoms issue, Sylvie, for a lot of indications in disease areas, often, women's symptoms go unidentified or confused for something else. So hand in hand with the innovation, we're tackling, we're also addressing those critical system gaps, getting access to care, getting access to providers that know what this looks like for women and what to do about it. So
I just want to build on that. I think even before any innovation, I think awareness would already awareness about the specificities of the female body and their different response to drug interventions and other things would already dramatically help, even before any groundbreaking device or pharmaceutical innovation.
I have a small trick. I always ask if I get a new medicine, for example, was this tested with women? So it causes a lot of
back
irritation.
to where we already were.
A lot of irritation. I don't know. But I think the more all of us ask this question, this will slightly change the perspective.
I think we have time for one more question. I'll just add one piece as well when we are talking about technology. When you go into your doctor's appointment, I did have a friend as well who said they now go in with their AI recorder. So when a doctor is writing down their symptoms, they're also keeping track of their own and being an advocate for their own health. Because often when they're writing those down, it might be overlooked, it might be missed. But using some of these digital tools to also help that puts women's health in their own hands as well. Something interesting I heard, but please.
Thank you so much. I'm an investor in female health companies, and I would be especially wondering to corporations, when we talk to companies trying to implement innovation into companies to advocate their employees, I see still a lot of resilience. What would you suggest would be the right approach to go and tackle the management, the board, the HR, to actually start creating more awareness, being open for innovation, to move it into this, to the employees, because I still see a lot of resilience there. And very often the feedback is that is a private thing everyone took care of. It's not our job to provide that to the employees. I'm still a bit hesitant to how to react to that, but I would be interesting to hear a solution how to approach companies better to be maybe more successful for innovation.
Yes, actually, it's very simple. Show them the money. There's a lot of money to be made. The data is very clear about that. And if you show them how much more they could make, if they could be inclusive of the healthcare of women, they're missing out. They're the ones that are going to be left behind. Are you not finding that?
No.
All right.
Especially when it comes to the topic of menstruation and menopause topics, they think it's a taboo topic. We don't want to talk about that. It's not our job, and we don't feel comfortable addressing these subjects. So there is still a lot of, I would say, shame and taboo. And so far the numbers don't work.
All right.
Let me just build on what you said, Sylvia. I would recommend to sort of keep it away from the HR CSR corner, and make clear that women's health has a business impact, is a business necessity. You know, by coming back to my previous point on labor productivity and these things, we cannot afford to ignore it, but not make it somebody's pet project. That's one of 15 other initiatives. I think we need to bring it closer to the business necessity, and then I think the traction will follow.
Thank you.
Great. That was a quick wrap up to that question. I think we have a few minutes left if there's one more. All right.
You know, I agree it should be the companies that work on this, but companies are so driven by short-term results, which I have exactly the same experience as you. So what can we do to get companies to understand that we have to invest in long-term, it's not even long-term, but a change that doesn't impact my next quarter results or end-year results? So what are useful strategies?
Yeah, I think it's a question that we're all grappling with. And
the big four, actually, the big investment funds in the world, they put longevity as one of those. And within that is women's health. So I think if you go into the BlackRock report, if you go into the biggest issues that are happening in the world, this is at the top of it. So I will talk to maybe women leaders, and I will, obviously you can't go against the flow, but I will go for the biggest. Go to the top of the agenda, the ones that can have the biggest impact. You get one, you get the rest. That's what I will do. That's how we're working. Otherwise, it's too hard.
Thanks, Sylvie. And I think, like I referenced earlier on the panel, the recent World Economic Forum, their Women's Health Investment Outlook. And I think there's some good insights there as well on some of the white space. And as we're increasingly having these conversations on what the compounded impact is to economic return, social investment, I think it's only more clear that we continue to drive these conversations and push for it. So thank you so much for the questions, and to the panelists for such a great discussion. We started at a very high level on some of the broader economic impacts and also the consequences of not acting. And then we got to address some of the questions at the end here on how can we continue to push this forward in industry settings, in workplace settings, to advance and invest in women's health. So it's lovely to bring this to a close, and thank you again.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Parisa, and I'm a youth delegate here with the World Woman Davos Agenda, and I'm very excited to be announcing our next session, Women in the Middle East Shaping the Digital Future. And I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Ms. Constanza Schweinsteiger, Senior Partner at Roland Berger.
Thank you, and welcome everybody, dear all, to our next session in the name of the whole Roland Berger team here. It's on women in the Middle East shaping the digital future. Most of you have probably been around for at least today or maybe even yesterday and have seen what is the main topic for this year in Davos. It's AI, so it's tech. And it's all about the digital future. So that's what makes the relevance of looking at it from a gender perspective. What do we need to become part of the change? Where is it? How do we see the change happen and the transformative power to unfold? It's not only the tech dimension, but it's people who make it happen. We need people who can adapt to what is being offered, who are ready to see opportunities and are able to translate it into their daily practices. People able to convert it into business ideas and a different way of running business. Shaping the future by inventing new businesses and setting up startups. The Middle East as a region and a process of massive transformation is an interesting area to study what transformation can unfold and unleash on power. And what women play a role in it. Is it a major role, and what does it need for them to become part of the change and the transformation? I'm happy to discuss and share insight of the importance of digital literacy and inclusion as a fundamental skill to shaping the digital future. Please welcome with me my three distinguished speakers. To my left, it's Kariman Abul-Jadajel. I really tried hard before, sorry. You are really a distinguished role model in Saudi Arabia and KSA as an Olympic participant, being one of the first women in sports and being also a Guinness record holder. So we are really pleased and happy to have you here to represent the individual personal experience in what is important in terms of digital literacy when designing your own perspective and career. With me is also my colleague, Dr. Fred van Gijsendam. Happy to have you, Fred. You are an expert on Middle East, located there and working a lot on all aspects of the human impact on the workforce, on AI revolution and transformation. And then we're pleased to have Shahid Al-Rashed, the Chief Growth Officer of Agility. And Shahid, you're not only the Chief Growth Officer, but you were a student in engineering in the United States. You worked in the US and in KSA. You experienced the Western perspective and then are part of shaping this transformation in KSA that is going on at the moment. So really happy to have you and discuss with you.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here.
Kariman, to start out with you, what role did digital literacy and AI skills played in your career shaping? Did it empower you to enhance your performance, personal branding, and career opportunities as an athlete? Maybe you can talk a little bit about it.
I just want to say that I'm very lucky to be speaking here as an athlete because I'm also an architect. And if you were to talk to me about architecture, that's a whole different topics. AI and architecture, they don't just get along. But AI and sports, actually, because we know, like, why do you watch sports? Because we want to see human emotions. So I know for a fact, and I'm very lucky, and I'm in a field where I know that AI is not going to wipe up my whole field. It's going to enhance it. It's going to evolve it, and it's very important. I use AI. I'm not ashamed to say that I am. Why? Because I want to enhance my performance. And one of the things that you can do is talk to it, but give it context, because AI is just it's a computer. It's just numbers. You humanize the whole experience. Give it context. Talk about, like, you want to be the best. You're an athlete. You want to make sense of these information out there, and it worked wonders for me because. And I think it's gonna become even bigger, because in our field, we really need, like, we are striving to be the best. How can we be the best? There are so many elements in the field of sports that you need to work on. You have the physiology, you have nutrition, you have physical. We cross with a lot of sectors like health and well-being, and so we need to work on each one of them, and AI can help you advance into that. And I hope in the future, not only we can just talk to AI, we can actually have AI interpret our visual content. So, for instance, because in the field of sports, not everyone is fortunate to have a personal coach. You have to share your coach with athletes, and sometimes the coach can't pay enough attention to you. So what they do usually is take a video. So I wish AI in the future can interpret that video and analyze the biometrics and how can I evolve, because at the end of the day, sports is a game of numbers. So how can I be faster? And there are so many things that you do in your daily life that can make you become faster and stronger. Sleep, your VO2 max, your everything. So it's all about incorporating AI and not afraid to use it to enhance your performance in the field of sports.
So I think it's basically sports is a wonderful field of this general idea that AI can individualize all experiences a lot better than we were able before.
Yeah, exactly, because each athlete is it's different. So you can't use the data out there and then readjust it. So AI can help you customize the whole experience. Yes,
exactly, and it's in sports definitely, but also in other areas we will see that things become a lot more customized, individualized, and shaped to your personal profile and needs. Thank you for that. Shahid, what challenges can hinder women's transition in tech entrepreneurship and executive roles, to compare it maybe to the sports experience? Is there anything that is very specific about this?
Thank you for that question. So if we think about women entering technology sector, we need to think about the whole pipeline, and it really starts with talent. In the MENA region where I'm from, we are gifted with a wealth of talent. If we look at Saudi Arabia, about 40% of STEM graduates are women. That outpaces the Europe and the US. So we already had a very strong foundation of talent. So what happens is the issue is conversion. Conversion starts with sponsorship, access to capital, networks. So that's really where conversion happens in the pipeline. The pipeline starts strong with a strong talent pool, but we need women. There's too few women reaching roles with operational leadership, with P&L responsibility, with investor-facing roles. And these are the roles that really produce CEOs and founders. So what works across the globe is sponsorship. people with decision-making ability, helping reach those stretch roles. And that's the way you can really turn this talent, very strong talent surplus, into a leadership surplus.
Exactly. And that's probably, we discussed it before the session, Shahid, that it's a topic that is a global challenge, basically,
Yes.
how to convert it. But Fred, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I would like to react to that because I think, I mean, it's really inspiring what you're sharing. It's also something that we see, and I think where other regions in the world can learn something from. Because indeed, the female participation to STEM programs is indeed much higher, and it's not by coincidence. This is the result of really like a full life cycle approach, from my point of view, where there are already initiatives taken from the very beginning, when children are born, to see, okay, how can we integrate digital in the parenting relationship? It's about making sure that the content of the education programs already in the primary schools is gender neutral. It's we see initiatives in Qatar, for example, taken by MCIT, the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology in Qatar, where they put girls with an interest into coding, where they put them together and they let them learn together and explore together. So there are really a lot of initiatives taken. So it's not a coincidence that we get to that result. And with regards to your question on, okay, what's then the next step? It's exactly that, and I think the next step for the region is now to make sure that the attention and the funds also go to, okay, how can we build on that strong basis and convert that into executive positions, female leadership in startups and digital startups, and yeah, that will be an exciting next step to take, I think.
If I may, Constance,
Sure,
I
just
really
go ahead.
fully agree with what you're saying. And I like when you say it's not by chance, it's by design. So like you said, the Qatar experience, the Gulf is really going through a major economic transformation. And the transformation is being driven by human capital and job creation. And in Saudi Arabia, where I'm from, and I'm very proud to see, it really wasn't by chance or an accident. This transformation was built into a national strategy. And you can see the results in terms of numbers. If you look at women in the technology sector, it went from 7% in 2018 to 35% today. It's real. I've lived through this shift, and it's incredible. And also, female entrepreneurship doubled from 21% to 42%. So very strong transformation driven by a national strategy. And yeah, I agree. It's a big change happening now.
And I can just say, sorry.
Sure.
I totally agree with you. Vision 2030 is not just numbers. It's actually, we are living proof that Vision 2030 is working, and I'm very proud to be a product of our Saudi national vision. And I'm hoping to see even more girls in the sports sector and in the sector of technology and STEM.
Fred, you co-authored in Qatar the digital index for digital inclusion. You studied it. Is there anything that we can learn from digital indices and data-driven insights into this development? You just discussed that this is not by chance, but this is the result of basically policies that are set up and targets that are being set up. What would you think we can learn from this Middle Eastern experience?
Sure. I think, digital inclusion is a topic that is really looked after globally by many institutions. And indeed, you referred to the work done by MCIT Qatar on the Digital Inclusion Index. It's quite unique in at least two ways. First of all, it doesn't just provide you with the number to compare your country versus other countries, but it also looks into specific population segments: older people, younger people, nationals, international talent, and also male versus female. So it allows you to really take that lens and look, okay, where are the differences and how can we make sense of the difference? And when it comes to making sense of the differences, the index also allows you to see, okay, to already do a root cause analysis, in fact, to see, do people have access in the first place? Is it affordable? Are they able? Is there content for them? Are they motivated? So it really lets you do this root cause analysis. So it was a very useful tool to look into, for example, male, female, where are the differences? And interestingly, the research finds that, in fact, female do not perform less good in digital inclusion. Quite the opposite. They are more digitally included than the males. And when we presented the results for the first time, there was like, yeah, but this probably has to do with the high share of expat males, low-skilled expat males that are not included. But even if we put that apart, the result remains. So it was very interesting. And when the government then asked, okay, where do we need to put our money in order to push up, for example, female entrepreneurship in digital, well, it's not in the basic inclusion, because the basic inclusion is already there. It's really to make sure that this level, that this basis can be used as an accelerator to convert that into the executive positions, into entrepreneurial ideas, into taking the leadership roles.
Mm-hmm. Shahid, maybe to take that over to the business world, and how far do you think advanced skills can help women, and especially AI skills, help them to become more relevant in executive roles?
So I think advanced digital skills and AI are essential. I think they are an enabler. However, I don't think they change anything for women specifically, because everybody has access to these technologies. It is changing the way we work overall. So I think we shouldn't think about a skills gap. It's more of an opportunity gap. Technology doesn't change structures, it's systems that do. We have to be careful not to treat more skills as a silver bullet that's going to fix everything, when the underlying architecture really is the same. So in my mind, it's a perception gap. And if you think about, you talked about entrepreneurship. So globally, only 2% of VC funding goes to women-founded companies. And if you look in the region, it's probably closer to 1%. And if you look at the investor base, how many women investors there are, it's around 12%. So people invest in the familiar. And that's really where the gap is. To me, yes, advanced digital skills and AI will change the way we work, and it's important, and we should encourage more women to upskill. However, digital tools don't really create opportunity. The system design does, and that's where we need to focus.
So in the end, it goes back to policies. It goes back to how do you want to see the change unfold, and what role do you see for women in this to take over?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's basically in the Middle East just the very same situation as we see everywhere else.
Yes.
But we can see that policies changed the landscape a lot in a short time. And I think that is really one of the key learnings that we should highlight. Kariman, in what ways did you use data-driven insights, and you spoke about it before, and digital platforms to advocate for greater investment in women's sports? And did this influence your role as a leader and role model? The platforms that are given by social media and so forth.
I mean, it's... In general, digital literacy is extremely important for women, and I'm going to talk about it from a performance standpoint, because it helped me understand who I am as an athlete. And I realized at the end, like, I'm striving to be the best athlete, but in the end, striving to be the best athlete means only to be a healthy human being. So if you're healthy, that means that you're actually going to be a strong athlete. So how did I become that? Like, you have so many, in this day and age, we have so many things that we can work on. We have our fitness trackers. We have those tests that test our VO2 max, which is a standard for your cardiovascular system, and that makes you understand more your performance. And we have what is your resting metabolic. I'm going to be very specific here, and that makes you understand more your nutrition, and so on and so forth. And I love that today, not so 10 years ago, that we actually have those fitness trackers at our disposal. Like you find a lot of people wearing them, and what I really advise people to make sense of it, because they really teach you a lot, and I use it in my performance. For example, if I have my resting heart rate elevated 10 beats in one day, I understand that I really exhausted myself. And that means that I have to take it down a notch in today's workout. So these things really help you become healthier, and that's what's the whole point is. My whole point is not to advocate to be the best athletes in the world. The whole point is to be the best you can become. And if you want to be an Olympian, go for it, but just lead a healthy life. And my role here is, when I started, there were no data about female women in Saudi Arabia, because I was among the first. So I started collecting my own data, going to lab results and doing these tests, the VO2 max tests and everything. And I collected a lot throughout in the last 10, 12 years. And I'm actually sharing those results with entities that are aligned with my vision. So at the end of the day, you have to be an advocate. You have to tell advise the young female athletes and females in general to use those platforms to lead a healthy lifestyle.
Understood. And Shahid, back to you, to the more business perspective on things. What role do companies like Agility play in then ultimately having female talent in the company and give them an opportunity to grow?
So at Agility, I report to a female CEO, which is very rare in the region. And growth really isn't about individuals. It's about the system and the rails around them. So those rails include digital platforms, networks, which we talked about, capital access and market connectivity. Through our venture arm, Agility Ventures, we invest in digital enablers. We invested in a company called Zid, based in Saudi Arabia. Zid takes small and medium-sized businesses and brings them online, helps with their payment processing, fulfillment, in simpler logistics. And through Zid, we were able to help many SMEs. And this matters because 40% of SMEs in Saudi are led by women. So there's a knock-on effect.
And I think that is really also a strong message in it's underlying what you said before. So Fred, to come to an end here, can we say that, and I think all of you made the point, that policies make the difference? Or is it the perception, and is it role models, and is it education, is it social surrounding?
I would say it's all of that, of course, in a way, because you need to bring all those building blocks together. And I think the Middle East is there really a good example, where there was really like a very holistic approach to, okay, this is what we want to reach, what are the building blocks that we need for that, and how can we bring them together? And I think that's really the behind the successes that we see. And indeed, like you highlighted, the successes are not only, I mean, I'm founding the next digital startup, or I'm an executive in a digital company. This is a success, of course, but there are successes in all sectors. In sports, like you say, where women can use digital to just perform better, but you can pretty much apply that to any sector. And I think that's the treasure, I would say, that the Middle East has right now. I mean, because we saw it, we looked into the figures. The women are more digitally included. They have the digital basis, and they can do something with that. And they can do something with that in any sector where they end up. And I think this treasure and doing something with it is really the next step now.
Okay, then we have a few minutes left, and maybe it gives us the opportunity for all of you, each of you, to come up with a short sentence that you want to send across as the last message on the topic. Is it policy? Is it ladies go? Is it use AI? Kariman, what would you say if you shout it out loud?
Don't be shy to ask questions, and don't be shy to ask questions to AI. It's fine. Don't be embarrassed. I mean, it's here to help, so use it. It's not considered cheating. It's fine.
Maybe I will build on that because indeed, use AI. I'm a big fan of that, but we should also realize that moving forward, performance will be driven by both your AI skills and your intrinsically human skills. So take care about both and see how both can reinforce each other to really bring you to the next level. I think that will be increasingly important. Yeah.
And I think mine will be believe in the talent that is already there. Believe in the women and their talent and what they're able to do. We've already gone leaps and bounds from in a few years. Just imagine where we will go from here.
Wow, that was strong. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, then do we have time for questions or not? No. Okay. Okay. So thank you so much for listening in to us, and see you in the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And this was a last minute, very fortunate incident that Her Highness Sheikha Shamam could join us. And it's our honor to have you here with us. Thank you so much. Every year during World Women Davos Agenda, we present the World Women Hero Award. Last year, our Hero Award went to Dr. Ngozi. And this year, we did a global search. And with the global search, we realized we have a phenomenal, extraordinary leader from Middle East, not only shaping and shifting the cultural narrative of the region, but also shaping the future for the women of Middle East. It's my extreme honor to hand over the award to Constance from Ronald Berger team and invite the Sheikhat on the stage to take the award. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we have an important session right now with the US-India Partnership Team. I would like to invite Dr. Mukesh Agi to join the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So with that, we'll move into our session with USISPF, Power of Dialogue, Advancing the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. And I would like to welcome Dr. Mukesh Agi onto stage. He is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum.
Thank you. Thank you, Parisa. And This is an important topic, and I'll tell you why. Because it impacts almost 3 billion people. So before we get into conversation, let me invite my panelists. First one is Bhavna, heading the HP in India itself as the CEO there. Bhavna. Then I have Renata Casato coming in from Tristy. We just did an event together. And then I have Aparna from Zoom. Welcome. I think IMAC is a concept which is taking shape very, very fast. India, Middle East, European corridor. It impacts initially 8 countries, starting from India, and it basically copies the old Silk Route, where Europeans would come to India and pick up spices, silk, gold, and take it back to Europe. And the objective here is to rebuild that golden road itself. And the combined GDP of these countries is roughly around $47 trillion. But more important is the impact it has on over 3 billion people is going to be very, very significant. So I think on that note, why don't we just have a couple of minutes of opening remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A session, and then discussion with the audience itself. So let me ask Renato to start with.
Yep. So just a round of introduction, right?
Yeah.
So Renata Casaro from Schaeffler AG, a German company based in Bavaria. I'm based personally in Berlin, heading the department of small department of global risk and macroeconomic analysis.
Thank you. I'm Bhavna Agrawal. I'm the MD for HPE in India. Absolutely a pleasure to be here and hear from all of you. Thank you so much for inviting me here.
And I'm Aparna Bawa. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Zoom. I'm sure you've heard of it. We're an AI-first platform, obviously enabling human connection through collaboration and multiple products. We're not just meetings, folks. We're not just meetings. But.
Well, thank you. Welcome. I think we have 3 corporate leaders from 3 different geographies, running large companies, complex companies in complex environment. Let me ask Renata first. The first question. You basically handles geopolitical risk for Schaeffler, looking at where they are basically moving forward. And how do you see IMAC as an opportunity when you look forward, having this corridor being built between India, Middle East, and Europe?
Yes, it's very important. We are a manufacturer, so we are active in the automotive, industrial, so rail, planes, wind turbines, defense, off-road. So we make things, right? We produce things. And if you consider that we use every day 7,000 tons of steel, which is 1 Tour Eiffel worth of steel, and we moved in a year 27,000 TEUs in terms of containers, this gives you an idea how much trade corridors are important for us. We're present globally, but APAC totally is 14% of our sales, which are 25 billion, so it's not really peanuts. And India, of course, is the biggest contributor. We are in India since 65 years. And we are there with a growth of 12%. So considering that the other most important country in APAC is Japan, and also that in the automotive, but also the industrial, robotic, renewable energy sectors, and infrastructure give incredible drive and chances in the area. That's why for us it's important also to look into the IMEC as a trade route in which we want to be more present, because we'll also reinforce our commercial investment in the Mediterranean, not only in Eastern Europe, as we've done historically, and of course US, and of course China. That's, of course, that's a given in a sense.
Well, thank you. IMAC is not just a physical corridor. The whole objective is to, yes, drive the traffic, the trade, skills, but it's also a digital corridor. And Bhavna, you are basically running HP India, and HP has the honor of having the fastest supercomputer in the world now. And hopefully one day it'll shift to quantum. But you're doing a lot of manufacturing in India, leveraging, and you have a large headcount of people supporting global environment also. So tell us from your perspective, when you look at building a corridor from a digital perspective, your thoughts.
I completely agree with you when you say that it's not just another physical corridor. It is actually a very strategic economic corridor. And when you look at that, it's also about future-proofing connectivity. It's also about future-proofing the supply chain challenges in an increasingly fragmented world. Right now that we are looking at, we talked about some of the geopolitical issues some time ago. There's so much that's happening right now. And for IMAC to work really well, I think the digital infrastructure needs to be extremely important. That needs to be like the backbone. And if I were to just simplify it even further, I think it'll need to do three things very well. One is connect, second is compute, and third is security at scale. And if you were to just compare the entire connect part with the nervous system of the entire IMAC, it needs that seamless digital connectivity. It needs that high capacity data networks so that data can move a lot faster than physical goods. Similarly, when you were to look at the entire compute piece, a lot of action is going to happen, on the ports, railways, maritime, the energy hubs, logistics hubs, everywhere. And that's where it's really important that that intelligence needs to be brought in, whether people are operating at the edge or in the cloud. So that's the second part. And third is, which is the most important part of all, which is security at scale. Because I think IMAC will completely fail if it does not really have this built-in resilience and security built into it from day one.
Which is true. And I think, leveraging the payment gateway, for example, and providing security on that, and you are doing quite a bit of that in India. But let me come to Aparna. COVID came, and everybody got to know Zoom. And the concept of distributed workforce became much more efficient, effective. And I think the younger generation is still hooked on to that. They don't want to come back to the office, and they want to leverage Zoom. But I think more important is you replaced some of the older technology of Cisco and IBM and basically democratized Zoom in a very fast manner. So your perspective, when you look at a distributed workforce working across the corridor, and how do you see that moving?
Absolutely. Yes, we did. We came of age, I guess, during COVID. But really, the Zoom story is all about empowering human connection and for businesses and for governments alike to drive economic activity. If you think of what the use cases were in COVID and even what we continue to do now, and I do agree that, I tell my son that you need to go back. If you're going to get a job, you need to go into the office. He's only 17, but he still has had an internship. He's like, I can do it from home. I said, well, no, you drive now. You should try to go in because that's how you learn. You watch other people. You watch your mentors. That's how you learn. But I would say the flip side of that, we have demonstrated case studies all across India, all across the Middle East. It is bringing economic opportunity to areas where they wouldn't otherwise have it and growing that GDP in that way. So for example, in India, we've done a lot of work around creating sort of workplace circles. If you think about the woman in India who lives in a village, who it's tough for them to leave the village. Their husband might go somewhere into the city, but and stay there for extended periods of time and make a living. But if you are able to leverage your capability close to home, still take care of your traditional job duties that you cannot escape and maybe don't want to escape, you can still contribute to the economy, to your family, bringing paychecks. My aunt, actually, my own aunt, She runs and I'll have a nonprofit where the whole purpose is to bring infrastructure and skilling to areas of India, especially for women, where they can't access it. And this type of digital corridor really enables that and makes these kinds of economic opportunity much more global.
Well, last year we had President Trump speak at the summit, and he zoomed in. And
he did zoom in, I'll tell you that.
And now he's back to the office, so he's coming back. So
we also power a lot of the video services from the WEF, so it's WEF enabled, but we're in the back.
Great. Well, good commercial for you. Bhavna, basically, technology is going to play a very pivotal role as we build this corridor. Yeah. Ports, airports, payments, cyber are trying to integrate complex technology on platforms which can talk to each other. How do you see this moving forward? Because what you have is areas where some countries are not talking. You have Israel in the middle. You have basically Jordan there. You have Saudis. And then moving forward to the Europe itself. Your perspective on that?
As I talked about, the entire digital layer needs to be the backbone, Mukesh, for it to really succeed. And when we are talking about that, we also need to see that, especially when it's a highly fragmented, multi-region corridor, and not just the entire power, thankfully, is not concentrated on just one region, which is actually a good thing because there's a lot more that will pass through multiple regions. So that's a good thing. But because it's also strategic, it needs to ensure that it should be able to see things the way things are, especially digitally, right? When the action is happening, you should be able to see that what is really happening on the port, what is really happening in the energy hub, what is really happening logistically. And for that, you need that data to be seamless. So I think that is really important, that how do you put those sensors out there, how do you deploy the right technology for everybody, every stakeholder who's involved in this to see things in a standardized manner and not really concentrated on one side. And secondly, very important that when you're looking at that, when I talked about earlier the intelligent edge piece, you should be able to use technology to be able to think and take decisions locally and not really centrally weeks later. I think that's also going to be an important part. Third piece, if I were to just further add to it, you need to see that when you're doing that, how do you remove a lot of manual decision making and automate as much as possible so that you're able to move a lot faster, especially when we're talking about a digital corridor. And at the bottom, everything needs to be resilient, secure, trusted platform so that when you're continuously scaling, you're going in a direction where everybody has a trusted framework, the way usually there is when there is a single region controlling it, but here being multi-region, you need to have that digital can actually play a really good leveling role in order to create a lot more transparency when you're trying to scale it up.
But the other factor is how do you manage, because cross-border, you do have among certain countries a sense of corruption. And they will resist this because technology brings a sense of transparency. And so how do you shift that culture?
I think this is the only way when you were to digitize it, when you have the transparency, when you have the sensors, there's a lot of decision making which otherwise would happen manually. And yes, in the beginning, there are always teething issues. Whenever you look at any technology, and I mean, yes, the only good side of a lockdown was that everybody started doing the meetings online, right? I mean, when in the beginning, everybody resisted because people thought that, it'll be very difficult to do work out of home. But similarly, when you're talking about some of these areas where in the beginning, people are going to resist, but when you slowly move that away, when you have dashboards where everybody is able to track, that is what will lead to a behavioral change. But that's the only way, because the moment you have everything running manually, then it's a black hole. You don't really know what's really happening.
Let me jump in on this because I 100% agree with you, Bhavna. One of the reasons I'm here in Davos, and every year we say the same thing, and it even exists in the United States. If you think of we don't have a centralized privacy framework. The EU and the US, we don't have a set. It still seems to change pretty frequently, but cross-border data flow is so important. And it is so, the thing that I try to say when I try to push for this is that it is an economic driver for your country. And when you put more restrictions, especially on restrictions on small and medium-sized businesses, and by the way, we're not a hyperscaler, so we don't have an unlimited checkbook. But if you put restrictions on best-of-breed innovators, suddenly you are not going to have enough competition. The country is not going to, over the long term, the country is not going to be able to leverage that economic opportunity. And it is going to be sort of going backwards in many ways. So I think continuing talking about this is not physical movement. So, I was just, the San Francisco to India route got changed in the last year, I would say. And there were lots of direct flights that, for good reason, could not operate anymore. And I was thinking to myself, goodness, if this were digital trade, we'd all be completely disadvantaged because you expect now that you're going to be able to wake up in where I live in Saratoga and have a call with my country manager in Bombay. You expect that. Yeah. And if you couldn't do that because you were subject to those same limitations, it's almost taking us backwards.
But Aparna, when you look at technology, especially Zoom, the access is limited people who have access to internet. But you have a vast number of population which don't have that access. And so they're not able to leverage those capabilities. So how do you basically avoid that digital divide and ensure that at least there's a empowerment and level playing field and opportunity for the masses?
I mean, that's a great question. Obviously, you need the internet for Zoom to work. What we try to do is, the product is such a simple architecture, and some of the reasons why we've been able to be so successful is if you look at it, we actually do the video and audio at the client. We're not in the cloud. It's not expensive for us to actually do the processing at the client level, and then it doesn't suck up resources. We have an incredible video performance, even in very, very low bandwidth situations. So I was on a trek in India, and I was able to get on work calls with crystal clear quality, video with challenging Wi-Fi. That in and of itself is a democratization. Do I have an answer for when there's no connectivity? No. But again, when you have digital transparency and you're able to provide capability to more percentage of the population, it does uplift that country economically, and that we have to sell that point. So when we want to do business in a country, we always talk about the economic gains. So if you have, if 50% of your population, depends on what your population is, but if 50% of your population is women, if you enable those women to work where they are, that helps you and grow your GDP. So that is sort of an argument that we as business also have to make.
Yeah, I have to say, a couple of months ago, Gaurav and I, we were up climbing a peak in Colorado and realized that we have a call in the next 5 minutes with the CEO for a large global company. And just on top of the peak, we just jumped in a Zoom call. It worked.
It will work.
So, and at least the background was beautiful.
And if you enable noise suppression, they don't even know where you are.
Yeah. Renata, basically, you focus on industrial automation, and this is a great opportunity as you look at the ports and airports and other areas. But also, there's a risk factor because we are living in a world which is kind of not stable. We're living in a world where the global order is shifting, and companies and countries are looking at holding back certain investments, but at the same time reprioritizing the investments, and IMAC becomes that priority which we are seeing in every aspect. But how do you manage risk? when you get into that environment?
Okay, it's important to stay positive in the current environment because for sure risk is always the first thing in our mind, but let's not forget the chances. I was reading yesterday the World Economic Forum risk report, not the whole 120 pages, that will be for the train later tonight, but in their executive summary, they mentioned three things: sustaining economic growth, accelerating innovation responsibly, which is an important adverb in my view, and build adaptive capacity. And in order to do that, they put forward the topic of better and more intense collaboration. It's interesting because this is exactly what was mentioned in our Customer Excellence Summit this week at Schaeffler. Our 4 divisions, our 4 regions were discussing this in deep after an important merge we did 2 years ago, which is now all concluded and integrated. And of course, collaboration is the most important aspect on which we need to convert into sales what is beautiful ideas that are in workshops, in slides, in strategy dialogues. So when it comes to risk, of course, diversification is the first thing that comes to the mind. But for a family-owned company like Schaeffler, we always were diversified. And I used to work 25 years in investor relations, of which 6 at Schaeffler. And I can tell you that sometimes the financial markets drive us corporate people crazy because of the short-termism. You may have some cohorts of investors who accept and understand diversification. It's good that you have 4 divisions. It's good that you are in 4 different countries. And then you need to do your capital allocation properly. But then sometimes you have investors who are too much on the next hype, or investment bankers and analysts that are too much on the next IPO they need to push. So if you would have listened to them, you would have put all your money on China, all your money on electric vehicles, nothing else, no industrial, no robotics, no factory automation, no planes, no trains, no renewable energy, no APAC, no Europe, no America. So the important thing is that in the corporate, it's good to listen to everything, but then also to look not only the short, but especially the mid and the long. And this is why I think there are chances for sure for us, especially in India, because we've been there 65 years. We have 3,600 employees. We have 6 factories. We grow double digit. And especially it's a country where you have 30 cars every 1,000 inhabitants. It's the #1 producer of agricultural machinery. So these are incredible chances for us. But I would say that in the continuum of IMEC, you have the Middle East, where there is infrastructure, and off-road is important. Also, in order to enable your networks to work, you need then trucks, and the trucks need bearings, and here we are with the bearings. And the other thing is that let's not forget not only the 7.4% growth of India, expected next year, but also Germany, Italy, France. We are flirting with 0, but maybe there are things we can do because, of course, it's not only about defense, it's also about infrastructure. And I'm a big fan of the Draghi report, and I think that you need to invest in education, you need to invest in networks, but you need to invest also in infrastructure. And being based in Berlin, I know what that means. You may know about the big blackout we got. And the 28th regime enabling companies to be more agile and cutting down red tape. I hope this becomes reality. Mrs. von der Leyen said something yesterday. Let's hope that this becomes reality, because that innovation, those startups, they cannot deal with 27 different red tape. And of course, the Mediterranean and the Mittelstand are a natural part of IMEC.
Well, thank you. Bhavna, when you look at the IMEC corridor, India, Middle East is a big portion. Women participation in workforce is very minimal. In fact, when you look at India, last over 10 years, women participation workforce is coming down. And you run a large team. Any thoughts, how do you increase that as you build the organization, as we look at IMEC from that perspective?
Yes, that's a very important point, and in fact, it spans across different industries, and especially when we talk about IMAC, even more important because it's not just about giving more opportunities. I think it needs to be, again, it needs to be built in from day zero and not as an afterthought. When you do that, when you look at women participation, when you look at inviting them to create opportunities at the board level, at the policy level, at the decision-making level, that's where you create a lot of role models. When that happens, there is a really nice, cascading effect when people start seeing that women, or the diverse workforce is out there making decisions and not just executing decisions. So that's the top layer, which is equally important than all the other layers. Then, the middle part is you need to ensure that there are enough and more opportunities. Especially, when we are looking at it from our side as well, this is exactly what we look at, that, the top and the middle when it comes to entrepreneurs coming and participating in IMAC, right? Software innovators. It's also about creating enough and more skilled laborers so that they're a lot more confident and, raise their hands and say, yes, we can participate, we can contribute. And thirdly, it's very important that we don't leave it to the government alone, especially when it comes to IMAC. We also ensure that public sector companies, private sector companies, they also take that responsibility to say that we will hire right? We will ensure that we also groom, we support over a period of time so that everybody, when you look at the entire pyramid, everyone is contributing and not just saying that, it's just a tick mark because it's something that is nice to have. It is definitely not. It is definitely the fabric of the entire, all industries put together. If you look at it, which is very intentional and not just an HR conversation, you will see magic happen. And it's very important because I definitely believe that, especially when it comes to an IMAC kind of a corridor, it's not going to be built on steel and data alone. It's going to be built on inclusion. It's going to be built on talent. It's going to be built on trust. So this is extremely important to be considered.
Thank you. Aparna, I remember when COVID happened and everybody started moving on to Zoom, the competition basically floated that Zoom is a Chinese company and you can't trust. And you guys did a fantastic job. It's an American company run by American Chinese and American Indians, and you basically dissipated all of that. Tell us about it, because it has a, how do you fight as you go through the IMEC corridor? Some of these rumors and enunciation has to be fought as you move forward, and that's a good story.
For me, I view it as, and in response to what Bhavana is telling, she's 100% right. There is economic opportunity to be had in every corridor. And you will get a lot of FUD. There's no other word to put it. There's a lot of FUD thrown at you. And you have to just be singularly focused on doing what you say and saying what you do. And I think that's how well, first of all, our founder, yes, he's ethnically Chinese, just as I am ethnically Indian, but I'm about as American as it gets. Actually, I can code switch pretty well. I think he's worse at it than me. But this is the beauty of America, and I think this is something that I have learned along the way. My parents came to America when we were very young, and they could do whatever they wanted. My dad was very adventurous. He was an IIT engineer. People asked me if I was in the military. My parents were in the military because we moved around so much. But no, there was opportunity to be had. You put yourself, my mother didn't work in India, but when she came to the US, she's like, I'm not sitting at home while these girls are at school. So she became a database administrator. I mean, right off the bat. This is the thing that economic opportunity provides to you. And I think the best way to demonstrate or to change a narrative, especially when it's false, is point out what are you doing for a region that is really uplifting the region. And when you talk about bringing more people or having a more inclusive workforce, even though the West seems more developed, I have to tell you, even in Silicon Valley, every time I speak, even in our company, there is a woman who will text me, and a female engineer will say, "Oh my God, you just call it like it is. I just love watching you." And it's a responsibility. You feel a responsibility to enable that person. If that is happening in Silicon Valley today, imagine what is going on in Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal. Like, that's insane. So not giving up, continuing to focus on your message. The reason we change that narrative is we, first of all, spoke the truth. And then we were very transparent on where, if we messed up, we messed up. If we were going to change something, we changed something. We were very transparent about it, and we told our customer base what we were going to do, and then we did it. So that consistency, that transparency, over time builds trust. And if you continue to do that, you can uplift, or at least make a small dent in uplifting broad swaths of the population.
Thank you. Bhavana, how do you manage those expectations as a women leader?
Every single day. I don't think this is an academic exercise, especially in our company. We take it super seriously. And that's the reason I've ensured that at least it's not an HR conversation. I've ensured every single leader in our company is responsible, intentional about doing this, not because, I want to say that, hey, we need to encourage more diversity, because scientifically it is proven when there are diverse forces, right, diverse opinions, it does lead to better productivity. So I focus on that we do this because of its merit, not because it's a good to have conversation. And which is the reason I said we do it every single day. We don't do it because, it's one day which we need to celebrate. We do it every day. It's like the fabric of the organization. And when you do that, it becomes effortless. It's like driving. When you're starting to drive in the beginning, you're like, what do I do? Brake, this, etc. But when you internalize this, and when people who believe in it also internalize, that's where it becomes effortless. And that's what we do.
That's great. Then out of your perspective, working...
You mean also more coming from the female angle? Because on this, I didn't add anything. For sure, I work for a company where there are many engineers. You can imagine, right? So in terms of women participation, actually the numbers we have in India are higher than in Europe. It's not a surprise, right? But things also happen gradually. When I started my career in banking in the 90s in France, you didn't need to talk about diversity. It was very diverse already, in terms of ethnic, nationality, and gender, and age as well. I worked in luxury in HPC. That was quite diverse. Of course, when you move to technology and to engineering and Germany, well, probably that's territory that needs still some rebalancing. So, of course, the things are moving, and especially things are moving also within the company. The more people connect and the more the teams are reshuffled, the more this is definitely helping. It makes also the company more resilient, because of course the perception of risk is also different, I would say. And for us, it's important also the youth aspect, the young citizen, the young voter, the young consumer, the young entrepreneur, the young employee. Well, this is an angle that also strategically we are looking at, even if we are doing B2B. Because in the end, what young people vote has also an impact on how countries progress, which the policies are taken, which infrastructure projects are privileged. So let's not think about young people only as demographic data. Germany, Italy, Japan, all the countries. India, Indonesia, young countries, there's more than that. And I think that in corporates, we do have a duty also to carry on this attention, besides what is all the, I would say, bad propaganda that in this moment is, I would say, polluting a bit the infosphere.
Can I just add one thing? This is so timely, because all of you ladies here in Davos are going to know what I'm talking about. But yesterday, names not to be mentioned, we were at a big dinner, so maybe 100 people or so, and we walked in. I walked in with my head of government affairs, who is probably a whole foot taller than me, maybe even more, actually, now that I think about it. And he's a big guy. Okay, so I'm small, 5'2". So, and there were people already talking. And to enter a conversation when you're 5'2" and everybody around you is 6 and above, it's a physical block. It's not an attitude. It's a physical block. You're all laughing. You know exactly what I mean. So, and they were blocking him. It was hilarious. And he looks at me, he goes, "This is what you go through, isn't it?" I said, "Oh yeah, all the time." I said, "But you know what? You have to be strategic. You cannot just be like, oh my goodness, I feel so bad. So I go sideways because I'm small." He's like, "Oh, I see your strategy." So I go sideways, I made space, and I brought him in. And he's like, "This is brilliant." So I would say, if you're going to talk about inclusivity, you can't wait for the world to include you. You have to be strategic. How are you going to do it? If you're small, you go sideways. Get it done.
That's true. That's I'm cautious of the time, and I'll open to the audience for questions. Think about it, but I just want to come back to you, Aparna. Zoom is at a stage where people are expecting, beat me up. In the sense is, I want to say AI technology. Where do you see the vision of Zoom as you move forward?
Yeah, so we leverage AI across our platform to make you more connected, to allow our users not to replace the human, but to make the human being better, to allow folks to automate repetitive tasks, make you more productive, allow for more creative pursuits, even spend time with your friends and family. Gosh, God forbid you do that. So that is the focus for us. And, we are the closest to the conversation. So if you ask, where the Hamilton saying, you got to be in the room where it happens, we are that first line where we are the room where it happens. And so we're very well primed positioned to help our end users take their conversations to completion. So for example, using AI to provide summaries of meetings, action items, notes. It will follow up for you. It might even schedule a follow-up meeting for you based on your own desired workflow that you want to put in. You can create a custom AI studio where you have personal coaches. It can take a look at your own meetings and sort of coach you. You'd have a more effective outcome if you said this and this and this. It is really user-directed. But there's so many use cases where you can use AI to make the human being much more productive, and that's what we're focused on.
That's great. Great. Questions? Well, let me just follow up then. We have 5 minutes, and I'm going to just throw a question at all of you. When you look at, you're very successful as a woman, and dealing in a very complex environment, industrial automation, it's more of a man's world. Technology tends to be also man's world. And I have to say one thing on India. Today, when you look at India, there's a picture, if you recall, where Obama and the team were looking at when they went and killed Osama bin Laden. You can see people were kind of mesmerized looking at that video. There's another picture of coming from India when India's mission to Mars happened. And there's a picture of all the people looking at it when it was making it to the orbit. And 70% of the people behind that success were women. Yes. And they all came from tier 2, tier 3 engineering schools, not IIT, which is the premier school itself. So the question I have to ask you is, because it's an extra struggle in corporate environment, what are the 1 or 2 principles which drove you, or your light path which made you successful? Renato, start.
I would say dare, and also resist any attempt, also from corporate cultures, to change your personality. That's quite important. As a leader, so this more in my career, as a leader, for me what is important is still to hire young, brilliant people. what I'm seeing in Berlin, too many companies not hiring. I see a resume growing with internship without end, because these young, brilliant minds that studies during COVID at the moment find, I would say, very not the right competition from ChatGPT and so on. I think AI is important for us, digital twins for sure, but let's trust in the young, brilliant minds that are leaving our universities. That's super important.
That's a very interesting question. There are so many things, but I'll try to try to remember two very clearly. So one thing that has really helped me throughout, and yes, I've been in rooms. I started career early, and I've been a co-founder of some of the companies, and I do remember being the only woman, the youngest, and the only woman. People don't take you seriously. It's only when you start earning your stripes. That's where they sit up and take notice. And it does take time. And I think what really helped me throughout was this resilience, which I've exercised every single day. I'd never say no to learning. I'm very, very curious when it comes to, and maybe, that's how I grew up, in a very highly competitive world, because there were very few role models. So all the more important that, I was out there learning and figuring out that, yes, I may not be the loudest voice in the room, but I really need to know what I'm saying, so that I can focus on the quality of the conversation and not the tonality of the voice, because that was extremely important. Second thing, again, what I always thought, that there is no limit to what you really want to do, as long as you're leading authentically. If you're true to who you are, you really know what you want to do, and not just really trying to fit in, because that's where you fumble. That's where you're like that. Do I really want to do this just because everybody else is doing it, and then you don't get it right. So I think being authentic to who you are, and that's what centers you, and being resilient, that has really worked. Yeah.
Thank you, Aparna.
So I'll just say that I think being who you are is critical. I am the same person at home with my husband. I'm the same person in this chair, same person at work, and same person with the board of our own company, on an outside board I'm on, same person. And sometimes it can be daunting because you're different than the people around you. But actually, what I've been told over and over in the last 2 decades, most of the people I come into contact with, or even my teams, they're like, that's why we like you. Because this is your superpower. You are who you are, and it's a breath of fresh air. And so I think harnessing that and remembering you don't have to change your personality, like Renata said, that's critical. Number 2, I got a nickname in law school. I went to law school. My nickname in law school was she's like Teflon. Not the chemical part, just the nonstick part. So don't use Teflon, yes, but the whole nonstick part is what you can say whatever you want to me. I'll be like, thank you very much. And if I don't agree with you, I just move on. So don't create a thick layer that you don't feel super sensitive, because people will say all sorts of stuff to you. And if you take every single thing to heart, of course it hurts your feelings. But if it affects your behavior, then you are hurting yourself, nobody else.
Thank you. Thank you to all three of you sharing your thoughts and experience. And a round of applause for the panelists, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead.
Either way. You can sit here and then come.
Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Parisa, and I'm a junior at Yale, and I'm a youth delegate here with the World Woman Davos Agenda, and I'm very excited to announce our next session. It's called Separol, Powering on the Green Industrial Revolution, Closing the Skills Gap for the Energy Transition. And I'm honored to introduce our session moderator, Ms. Alina Trapattoni, international journalist.
I welcome our wonderful speakers. We have two of them present. The third one is stuck in traffic, as happens in Davos and is quite common these days. But please do come on board. Thank you. Here we are, and we're enjoying quite nice weather here in Davos. I'm actually tempted to lighten up the load as well. So, but anyway, this is day 3, and it's been a very, very intense session here at the World Women Foundation, and I think it's been very interesting for all. We've had great speakers, and even better ones this afternoon, I like to say. But I'm going to jump straight in, because we literally have 30 minutes for this session, and we've got a lot to go through. We have here with us Sarah Steinberg, Head of Global Public Policy and Partnerships at LinkedIn. And also with us is Yvonne Ruff, Senior Partner at Roland Berger. And we're waiting for our third speaker, Jessica Chaivaya, Head of Public Affairs at Terra Capital. But in the meantime, I'm going to kick it right off and start with Sarah, with yourself. We're going to be looking at data-driven perspectives on green skills demand and opportunities that arise from these. So Sarah, my first question is, which green and green adjacent skills are growing fastest on LinkedIn? And where will these trends take us in coming years, in the next 5-10 years? What opportunities will they offer?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me. I'm really excited about this. At LinkedIn, we have been looking at green skills supply and demand for the last several years. And you asked about trends. So I'll start with the big sort of overarching trends. And the first one that I would highlight is I cannot overstate the extent to which human capital is going to be a limiting factor in making the transition to a sustainable economy. So for the 4th year in a row, we found that demand for green skills grew at twice the rate as supply. And the second sort of key trend that we're seeing is that for the first year in a row in our latest Green Skills report, we saw that green skills are actually predominantly in roles that we wouldn't traditionally consider green jobs. So I think this just sort of underscores the extent to which green skills are becoming sort of core business functions and necessary for businesses to really grow and compete and manage uncertainty in the environment that we're in. So things like operational efficiency, supply chains and procurement, energy management, waste reduction, adaptability to climate change are all skills that are growing incredibly quickly on LinkedIn. And then the third trend that I would highlight that is relevant here today and for all of us is there's a gender component to this too. So we find that women make up less than 1/3 of the green workforce. And this is this is challenging for a couple couple reasons. I mean, on the first hand, if we don't have the supply of green talent to meet the demand, governments are not going to be able to meet their climate commitments. Businesses are not going to be able to manage this uncertainty and compete. And workers, especially women, are not going to be able to take advantage of the economic opportunity afforded by these good in-demand jobs.
That's very interesting, and it's very interesting to hear that data because I know 32% of energy workers are female. So, and green obviously falls within that, but it's actually aligned with the entire sector. So that's very interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us. It was very interesting. So Yvonne, same sort of topic, but looking at it from a different angle. How can companies and investors in energy infrastructure and transport plan their climate-related investments and business changes so they both make money from climate action and at the same time build the green skills needed to deliver these plans at scale, of course, because, you know, that's key as well, that's crucial as well, especially in emerging markets, which are the sort of frontiers, the pioneering frontiers at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and thank you, first of all, for a very warm welcome. Honored to be here. Interesting question. I think there's various aspects about it. Now, businesses obviously need to make profits and make money. And I think sustainable energy for all, specifically green energy, provides a lot of opportunity, especially in emerging markets, who potentially could leapfrog from traditionally more fossil-based energy systems to more green electrified systems, because you could theoretically, if you don't have fossil fuel already in your country and an established infrastructure, you could arguably jump to electric quicker. Now, obviously, you need the skills to do that. And companies are challenged not only for the question, are the investment frameworks correct here? Can I earn money? Is my investment de-risked? Do I have the right framework conditions to actually operate and invest there? But do I have the people and the skills there? And if I just zoom into that area, I think it's a great opportunity for companies to review their procurement processes and ask themselves, how much can I help emerging markets incentivize skills building by putting forward a procurement system that looks at skills first, i.e. weave in skills in your CapEx programs. So when you procure certain components for PV, for wind, technology, or for other green energies, do you make sure that you take on board suppliers and companies who focus on risk, on skills and build skills within their company, or who ask for certifications and who bring on board locals and hire locally to actually provide the systems to build all that. I think that's definitely an angle to look at. Obviously, as I said, the framework conditions to move into these countries need to be there in any case.
That's fascinating because, of course, in the 90s, the same thing happened, the leapfrogging with telecoms. Countries that didn't have an established, solid, capillary telecom network actually just jumped to mobile phones and skipped the whole, problematic aging infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So we could see that replicated.
Absolutely, and if you allow me, I'd like to take us back even one more decade, because there's a very interesting perspective that I've read this from a brilliant journalist in the Financial Times last week. And some of you might have also, but they uncovered again how China became a leader in renewable energy technology, in PV. They're challenging global producers on wind turbines. And the interesting perspective was in the 80s, the Danish wind engineering company, Bonus Energy, had delivered 13 turbines to a company in China called Changying Wind Energy Company, which was a predecessor to Goldwind. And they are very well a global leader, basically, in the industry now. And then actually Danida, the Danish Development Corporation, even brought in funding to help them build the skills, develop the technology to, as you know now, become the most dominant provider in the solar value chain. And that just shows if you systematically work on skills transition and support that with the right framework and the right incentives from a government side, transition of skills can happen very, very successfully, right? Of course, you can argue scale was involved. Not every country will be able to copy that. But if you bring companies together in a more integrated trading zone, for example, in emerging markets, I think there's more potential than currently is being leveraged.
Very interesting, very interesting. Sarah, can I ask you, how can governments and businesses integrate green job preparedness into climate, into energy and industrial strategies as well, so that the green skills become a sort of mainstream competency within the workforce?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is the key challenge. And the first thing I would say is workforce strategy needs to be an essential component of climate and energy strategy. So that means if you're a company, your HR needs to be working with your sustainability practice. If you're a government, your departments of labor and education need to be working closely with your departments of energy. And it means, updating education and training systems so that they're really addressing the newest skills that need to be, that are in demand in order to, make this transition. Track green skills through the data that you're collecting, whether you're a business or a government. Obviously, LinkedIn has some of that data, but that will allow you to measure how well the workforce is able to meet that demand. And then the final thing I would emphasize, which I think is really important if you think about getting more women and underrepresented groups into some of these good in-demand jobs, is really moving to a more skills-based approach to hiring and talent development. So instead of just looking at, does someone have this degree that I expect them to have, or does someone have this previous job title that I expect them to have, really moving to look at what a worker brings to a job in terms of what they can actually do. And when you do that, that really enables people who otherwise would not be seen as candidates for some of these roles that incorporate green skills to actually move into those and be considered for those roles.
Yvonne, what do you think? I mean, what sort of leadership capabilities inside companies and public institutions are needed to truly phase out high carbon business models, the high carbon business models we're all grappling with here, and accelerate this transformation?
It's a great question, and there's no easy answer to it, because it always depends on which company, which country you operate in. Now, the challenge we all have in that sense is fossil-based energies or high carbon energies are seemingly cheap. If you develop a megawatt hour of electricity out of natural gas, you pay a fraction of the price I'm talking, than with electricity. But if you look at the actual cost, the cost of producing 1 megawatt hour of electricity is fairly low. The problem is that in some countries, for good reasons, you have all sorts of levies and taxes and burdens upon it that make it more expensive. So you need to have that fact or those facts very clearly in mind and know how it links to skills and building the skills and be able to communicate it as a leader to actually build a vision to transition away, and I'm specifically using that term from COP, I think 28 it was,
yes,
to transition away to more renewable energy and from fossil fuels. Now, and it's hard. Why? Because fossil fuels in some countries enable the availability of energy, which is a human right. And it's the basis for education, it's the basis for economic growth, for inclusion, for many things. So it's not easy to just move away from fossil fuels. You need a very clear plan. You need to understand systematically how you involve technology, how you bring in companies and investors, how you bring in financiers, how you build the skills to deliver, because renewable energy is a very local business, right? You need to, of course, you can import the components and the turbines, etc. But ideally, you actually develop parts of a value chain. At least you need to install it in the various countries, and you need to maintain and operate them. So
and
you need
also
skills
there's the
there.
consensus, the local consensus, the territory consensus that's
Absolutely.
needed. Sorry, I interrupted you there, but it's fascinating.
You're totally right. And coming from a country, I come from Germany, where that consensus is not always there for the simplest things like an electricity grid. That's a really, really important point. And I think it goes back to your question about emerging markets. If you have leaders there who understand the leapfrog opportunity, the opportunity to create jobs, involve women, involve communities into these areas, it's extremely helpful. Yeah, but I think you need to have a vision, the skills to communicate the facts, to understand, and then to communicate the facts, as well as and we've had that in the panel before, you need to understand that these investments take a long time and the payoff may take a long time. And it's not necessarily something like that a financier and a private equity or an infra fund would look at, or a private equity would look at, right? So you need that long-term horizon and the resilience to just see it through. And that's not easy.
Not easy at all, not easy at all. But we'll get there. Sarah, what approaches are most promising for ensuring that high-value green skills, for example, like R&D, data, IP, that these are accessible to women, to young people, and to talent, of course, in the global south and emerging markets, in fast-growing economies, but that are very behind, sort of the Western world, rather than remaining concentrated in the Western world in a few regions, and obviously demographics as well?
Yeah, this is a really important question, and I would point to, I mentioned earlier that for the first time this year when we analyzed green skills globally, we saw that green skills are now predominantly in roles that wouldn't be considered green jobs. So first of all, I would lean into that and really think about building those green skills across the entire value chain, so incorporating those really high value green skills that I talked about earlier into supply chains and procurement, into finance, into technology. And in doing so, you are able to sort of build those skills within the population in order to be able to eventually move to some of those, more high-value R&D sort of hubs. And then the second thing I would emphasize is, again, just making that shift to a more skills-based labor market. So whether people earn these skills in the formal or the informal economy, if workers have the ability to signal, hey, I can do this, and employers can sort of see that and value that, then it opens up opportunities for many populations who otherwise wouldn't be considered for some of these roles. So for example, we looked at the utility industry in India, and we found that when you take a skills-based approach to looking at the workforce, as opposed to that more traditional looking at just credentials and job titles, you actually expand the population of workers who would be qualified for utility jobs, that you increase the share of women in that group by 22%. So this is a really powerful shift that we can make to build those skills in developing countries, and also recognize them and create opportunities for workers who otherwise wouldn't be considered for some of these roles.
Excellent, excellent. I will ask you another question, and I'm keeping an eye on the door, hoping that Jessica gets here, and she'll have a slew of questions as soon as she gets here. But Yvonne, how can industrial strategies and just transition plans be designed so that the reskilling and social protection for workers in high carbon sectors are embedded into the system from the very start?
A good question, but I just wanted to react quickly to what you've said, Sarah. Super interesting facts that you see in LinkedIn. I think that's a challenge to all of the corporates to actually think of the HR and recruiting mechanisms and the logic of which they actually bring people in. And it opens up so many more dimensions for diversity, for women, for different kinds of angles if you look at the skills-based approach. And
bringing people in and also advancing people within an organization.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, and it just also shows there is a readiness to change, to bring in transition, to bring in different perspectives. You're basically enabling the organization to modernize themselves, right, in a way. Yeah. On the just transition part, I think we have a challenge, of course, and politicians have a challenge. It's always easy to point fingers at politicians and say, guys, why don't you do more for this or that? Why don't you speak the truth about electric vehicles just being more sensible rather than combustion engine vehicles from an environmental perspective? But if you take it from a social perspective, jobs are related to certain industries and sectors, and also to high carbon sectors. And as mentioned, with availability of cheap energy, it's similar with jobs. You can't just flick a switch and then you've rebuilt an industry. So to make a transition very sensibly and responsibly, I think is a big challenge. You need to support, first of all, clear planning. Which skills do you need, when, at which point, and where? And there are various tools that also we operate with our clients who can then plan strategically ahead. What do I need where? To have that transparency, I think, is really important first. Secondly, to make sure that those skills that are not longer needed, the people get the opportunity to retrain with certification programs, ideally short ones to start with, but that you have a set of support measures to guide a transition and to support those who cannot or will not or for whatever reason cannot make the transition. It's also still a responsibility to support those. And there are scientific studies who say, yes, you can use skills from the fossil-based sector in the green sector. Many are engineers, many are data-driven. I mean, there's a good base in the learning of many of these technologies. So it's a matter of supporting that and incentivizing it right.
Does that go to support young people as well that are going into the market or that have a very few years of work experience behind them? Because they're also facing a very complicated world. I'm seeing it from the universities. I hold some sessions, I teach some sessions at Cambridge University, and the last 2-3 years have been very, very complicated for young graduates.
We've also heard it from Renata in the previous panel. We see it in our own company. The number of applicants for an internship program is breathtaking, and it's really. If you know someone and they ask you for support and you see these great CVs and you cannot help them in a way because of XYZ, that's really terrible. So we have that challenge. The industry has that challenge. Societies have that challenge to make sure we bring in young people and use this talent despite automation potential and others. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think we don't have any news of Jessica yet, but I might ask you a last question, Sarah, if I may, and then we may need to wrap up. But we are actually quite close to the end. So, Sarah, how can data from labor platforms be used to recognize and value skills developed in informal and care economies and to create pathways into formal green jobs?
Yeah, so at LinkedIn, I'm part of a team called the Economic Graph, and our whole purpose is to work with governments and international organizations to share some of this data to help inform policy and programming. So first of all, please feel free to reach out to me if that's sort of aligned with what you're working on. We share this data with organizations like the World Bank, the OECD, in order to help design policies. And I would say, LinkedIn is also the platform where workers can signal those skills to employers, regardless of where they sort of gained those. And we see a dramatic increase in the share of members on LinkedIn who are adding skills to their profile, particularly among Gen Z, among workers who have green skills, among workers who have emerging tech skills. So we see that on the worker side, tons of demand for that sort of shift to skills-based hiring. Where we're seeing a lag is on the employer side. So we are seeing an increase in employers using more skills-based hiring, particularly among small and medium-sized businesses, which are kind of leading the charge. But still, more work needs to be done. We actually partnered with OECD earlier this year to understand how skills-based hiring is being used around in OECD member states. And what we found is that when you use a skills-based approach to searching for a job, you actually open up 3 times as many jobs as would otherwise be available to you. And when employers use a skills-based approach to hiring, they're actually more likely to make a quality hire. And so, again, can't emphasize enough as we're thinking about how do we close that gap? How do we get the green skills that we need to make the transition to a sustainable economy? That we're really thinking about the focus on skills and not just credentials, previous job titles.
Well, a huge round of applause to our fantastic speakers. I'm going to be reaching out for the Green Report, the LinkedIn Green Report. So I encourage everyone else to read it as well. It sounds very interesting. And we'll call it a day at this point. Unfortunately, our third speaker was not able to make it, but we had more than enough to go by. Thank you.
Thank you.
No way.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Parisa, and I am a youth delegate here with World Woman Davos Agenda, and I am pleased to introduce our next session, Roland Berger, Women Leading the AI Workforce. I am also honored to introduce our session moderator, Ms. Christina Groger, partner at Roland Berger.
Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome also from my side. And thanks to the World Women Foundation for having me. My name is Christina Gröger. I'm a partner from our digital platform at Roland Berger, and I'm advising our clients in large-scale digital transformations. So I'm very honored to host this very relevant panel on women leading the AI workforce. AI. Everybody is currently using it, and it is evolving rapidly. But what does this mean for the role of women, and which kind of new opportunities are there for women? You already see that AI is replacing jobs and even eliminating whole groups of professionals. And if we extrapolate that into the next 5 years, will machines only talk to machines anymore? And will all kinds of decisions be AI-based? This can be quite threatening. At least I see this in my daily work life. But the more I investigate into it, the more opportunities I see. AI can free up a lot of space. In our personal lives, it can help you with creating the workout plan for the week. Or in your business life, it is generating meeting minutes, generating to-do lists, and even overcoming language barriers through automatic translation. However, we see also a lot of companies reaching their limits of introducing successful AI in the organization. Why is that? Employees are afraid of losing their jobs. Employees are afraid about the technology, and employees are afraid about the change. And that is exactly where we as women can really support, because we typically are in those care roles as change managers, communicators, trainers. But I also want to emphasize it's more than care roles, because women can even benefit from AI in more technical roles and even become head of digital transformations. And in short, AI is evolving rapidly. We know now how women can support and which role women can play in introducing AI successfully to organizations. And to further detail this, I really welcome my wonderful panel today, and I would really like you to introduce with a few words yourself.
Okay, I'll start. My name is Sandra Babylon. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Cembra Money Bank. It's a small consumer finance bank in Switzerland. And I can only echo what you said. AI creates a lot of, I would say, hype. So far, it's been under-delivering. Any CFOs in the round? Trying to calculate benefits, take FTEs out. Not happening yet, but if you see the numbers, it's quite a potential threat to a lot of people, which has some caveats that we will discuss today.
My name is Constanze Schweinsteiger. I'm a senior partner with Roland Berger and also supervisory board member with Roland Berger. I am part of the people and organization team, and my focus is on company transformation, corporate transformation, with a focus on the people dimension, the workforce transformation, exactly the topic we're about to discuss. So glad to be here.
Well, thanks. My name is Anita Klingel. I'm the head of AI science at IPAI Foundation. We're a small German nonprofit focusing on the societal impact and the societal benefits of AI. And one of those benefits is exactly why we're here.
Okay, so let us start into our round of questions. And my first question goes to Sandra. Sandra, what new AI-driven roles and career paths are you seeing emerge? And which ones do you think will grow the fastest?
Yeah, that's a good one. the hype started, and head of AI has been popping up in a lot of organizations. Depending how big the organizations are, you have whole departments around AI. Working in a smaller organization, you don't have that luxury of creating a department around AI. So that leaves you with, is this really a job title, or is it more a mindset? Is that something like a skill we all need to learn, and do you really need an organizational home for it? And my answer probably is no, it's not. What it for sure is not is a purely technical role. And that is also a learning a lot of people have. You don't have to be afraid of this. This is not tech per se. It's tech related. But what isn't? Everything is. So I would assume the role that grows the fastest is understanding, connecting the dots. Don't know if that's a role around transition. Constanze will probably comment on that, what the role is actually called. But for me, it's more connecting the dots. Don't be afraid of crossing your divisional border into something that you have not yet touched, because AI allows you to do that.
If I shall comment, Christina?
Yes, please.
The thing that we observe is that AI is exactly not about roles anymore. AI, and that is the really new thing and the very big transformation that we all have to undergo. It's about skills and capabilities more than roles. Roles are a fixed function in a hierarchical organization usually. And this is exactly what AI is breaking up, because you go cross functions, you go cross barriers. And you integrate entire processes into one piece of action. You do not have handover moments, because the AI combines it all. And that is what is really the challenge. How do we find our role? Because we're still role educated. We like to see some safety and expectation of when was a day a successful day? When was I good? When will people look at me and say, well done? And this is something that AI kind of threatens, because the whole meaning of what is work and when do I do my work successful, that will change. So I think it's less about roles, but more about attitude and culture.
Yeah, and this also perfectly leads to the next question, which is more about skills and not roles. So Sandra, again to you. Which technical but also non-technical skills will be most critical in the AI era, and how can we as women position ourselves best in this era?
Yeah. So I would say there's two things. One part of AI enablement is still engineering. If you work in tech, software engineering is still a big part of this, because some of the things that you think is AI is actually automation. Requires good old heavy lifting engineering skills. The other part, though, is a fantastic one, and I'm going to make a confession. I suck at pivot tables in Excel. Always sucked. So I always relied on some smart person to help me with that. Guess what? That's gone now. I can have my little co-pilot crawling all over stuff, get a fantastic summary with interpretation that I can use. And that one everyone can embrace. So I think there's a very tech and there's a very low tech component to that. And that makes it so difficult to navigate. What kind of skills do you actually need to do that? I would say curiosity is one of them.
Yeah. Anita, you want to get on that?
Just as a self-confessed tech, I would strongly agree with this. And maybe one of my favorite use cases to share is I receive emails on a daily basis that provoke an emotional first reaction. Let's call it rage. So I type into the LLM of my choice my initial all caps email that goes something like, "Are you stupid? I've been explaining this for 3 weeks. For God's sakes, why do I have to go again?" And I ask it to give me the polite and professional version of this. And then says something like, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to rephrase my initial point." Copy, paste, send. And the relationship between me and my colleagues has improved drastically. So AI can actually help us there too.
Thanks for sharing that. So moving away from the personal area into the area of the organizations. Constanze, from your point of view, how are organizations actively supporting women's advancement in AI? And are there any approaches, programs you could share with us?
Well, I think a lot of corporates that we see do not actively address women, the female workforce, but they address the workforce in general because they all see that the AI literacy is really something that is a basic skill in the next years to come. So most companies push hard, and also they have the problem that they have a huge gap in between the CTO area, the tech, the engineers, depending on what corporate you are, that are a lot more advanced and have already embraced AI a number of years ago. I mean, AI has been around already some years ago. It's not the new thing, as we kind of discuss it. But others are really, have had the eye opener with ChatGPT and have never heard about it before. So there's a huge gap in between. And what I find is that the ones that go more into addressing the cultural dimension, they more focus on the gender aspect, because then it comes into how do we phrase it, how do we discuss it, how do we use it, how do we address barriers also, and the anxiety of no, it's not about losing your job, but it's about making your life easier first. So why don't you just try? And that is something, if you phrase it rightfully, that helps women to overcome the anxiety about job loss, which is high amongst a lot of women because they will be affected to a larger degree, because a lot of jobs that women hold will be AI affected.
Yeah, but in addition, we also need these care jobs with training, change, all the jobs. We need empathy also to introduce this into the company.
What I want to say is we shouldn't be afraid of it, because the opportunities are probably larger than the challenges and the shortages that we will see. So it will become a relationship-oriented economy, because the functional work will reduce. And you have more time, as we have just heard, to focus on relationship.
That's so true. So, Constanze, another question to you. How can AI empower women in non-technical positions to advance and excel in their careers?
We heard two great examples, because in the end, it's all jobs can be accelerated through AI. I mean, all of us can become faster, better, if we use it, because it allows us to speed up, to have more insights and have more access to better knowledge base, and that will just help all of us. Especially, and then you just raised the care topic, a lot of women are still in part-time jobs because it's difficult to balance all the duties. And it's not only women, but we know it's also men who take care jobs. Anybody who is engaging in care jobs is under pressure these days with balancing job duties and the care duties. If you introduce AI into this balanced job, you can become faster and more efficient also in your private organization. So this is something that can really be embraced.
Yeah, and I also see that the barrier or the fear of technology is very much reduced also, especially also for women. So to bring more women into the MINT or STEM jobs, because the barrier to enter technology is reduced, I think.
It looks more joyful, it's more language driven. The prompting is more about language, so it's easier to, so they still don't do the hard techie jobs that are also needed, but it's easier to access.
So Anita, my next question goes to you. What challenges must women address to fully benefit from the opportunities that AI offers in their lives?
I think the list is long, but maybe to just pick out one point that was mentioned on a panel earlier and that really rang home for me. It was about conversion rates. Like, we have a lot of talent that leaves university. We don't see that talent in leadership roles. And I'm tired of hearing about how AI will become more diverse when the teams become more diverse. No, the leadership of an AI company needs to become more diverse, because that's where the choices are actually being made. And there's a double bias for us women there, because we tend to shy away from power as itself, because being bossy is not a compliment as a woman, right? So we shy away from power and we shy away from tech. Because again, technology, like in Germany, we even have a phrase for it, like Frauen und Technik, women and tech. Also not a compliment, right? So we face a double bias when we aspire to leadership positions in tech. The stack, it's double stacked against us. But if we do not reach those positions of power, then we will lose technological power, which society-wise is a huge kind of capital. For those of you who knew Bourdieu, we have economic power, we have social power, and there is technological power in how feeds in social media are being structured, how much visibility we get on LinkedIn for female posts versus male posts. And all of their choices are being made in board meetings that we do not attend because we do not hold those positions. So please aspire to positions of power within technology jobs, even if that doesn't feel like your comfort zone. We really need to get there.
Maybe another follow-up question to you, Anita. How can male allies actively contribute to creating a more inclusive and feminist AI environment for their female colleagues? I know this is your favorite.
Yes, thank you. Because the male attendance, if I see it right, please correct me, is a 0% right now. And that's not untypical. I don't like that if we try to support women, we tend to bash men. And I think that the old white male is as wrong a stereotype as the blonde dumb, right? That doesn't hold. I had the privilege of working with great men who supported me, and not only in words, but by actually standing up to their own kind, by asking a client to let me speak, by making my boss aware that I would actually qualify for one of those roles. So the most important thing that men can do, and we need them on board for this, is to be the hero of that story. I'd like to tell more positive stories. I don't want to complain about the old white men in my company. I want to get a stage for the great white men who helped us. And so I ask the men in your lives to be the hero. By the way, protecting and defending your tribe is a very masculine quality. So maybe you can reach them with that argument. And just the last quip, because I heard it at a lot of stages here in Davos. Having a daughter or a wife makes you a feminist the same way that having a gym membership card makes you fit. Okay? If you don't put in the actual work, it's not worth anything.
And great, thank you for that. That's great. And by the way, it was like that you came to this panel because I asked your boss if he can be here, and his boss said, no, I want her because she's the better fit for this panel. So this is really one great example that in your area, in your work environment, it's already working out quite well.
Shout out to Moritz.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so I have a last question to Constanze. So are there any concrete steps that organizations or individuals can take today in order to really support women and to increase the number of females in AI?
Well, this is something that is very strongly debated, but I will say that personally, I'm convinced from experience, but also from all the data, that if you really want to push women into positions, you need something like a quota system. I know sounds a bit outdated, and the word is maybe not nice, but if you want to achieve something in all areas in life, we set up policies, we set up targets, and we set up policies. All corporates do that in all areas. So why wouldn't we do it to reach a certain female percentage in leadership roles? As you said, it's super important to have female representation in all levels in the organization, not only as a role model, but also to enforce decision-making into a more complete picture. So this is my personal conviction. And it doesn't have to be against merit-based systems. It's just an addition, and it's something that works strongly. Otherwise, I think change is something that, and we see it these days, is always under pressure.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Sandra, is this something you also want to add on?
Yeah, I mean, the question was, AI and women specifically, if you take some data points, the amount of women-based or female-powered investments in AI is lagging behind again. So it's another leap that we have to do. Just it makes me curious why that is, because AI is per se not tech. The tech behind it can be understood quite easily. So why is it? I think it's more around this, can I really do this? This seems to be like a technical field, maybe male-dominated, and who am I to now play a role? Well, give you a secret. If you do this for 15 minutes every day, after a year, you will be an expert. Everyone started at some point. Everybody can. And even if you're the queen of prompts, hey, there's no title like that yet, but if you give good prompts, people will talk to you and you will be an expert. You don't need tech skills whatsoever. Just need to be really good at prompting. And guess what? There's coaches on making you a better prompt built in AI as well. So I'm wondering what's holding us back, but it's more one of those systematical things, because I was the same thing. When I first heard about quota, I'm like, I don't want to be a quota person. We don't need quotas. We do. It's the only way we can ever advance these things. There's proven data, there's statistics. So that's one thing. And
don't take it personal.
No,
I mean,
of course not. And
I took it very personal when I was younger, but just forget about it.
Yeah.
I've had a great quote about
allies.
the quota that just as an injection. Equality is reached when we have as many unqualified women on a board as we have unqualified men.
Exactly.
So.
Okay, thanks a lot for your view on that. So we are now also we have like four-ish minutes left. So yeah, I think we can also open up for the audience to take your questions. Somebody has a microphone? Yes. Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this panel. And I was yesterday with Julia Sweet, the president of Accenture, and we were talking about AI as a revolution in the enterprise today. And she said that AI was going to enforce one thing, which is for leaders, which is trust. And I wanted to have your reaction about that. She said, AI, what we need is, as a woman or as a man leading a company, is to enforce trust within the employees. What do you think about that?
Just to understand, trust in the AI or a trust among each other?
Among each other.
If I may comment, I know Julie Sweet. She used to be a legal counsel. Now she runs one of the largest tech organizations globally. I mean, how cool is that, talking about women in tech? Side note. Trust is an interesting one when you talk about AI, because those of you who look a little bit into AI know it's not deterministic. Hallucinations, it's not producing the same outcome. Every time you use it, it's a different outcome. So how can you trust this thing? How do you build something around trust? And then the other part is, this is Switzerland, regulated banking. You need to make sure that the data is not going anywhere, but you want to benefit from everybody else's data. And then reminder, what's in AI? What was it trained with? All the stuff that's on the internet, including all the wrong stuff. And all the reasoning that people put into, oh my God, I looked at something, I did an analysis, and I came to a result. The result goes into the internet. What does not go into the internet is the reasoning. All the million ways you tried out and you failed, that's not in the internet. So that tells you a little bit that should not be your only trust source, but you will have to build a governance around. You will have to have expertise to judge the outcomes of AI. And yes, you will have to invest in young people, because otherwise, if you don't invest into novice skills, you won't have any experts to judge if that thing is actually producing a very reliable outcome, yes, no. So trust, I would think, is an even more difficult thing now with AI, because you do not fully control what's going inside the thing. So organizations have to be built around leadership and trust.
Just to add, I don't like the concept of trust because it requires the receiver to take the first step. I don't want to trust blindly. I will trust if the other side provides responsibility and a governance system. But we don't talk about trustworthy cars, right? We talk about trustworthy AI. I want to see the mechanisms in place that enable trust, and then it's given. But it's not something that you can demand without shaping the environment first. It's like declaring something a safe space. A safe space is not created by declaration.
Just to add on that, because you already mentioned it, I think the trust thing that we're discussing now has a lot to do with leadership and how leadership will change. And it just, trust is maybe a little bit more markety. So instead of talking what kind of leadership do we need in the future and how will we have to change in leadership styles. But in the end, it's about how can you lead an organization and people in an age of, as you both said, of a certain uncertainty that we will see.
That's exactly that. It was trust because you lead the people through this age that they don't control and nobody control.
And you, with the leadership, you have to you have to think about how can I integrate people in an organization that is less structured as it was before, and where information flows relatively freely and is relatively accessible to everybody in the organization. So and that is basically less a matter of trust, but a matter of how can I explain leadership in these circumstances?
Okay, unfortunately, we do not have any time left for more questions, but I think that was also a great finish clause, and I thank you so much for this great panel, and I thank all of you for attending and wish all of you a nice remaining afternoon in Davos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
World Women Hour. World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
determination, having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
What's girls talk when they get together? Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
there aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Hello everyone, sorry for the false alarm. The panel is a little late, so you can mingle, you can network, but when the panel starts, we would love for you to join. It's a great session. Thank you so much. Sorry. Hello, everyone. Can we please have a seat? I think we're going to start the panel now. It'd be great. Thank you if you could sit down. So hello, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Ayati Dashkar. I'm an 8th grade student. I'm the Global Youth Ambassador for the Hydesium Foundation. I'm also the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation. And I'm also the host of the podcast Girls Talk STEM, which brings together different generations of women in STEM together. And today's theme is dialogue and the equality moonshot. But a moonshot requires more than just technology. It requires a unified mission. And we cannot achieve global equality if our world remains fragmented. We cannot bridge the gender gap or the wealth gap if we cannot first bridge the empathy gap. So let's look at this from the lens of an economy and how we can build a caring economy through corporate dialogue. And I want to welcome Ms. Kasia Gawel, and this panel, which is presented by L Acoustics, our sound and sensory partner. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katarzyna Gawel, and I'm head of diversity, equity, and inclusion at Rethink Springer Polska, which is media company. I'm also Forbes Women podcaster, but today is not about me. Today is about caring economy. So let's welcome my panelists. Françoise Cardozo. Do I, spell it correctly? Because my children speak fluent French and I don't, Okay, so Françoise is CSR and Sustainability Executive Director at L'Acoustics. Let's welcome Françoise. Anil Soni, who is CEO of the World Health Organization. Welcome. Foundation, sorry. And Blanca Juti. Do we have Blanca?
She's the right.
Okay. So we will have also Blanca Juti, Chief Corporate Affairs and Engagement Officer at L'Oréal. So let's start without Blanca. We hope that she will come soon. There are some protests there, so yeah, it's Davos, yeah. Caring economy, Anil, let me start with you because you have a global health perspective. So can you tell us why is care, mental health, prevention, living conditions now a business issue, not only a social one?
Sure. The way I think, I've spent half my career in the private sector, and the way I think about this as someone who's spent my whole career in global health is that we often think of health issues as needing to be solved in a healthcare setting, in a clinic or in a hospital. But where we experience many healthcare issues or the symptoms of healthcare is where we spend most of our time, which can be in schools in the case of young people or at the workplace in the case of adults. And that's where you also see the effects of ill health. So what I think we've come to understand is that ill health, particularly mental health, has a direct impact on business. So all of us have a job of some sort at the workplace. I think the latest estimates from the WHO is that 1 in 3 people say at the workplace in the last 12 months they missed some work as a consequence of a mental health issue. That is where we're experiencing mental health distress. That's what's costing a business money, and therefore it becomes an opportunity for the business itself to respond in a way that invests in its talent, which is often the number one ingredient in the success of a business and also the number one cost item, but also in a way that saves cost and increases their bottom line. So it's a win-win for businesses to invest in health as opposed to waiting for a person who's experiencing a mental health issue to go seek help outside of the business setting.
But have it changed because of the pandemic, for instance? Do you see the difference before and after the pandemic?
So a few things. The data on the consequences and cost of mental health is growing, and the prevalence of mental health duress is growing, and the language we're using to talk about mental health is changing. So for a long time, mental health was a stigmatized term, actually, and we used it to describe particular types of mental health disorders, which are real and important and shouldn't be stigmatized. But mental health more broadly, we weren't talking about. The impact of the pandemic and also the use of social media has driven up mental health duress, which exists in your body as elevated cortisol. And so the rates are extraordinary. 25% rate of loneliness in low and middle income countries. 1 in 4 people are experiencing loneliness. And what WHO's most recent reports have shown is that loneliness has physiological effects: cortisol, inflammation, cardiovascular disease, increased risks of long-term dementia, where the mortality impact of loneliness is equivalent to the mortality impact of obesity or smoking. So mental health is as much of a risk driver for death as anything else that we can talk about as a representative of the World Health Organization. And that was indeed exacerbated by COVID-19. And I also think in a way, it allowed us all to talk about mental health stress because we were experiencing it. And so while it increased mental health stress, I'm also want to go out on a limb and say it created an opportunity for all of us, because we experienced it together, to engage in mental health in a way that wasn't true prior to the pandemic.
Thank you. Let's welcome again Blanca Juti, because we've already introduced you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. To tell you the truth, this is the perfect moment, because the next question is for you. I asked Anil about why mental health is not only a social issue but a business issue. So please tell us, because you working at L'Oréal, you've started a coalition, Engage and Care Coalition. So what was the reason behind starting this coalition?
So we started this coalition already in 2013. Our Share and Care program, and the coalition we started last year. And the Share and Care program is a program that is quite holistic, because it looks at protection. Say you're sick or you have a chronic disease, you don't know if you're going to be able to come to work or not, and we guarantee you a job for 24 months. It contains health, so paying 75% of your medical costs. It contains parental leave also for the second parent or co-parent, and then it's the idea of having great work environments. And then last year, because we develop a lot of things around this. So how should we deal with cancer? What is a living wage? What should we do with mental health? We thought, why don't we, and specifically Jean-Claude, who's brilliant, our head of HR, he said, why don't we share what we are learning with others? And also tap into their creativity. And then why don't we engage with stakeholders together? Obviously, we work with the ILO, we work with the WHO, so it's good if we are more. So now we established that last year. There is now 19 companies. And basically, we are welcoming anybody who wants to join. This is not an area where you should compete. This is an area where we should work together and learn from each other. So that's the genesis of why it was created.
Thank you so much. And Françoise, Lacostics is part of the coalition. So can you tell us how does it work in practice? What do you do? What kind of actions do you take?
Yeah, of course. So Acoustics is a medium-sized company. As you know, we're more than 1,000 people, but we have an international footprint, and also we care about our people. So it's also an opportunity for us to join this coalition. And concretely, so we started 1 year ago. We first aligned on kind of the commitment. We wrote a manifesto. So we all need to, to commit on the same thing, which is all the topics that we are addressing. Then what we did is we put together, our priorities, and we select the priorities of the coalition. So we came with 4 topics. One is around social protection floor, which is a huge one. Another one is a living wage, because we are facing all, that topic as well. Another one is mental health, of course. And the last one is caregiving. Why we choose these topics? It's because we are all concerned. All the companies in that coalition are concerned. So what did we do? So we first started, as you said, to share best practices, to learn from each other, to inspire others, and sometimes, to try to find solutions that others did not find, and it was super useful for all the companies here. So we did that last year, and we also engaged with key stakeholders. So we had nice conversations with WHO Foundation, with ILO, International Labour Organization, and with many others all together. And now our roadmap for this year is to go even further, maybe to co-build things together. So we built some task force in order to have concrete deliverables. And each member is now taking also a kind of lead. So I'm leading a task force on stakeholder engagement, for instance. And one topic that we want to tackle is impact measurement. How are we going to measure the impact of what we do to be even more efficient? Well, we are thinking about SROI, so social return on investment altogether, and to even be better in what we do, and also inspire others outside this coalition. Of course, as you said, Blanca, everyone is welcome in that coalition. We want also to inspire the ones who cannot, who don't have the means, who are starting, so it's really the purpose of the coalition.
Thank you for touching the topic regarding measurement, because I always say that it's not my statement, but you can't change what you don't measure. So Anil, which indicator surprised leadership the most when companies started measuring care?
The cost. So it's estimated that that mental health in the workplace and the associated absenteeism costs the world $1 trillion a year. That's a huge cost. And I really appreciate the point about indicators. Pick one. At our nonprofit, we have an engagement metric. You could have absenteeism, but I think picking metrics that allow the company not only to track performance, but to track the relative financial impact of the investments that are being made by these companies that you're hearing from, I think are critically important. Because this actually, part of the challenge when we talk about global health is you're often talking about costs and benefits that aren't captured. Right? So of course we can talk about how important it is to the world to save all of this money associated with investing in eradicating a disease, but who captures that benefit? And what we're talking about here in terms of a caring workplace is the company captures the benefit, but you have to quantify it so that you can continue to drive the very policies and programs that you're hearing about.
Going with direct results, why acting, and I would like to direct this question to both of you, Blanca and Françoise, why acting together is better than acting alone? Because you are different companies, so I assume that you have different challenges. So I cannot imagine, how you combine all these challenges and make the same, actions, the same best practices, etc. So why is it better to acting together?
Well, first of all, I think it's a better, let's say, setting to be all together to discuss with stakeholders. That's also an important thing, because when you go alone to WHO saying, hey, please, could we have a talk, and what do you have? So here we are much more stronger all together, and we also bring insights from the field. The 19 companies, I think we are reaching about 1 million employees. So it's a lot. It's a lot, so we can gather, needs, expectations, and the reality. So this is also very rich for our stakeholders. So being together and bringing all these insights for you. And then when it comes to concrete deliverables, as I said, and impact measurement, it's because we struggle all with that. We are all, in our day-to-day performance, business costs and revenues and so on. But a company does not exist without the people. And if you don't care about the people, you'll not succeed. So that's very important that we care. We don't care just for caring, we care also for performance. But how can we measure that? Because it's not only numbers, sometimes it's quantitative. And all together, we really inspire each other, to find the best things, the best KPIs, the best indicators all together to test them then in our own companies.
I think you can, thank you, Françoise, I agree. I think you can innovate faster and better because there's more people that can contribute. Some of the topics can be quite difficult, quite technical. What's a living wage? How do you apply it? You can go faster to implementation because you can learn from the mistakes maybe somebody else did. So as with all things with life, collaboration is a very good thing.
Can we speed up, because you said that some things can happen faster or better. We are in Davos during the World Economic Forum, and World Economic Forum issue every year this the global gender gap report. And it says that at the current pace, it will take 123 years to reach full gender equality. So caring is one of the issues that affects mostly women. So can you think, Anil, that acting together or when we speed up with care, it will also be the indicator or the key factor to speed up also with gender equality?
I'm actually very curious to hear from Françoise and Blanca about this, but my hypothesis is that the employees that are most affected by the lack of a caring workplace are women, that they're the ones who have to take care of themselves as well as their families and their children, and that when you rely on the vendors or partners that a caring economy or workplace requires, you're hiring women. So in both instances, in terms of who's benefiting and in terms of who's being empowered and engaged and employed by these types of approaches, I think it's women. But again, my fellow panelists can better answer that. But I think, yes, in that sense, it is an accelerant for gender equality.
Yeah, I think we heard it many times here that women are not a minority. Well, we are half of the population, so it's not a minority.
I always say that we are the major minority, the biggest minority.
Yeah, probably. But still, we are underrepresented in many areas, okay? I think that the problem is not solved, not yet. And I think that this requires a bit of time again. But to me, so I can share my personal experience. So I'm a mother of 4 kids, and I'm sitting at a COMEX at my company, you know. So sometimes, you know, I have some remarks saying, oh, but you're at COMEX, so you should be very busy. You can't take care of your kids. I said, yeah, I'm caring, you know, for my kids. And then, or at the contrary, you know, when I have to go with my kids, you know, at school, events or whatever, yes, you have kids, so you cannot be committed at work. I am committed at work. So that's always a problem. Why should we, you know, have this pressure under us? So that's why I think that there's always improvements to be done. And for me, it's maybe investing more in let's say giving the voice also to the men. You know, when it comes to parental leave, when it comes to all these benefits, I mean, men do have rights as well to take care of the kids and their families. So we're trying to demystify more, you know, that within companies. So some are more mature than others, but still there's a lot of things to do.
So I would agree with Françoise. I think that, and with you, of course, I think that it's true that women are often more impacted because we often look after our kids and our parents because of societal expectation, not because of anything else, because men can also do it. And so when you have a caring company, it can help the advancement of women. But I don't think it should be about women only. If you look at disability or chronic illness, it impacts everybody, and it'll impact us as through our life. You know, so it's not something that that only impacts one group. So I think it's very important to think about it more holistically, in partly to also make everybody co-responsible for parenting and looking after the grandparents and being a good boss, and everybody should have the same rights and obligations. But I think it's important to destigmatize it and to think of men too. I think the work we're doing with cancer and with chronic illness is really important work. I myself had cancer a couple of years ago, and I decided to very intentionally. I'm a member of the executive committee of L'Oréal, one of the biggest companies. I very intentionally decided I'm not coming to the office for 5 weeks and I'd never done that. Because I've always been a super working woman, working weekends and whatever. And I did it for 2 reasons. One was that my kids and my husband were telling me, hey, obviously you got here because of a reason, so now take it easy. But also because I wanted to send the message to my organization that everyone is replaceable and that they could do it alone. And I, in fact, told my team, I'm not attending a single meeting, not even virtual. And so we had the agreement with my direct reports, they could call me whenever they wanted to. And if I was well, I could take the call, of course, which I did. But the message to my organization was, one, you can look after yourself at whatever level you are. The second message was that my team really got strong and they felt empowered. So when I came back, I had a much better team than when I left. And it's been great. So, and we did do last year 4 videos where we captured the experience of 4 people traversing through chronic illness. And at first I told my team, because I'm the head of comms and public affairs, I said, don't put me, put everybody else. And they said, no, actually we want you because you're in the comics and you're gonna send a message. So I'm one of the 4. But the idea was really to send a message that when you're sick, you have the right, and in fact you need to be, at the moment I have one of my closest team members in this situation, and every week we'll send her honey or magazines or balloons, or just so that she knows we're thinking of her. Because when you're sick, every sign of love helps, but also you need time for yourself.
Exactly. And a funny story, because my husband, I have also 4 children, and my husband was supposed to be in Romania this week, today. He's a member of the management board at Auchan, and he told his boss that he can't come, and the boss said, oh, why? I have to, and my husband, I have to take care of our children, but you have wife, yes? But my wife is going to Davos. Okay. So, but everyone really was surprised because I'm not part of the management board. So it's easier for me, at their perspective, to resign from my plans. Yeah, and that is why it's great that you, as a part of the executive team, that are like a female role model showing others, not only female, but just role model showing others that you can.
But I think it's important that it's not always you that takes the responsibility, even if you're not a member in the la, because then that prolongs the thing. So, I've been a junior at some points, and it wasn't always me.
And it's a true leadership then, Anil, what happens to economies and to societies when companies fail to respond to rising expectations around care and well-being?
Well, first, let me just thank Blanca for sharing that with this group, but also more broadly. It is inspiring. It models for your team. It models for everyone. And let me turn your question around, and then I'll answer it more directly. When we invest in a caring economy, it makes us all better, period. Gender equality doesn't just benefit women. It benefits me. It benefits men. It benefits my son. And we actually have a history of seeing businesses lead the way. My background is in HIV. That's what I originally started doing in global health. And the first entities on the African continent to provide antiretroviral treatment were companies. They were mining companies, because they recognized that it was going to cost them more for their employees to die than to provide them treatment. And treatment wasn't as cheap then as it is now. And governments followed. And so I really believe that this is an instance in which, of course, governments have to play a role. They have to have the laws in which companies follow. International organizations like the WHO can provide the normative standards to help companies, absolutely. But I think business can lead the way. And if they don't, yes, there will be costs, $1 trillion of cost to the economy, but I honestly feel this is a moment in which we have to put our values and our ethics and our morals first, given the discussions that are happening in Davos this week. And so my biggest answer is that we fail as humans if we don't do this. Yes, there's a dollar cost associated to it, but I think there's a broader imperative that we're trying to meet here.
I wonder really if there's a dollar cost in the end. Because when you have employees that are loyal, that see that you've supported them through tough times, they're going to give a lot more. So
the question was, if you don't do this, there's a dollar cost.
Oh yeah, if
no,
you don't
this
do
is
this,
a dollar gain.
for sure,
Absolutely.
for sure. I agree with you that organizations are stronger when you have more diversity, whether it's gender or ability. I think that organizations that have higher numbers of people of different abilities are more empathic and produce better products.
Absolutely. Do you want to add something? No. Okay. I always say also that you have to start with yourself, so be the change you want to see. So what do you think, this is the final questions to all of you, what's the one decision that all leaders here in Davos should take starting from tomorrow or within a couple of months to make care part of their everyday business life?
Well, first, I think that we should tell them that to not underestimate, the benefits of being a caring company. And it does not have any, let's say, barriers, frontiers. I mean, whatever you are, a small company, a medium size, a big one. I mean, care does not need, to cost a lot. I think that you have quick wins. You have many things, to improve the well-being of your employees without seeing only dollars, behind. And I would say that, not considering also care apart from the business. I think this is the foundation, It's a good foundation to do good business. Because if you have people, happy, who have the freedom, to ask for support whenever they want at work, they will be for sure more innovative, more creative, and they will be more committed. So that's, in the end, it's just acting for the success altogether of the company.
Thank you. Anil?
I have two answers. My talking point answer is the following, and it's real, which is this does cost companies money when they don't invest in care. Pick a metric. It could be talent retention. It could be absence, and use that metric to measure the impact of the investments that you're making. But my other answer is in the context of Davos this week. We live in a world in which our values are being challenged. And a workplace, particularly women like the ones who are sitting next to me on their executive committees, have an opportunity to be explicit about the values that you believe in the community in which your employees are spending most of their time. And the more explicit leaders of businesses can be about their values and how those values are put into practice, the more I think we are protecting the world we live in, because our values are under assault.
So I'm going to give you a very kind of not HR type of answer. I'll talk of my role as a leader. And my role as a leader is to deliver results and to, form the strongest organization in place, not only for now, but for the future, for the day I eventually won't be there. So it's all about people. If I have people that are happy and that thrive, I am going to have the best team in the planet. And for me, that's my number one job. Actually, before I do anything else, I look at, do I have enough diversity of thought, of age, of backgrounds, because we can go much faster when we do that. So for me, the people part of my job is actually the most important one. And it is through that one that I'm able to lead the team. So it's number one priority.
So simple. I would also add, that all of us can engage in Care Coalition and make our life better, for better future.
Yes, please join us.
Yeah, please join us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was late.
No, don't be silly. It's a pleasure.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hi. So, I will ask everyone networking and talking and connecting in the room near the entrance to move to the innovation room where we have the live stream of the stage as well. Because of security reasons, we have someone coming from the delegation of India, and it would be amazing if you could move to the innovation room. Fantastic. Thank you. It's the one in the corner.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Parisa, and I'm a junior at Yale, and I am a youth delegate here with World Woman Davos Agenda, and I am pleased to introduce our next session, which is the India Equality Moonshot, and also introduce our introducer of the session, Dr. Mukesh Aghi.
Well, Parisa, you're doing a wonderful job. But you don't need a Yale degree for this. I am, you have a country of India of 1.4 billion people, and country with a lot of history, a country with a great civilization. And role of women plays a big role, both from the religious perspective, cultural perspective, and also in the work environment. And we talked in the morning that how women participation in the workplace in India has been coming down for the last 10 years. But there's one state which has been very progressive, very focused on women's engagement. And basically, state is led by one of the most dynamic chief minister in the country, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. And he basically sets the agenda from home to make sure that the equality and the moonshot begins at home itself. And we are delighted and honored that his equally qualified son, Nara Lokesh, who's a good friend, is here. He is a Stanford graduate, basically decided to go back and work to improve the quality of life of the citizens. And he's starting with the state of Andhra Pradesh itself. So we're delighted. Please come over and we can have that session. Thank you. Oh, yes. Please sit down here.
Ladies first.
Climb over and I will slightly move this out so we can also talk to each other aside from the audience. I'm Alina Trabatoni. I've moderated other sessions. It's a real honor and a privilege to have you here. Everyone's been very excited and looking forward to this talk. Now, Minister, India is emerging as a global leader in innovation, workforce transformation, and inclusive economic growth. The World Economic Forum's 2025 Global Gender Gap Report highlights that closing gender gaps remains critical. However, in India as well as in other countries, as in Europe, in terms of closing that gap for long-term competitiveness. Now, I know you're on the forefront of that, and we're all very keen to hear more about that, all the work you're doing with your team. And you are setting an excellent and powerful example, leveraging technology, education, and government's innovation to prepare youth and women in the digital economy. So I'd like to go straight to the first question, which is that India is increasingly seen as a digital and innovation leader. And how does this responsibility shape your approach to governance and to inclusive growth?
No, thank you very much for having me here. It's my first session with you. I'm really excited. It's a topic very close to my heart. I believe that women have a very important role to play in the larger society. And this is something that it's come to me because I did a walkathon across my state. So 226 days, 3,132 kilometers. I've heard numerous women, the challenges that they face at home. And that has fundamentally transformed me and has enabled me to do what I'm doing today in the education department. So coming to the question that you asked me, so technology transformation is at the cusp of our government. If you look at it, we believe that technology is a catalyst in whatever work that we do. So I'll give you an example. Skill gap is something that the world has been talking about it, and we've not found a solution to it. We have started to use conversational AI to do skill assessment. And think about it like a job portal on steroids. So you have the job portal where supply and demand aggregation happens, but then you do the skill assessment, then you do the interventions required. We're not perfect. There are specific areas that require intervention. That's where conversational AI is enabling us to sort of fill that gap and enable to create a trajectory for lifelong learning. And that's what is making us very unique in that sense. And we're using a mobile phone to do it. So you don't need a desktop, you don't need a laptop, you don't need even an iPad. A smartphone is good enough. And this is going to be very, very important, especially even for women, to position themselves in the workforce and understand what are the opportunities that are out there in the state, in the country, and globally.
That's wonderful, because also costs are very low in terms of smartphones. So that, and with global growth slowing and talent gaps widening, how can India's public sector serve as a model for other countries, and especially the ones in the global south that have similar challenges as well?
India's growth is not slowing. We are only accelerating. If you look at it, we are growing at about 7.5%. My state is now growing at close to 10.5%. I believe that India can achieve double-digit growth. And the geopolitical crisis that we are all seeing, I believe, is a great opportunity for India to leapfrog. So we are using this as an opportunity to relook at our entire regulatory framework. We are decriminalizing all our regulations. We are looking at labor reforms, which enables women to work, even night shift, in blue-collar jobs. So we are willing to look at every reform and take that as a challenge. And that, I believe, can position India very unique. Two, the energy revolution in India is very unique to India. We are going to be energy exporters starting next year via a green ammonia project from my state. Green ammonia is going to come to Germany next year. So green revolution is happening, renewable energy revolution is happening in India. So, and these are just beginning. Across sectors, we are able to do that. So I believe India is positioned well. We have amazing demographics. So it's very important that demographic dividend is actually reaped and that we don't just leave this. So.
And you've also trained over 200,000 young people in AI and advanced technologies, using systems as also the smartphone system that you mentioned. And what's been the most impactful aspect or element of this training and of these initiatives? What are we seeing on the street, on the ground, that you can sort of see, feel, and touch as you walk around?
So one mission that we've taken is one family, one AI. So we want every member in the family to be trained in AI or create use cases for AI. So this is a mission mode that we've taken. We're working with our global partners to roll this out. But the true impact is actually happening in agriculture, where our entire irrigation network, the entire water network is now sensorized. We know how much water is where and how do we move water cost effectively. And then couple this with agriculture, where we're able to do pest prediction, price prediction, and we're able to give input to our farmers on crop diversification. And that's the true impact that I believe at the grassroots level we're able to create.
That you can see and you see day by day. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And women's participation, though, in STEM and entrepreneurship remains underrepresented. in your region, in Andhra Pradesh, as in India, as in many areas around the world, Europe as well. And how is Andhra Pradesh creating systemic opportunities for women to thrive and enter this part of the economy?
So, in the opening remarks, it was said that it all starts at home. And this is something that I truly believe, and my leadership truly believes in it. So, even simple things like, in textbooks, we have household chore pictures for first graders and second graders. So when I became the minister, all the pictures were about women doing household chores. The next year, we changed it to 50-50. We said we're equal. Because that's what Brahmani and I, my wife and I, followed when we were in the US. It might sound very simple, but this is a clear messaging to society at large, that we are equal and we need to be empowered to do what we want to do. So these are steps that we're taking as a state. This is one part. The second part is there are sectors that women excel. And that's where we're using skill development to focus and expose them to opportunities in my state, in my country, and globally. So healthcare is a great opportunity. So we are exposing to that, and they're understanding where are opportunities. So this, I believe, is just the beginning. As a state, we are a tad bit better than the national average, but I believe that it's just the beginning. There has to be greater involvement of women in STEM, in the workforce. And though it's an electoral promise, I believe it's a very powerful one. In my state, women can travel free in public transportation. It might sound as an electoral promise to all the Indians here, but it's a very powerful one. We've studied this, we have seen its impact. It's improved women participation in workforce by 2x. And I believe this is just the beginning. Mobility is going to be very, very important. So we are taking such steps also to enable this. And then the labor reforms that I just shared. And I was surprised to know that there's a restriction that women cannot work at night. There's actually a restriction. We've changed that. We said now you can choose as long as safeguards are in place, the women feel secure, and there's transportation to ensure that they can get home safe. It's done.
These are all very powerful messages, even visually powerful, the one of the textbooks, and, starting from a very young age. So very powerful. And how is your state addressing the future skills gap, particularly for young women entering the technology and innovation sector? We touched on this a bit as well, but could you give us some more background and detailed information on it?
So we've started this entire idea because we made an electoral promise that we're going to do skill census. So like a visionary leader, my chief minister makes a promise and then he leaves it to me, all of the other youngsters to actually execute it. So I tried the traditional way and it failed, I'm admitting. In my own constituency, I tried skill census and I fell flat. That's when it got us started on the entire skill assessment using conversational AI that I just shared. And this is a very powerful tool. So you can do it at home. So they don't need to go out. They don't need access to a computer or an iPad. And think about it, as I said, it's a job portal on steroids, supply and demand aggregation. And while coming here, I was having a chat with my secretary in the car. And we've taken a target that 100,000 people, I'd like to repeat, 100,000 people are going to be recruited using this platform in the next 6 months alone. So that's the power that this platform actually has. And that's where, again, women, it becomes easy, accessible, transparent. And we're also using a conversational AI to prepare them for interviews. Because for majority of them, it's first time they're doing an interview. So using conversational AI to identify their areas of weakness, how can they improve interviews so that they have equal access to the marketplace.
And is it employment in your state, nationwide, internationally? Will it be something that's rolled out and expanded?
Demand is aggregated globally. So we don't look at barriers. So it's a global, but it's open to our citizens, and I believe that it's the beginning. I've shared this experiment with my counterpart in Government of India, and he was really excited. He said, India is hosting the next AI summit in Feb. So they said, get it done by then, show the model to the world, and let's roll it out to the nation. So I think we are really excited about that.
Well, I guess all eyes will be on the next AI summit in India on this one for sure. Now, Minister, how can global companies contribute to building India's digital economy while promoting gender equality and social impact, of course, because that's essential?
See, India has a scale that you get nowhere else, and the markets are so open and accessible. But same time, India is an exceptionally challenging environment to compete because we don't leave much money on the table. So it's a hyper-competitive marketplace, but it has scale that no one else can offer. So if you can build a product for India, then you can conquer the world. And a great example of this is how we have created our own version of Visa/MasterCard/American Express, which is our UPI payment gateway using QR code with zero cost. Zero cost. It's a very powerful innovation that we've been able to do as a nation. And we have this unique identity system, which is powered by biometrics, again, unique to India. So these are platforms that I believe that global technology companies can use and create products and services for Indians. And in the IT space, women do exceptionally well. They are quite well represented already. And I believe this is just the beginning in that sense.
Can I ask you for some figures on that? What percentage of the IT, employment is female?
In the programming level, it's now close to anywhere between 25 to 30%.
Wow, that's impressive.
And I believe that this is just the beginning. And I believe it should be 50-50.
Impressive. Right. Impressive. Yeah. So what measures are being taken to make Andhra Pradesh's workforce and economy resilient to AI disruption and technological shifts? Because everything is speeding up so quickly that we can expect anything at the speed of light, really.
No, so every industrial revolution has created more jobs than it has displaced, but it's created in economies that have embraced that industrial revolution. So I believe that India should embrace. And the role of an education minister is equally now become more and more centered to this. So it could be AI, it could be quantum, it could be machine learning. So as long as we ensure that our curriculum is out there and we are exposing our citizens to technologies and we're able to open up their minds to it, I think that kind of either we embrace it or we're going to be replaced. That's for sure. So as a state and as a nation, we've decided to embrace AI. And I believe this is going to be critical. But yes, we are living in very exciting times, both geopolitically and technologically.
Yes, I agree. And looking forward to 2030 and beyond that date, which initiative gives you the greatest optimism for achieving the equality moonshot in India?
I don't believe it's a moonshot. I believe that India should deliver. If India wants to be a developed country, as the Honorable Prime Minister has set out a target, women are going to play a very, very important role. I mean, there are enough of statistics to say if women enrollment in the workforce is double, then economy increases by 4x. The growth is 4x. There's enough of statistics globally, right? So we have to work on it. We have to have a very systemic approach to it. Labor reforms, which is a state subject, I think different states have to embrace it and give opportunities, equal opportunities to women to participate, number one. Number two, I cannot emphasize, coming from an Indian context, that we should not stereotype things. This is something I'm fighting in my own state. I talk about it day in, day out. In any public meeting also. It could be 500 people, it could be 500,000 people in that meeting. I talk about it, that we should not gender stereotype. So in India, in my state and more so in India also, they keep saying that, are you wearing bangles? Or don't behave like a girl. Don't cry like a girl. I say, and this is something I'm fighting against. I believe that this is not right. And this is something that all of us need to talk about it. And I keep telling all the girls in my state, if anyone says this at home, challenge them. Challenge that person. And we should talk about it. I believe politicians should talk about it. And only then real change can happen. I mean, these might seem very simple steps, but I truly believe that these are very, very powerful steps for a nation like India.
Very powerful, and I think lots of countries around the world could benefit from policies and attitudes like this. Minister, it's been a real pleasure and a real honor to have you here with us. It's been very interesting to hear your insight and what's happening in your region, in your state. All very impressive. Thank you very much, and a round of applause to the Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Really enjoyed it.
Well, very impressive. I'm Italian. We would need some policies like this in Italy.
It's exciting times. First session, and the subject is very close to me.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. May I please ask that if you aren't already registered to attend the Russell Reynolds session at 5:30, if you could please exit, as that is a private event. And if you are registered, once you exit, you can come back in and show us your registration. Thank you so much for your time. Hi, everyone. If I could please have your attention. If you left your coats or bags on the chairs and you are still registered for the event, please come back in and remove all of your belongings and line up for registration. And once you re-enter, then you can place your belongings on the chairs. Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully they're in here.
Testing.
Is it 5:30? It is indeed. Jennifer?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. We are so glad you could join us tonight. I'm Jennifer Rockwood. I lead the infrastructure practice at Russell Reynolds Associates. I'm also a member of our board and CEO advisory partners practice. I'm thrilled to be here today to introduce our panelists, Patrice Louvet, Jonathan Price, and my colleagues Hetty Pye and Margot McShane. Patrice Louvet is the CEO of Ralph Lauren Corporation and a member of the board. Patrice has been leading the iconic lifestyle brand's strategic transformation, digital and direct consumer expansion, and sustainability agenda. Patrice currently serves on the board of Danone and previously served on the board, or currently serves, on the board of Danone, and previously served on the board of Bacardi. Jonathan Price is President and Chief Executive Officer of Tech Resources Limited. He has led the operational transformation, strategic growth of this diversified mining company. Jonathan has lived and worked in 3 continents throughout his leadership tenures with Tech and previously with BHP. Hetty Pai is an expert in CEO succession and development planning. She advises Russell Reynolds clients on these matters. She chairs Russell Reynolds Associates Promotions Board, and she co-founded Russell Reynolds Artemis program. And finally, our moderator, Margot McShane. Margot co-leads Russell Reynolds Board and CEO Advisory Practice. She is also the co-founder of Artemis, along with Hetty. So thank you all very much for being here this evening. We know it's already been a busy week for everybody. So today's session, Closing the CEO Gap, tackles a paradox of modern leadership. As the CEO role continues to evolve in truly complexity and difficulty, the succession pipeline behind CEOs is shrinking. As geopolitical crises, AI-driven technology transformations, and tariff uncertainty make organizational futures near impossible to predict, CEOs are asking an urgent question. When we don't know what tomorrow holds, how can we identify and prepare the right leaders for the future? Our research shows that leadership succession plans are already falling behind and short of meeting these challenges, with less than half of board directors believing their CEO succession plans will succeed. Meanwhile, CEO tenures are hitting record lows amid evolving role demands. Executive leaders' overall interest in assuming the CEO role has dropped significantly in the last 3 years. So with that context to ground us today, we will address 3 critical topics. First, why are current CEO pipelines not as robust as they could be? Second, we'll discuss the business case to be made for asserting that women represent the largest under-leveraged source for future CEO succession leadership. And 3, what can boards start to do now to widen, strengthen, and future-proof their CEO succession benches? And with that, I will hand it over to Margot.
Jennifer. So first, thank you for all of you for being here. Jonathan, I want to congratulate you on one of the most exciting mergers I understand the mining industry has had for a very long time. You've also completed a major transformation. And so I'm curious what you view as the major implications of all of this on future focus, senior talent leadership pipelines.
Firstly, thank you for having me here today. I appreciate it. It's very clear to see which one of us represents Ralph Lauren and which one of us represents the mining industry by how stylishly dressed you are, Patrice, and how I look like every other corporate executive in town.
No comment.
Look, I think the work we're doing with Anglo American, this transformative merger, is one element of this. But more generally, I think we are finding ourselves in a world where all companies are thinking about transformation. We are being forced to transform our business models in light of AI. We're being forced to think differently about how we operate internationally, given what's happening from a trade perspective. And I think it has significant implications for how we think about leadership going forward, and perhaps what we valued in the past, maybe around some of these more hierarchical structures of leadership, where you're dealing with more certainty in the way that information flows and the speed at which things happen, feels somewhat outdated now. And we need leaders now, first of all, who can work with change, because change is a constant in all of our businesses. And in fact, to stay ahead, you have to be leading change, not just be able to manage change, but leading change. And that's not for everyone. And we need to find those who are able and capable, but more importantly, have the aptitude for that, the desire, the hunger for change, so they can lead their organizations forward. So I think that's critical. Secondly, we're looking for leaders who have this, what you might call a sensing quality, because there are so many signals in the world right now, and there's a lot of noise, and we all pick up on the strong signals because they're well defined and we all act on them. It's those leaders that can sense these weak signals that exist in the environment around us and act on those early that are particularly important and insightful within the workforce. So we're looking for those leaders as well. And then thirdly, I think to help with this, we just need leaders who have a breadth of experience. Again, because we're no longer working in this rigid hierarchy. You don't just move up linearly through organizations anymore. If you can find leaders who have crossed industries or at least crossed different functions, leaders who have worked internationally, we will be looking for more and more of those folks. Our future business here will be more diversified. We'll operate in more countries than we operate in in today. So that international profile, that understanding of international culture, as much as anything in terms of how we'll engage with our customers and our investors, is going to be more important in the past. So I think we're sort of tearing up some of the old scripts around what we need for leaders, and we're looking for some people who are quite different now.
Interesting. Building off of that, Patrice, you've also led a major transformation very successfully. You're also a very experienced independent director. And with this context in mind, from a different industry's perspective, what do you find most boards get wrong about the fragility, or they underestimate about the fragility of their pipeline of talent? And what do they get wrong often in terms of their perception of the readiness of women CEO succession candidates?
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Quite a strong.
Jonathan, I can recommend a few stores nearby if you're looking to expand your wardrobe. I think there are a few things I would call out in terms of where boards can do a better job. First of all, from a time planning standpoint, time horizon standpoint, I think boards will tend to focus too much on the short-term succession planning. And succession planning really isn't, I mean, I like to think of leadership development more than succession planning, candidly. That's, I think, the most effective way to think about it. And therefore, what's the plan? What's the emergency plan? That is often not defined, so that the very near term is often not defined. Like really, is that the emergency plan? Yeah. What's the near-term plan? What's the midterm plan? What's the long-term plan? I think boards have responsibility to look out 10 years in terms of talent pipeline, and often they focus on much more near-term. The other is a little bit what Jonathan mentioned, which is, while there's some core skills that will always be relevant around leadership, thinking, collaboration, communication, curiosity. What's required to lead 5 years from now is going to be different than what was required to lead 10 years ago. And it's uncomfortable for boards to think about that because it's not necessarily very well defined. And there's great comfort in just playing the old tapes. And then when it comes to women in particular, our philosophy at Ralph Lauren is pretty simple, actually. We want our leadership team to reflect the makeup of the customers that we serve. Because how can we pretend to be successful around the world with different genders, with different communities, if we don't ourselves understand them intrinsically? 56% of our shoppers are women. Therefore, we have a responsibility for the success of the company to make sure that our leadership reflects that.
Interesting. And then, Hedy, you have been involved in a number of CEO succession processes, and you've had access to inside conversations that others haven't had access to. And I'm curious, building on what Jennifer said about the weak pipelines, what do you attribute this to?
So it's interesting. I feel like I'm in a positive echo chamber from my left to my right, because if I just think what you were just saying around the boardroom, and people tend to see this as indeed succession, and it's a succession event, when in fact it's a process or a system. I'd actually go so far as this executive progression, which even goes back before development in my mind, and the development comes off of the progression. So that's one thing that we see happens a lot or doesn't happen. There's then also, I think both of you are saying, we call it, don't get stuck in the rearview mirror. The competencies that delivered, indeed, as we're all agreeing, best-in-class leadership, particularly of CEOs as well, in the past are not true for today and for tomorrow. So specifically, it's getting really clear on what are these leadership competencies that actually define capability to be able to lead in this change constant, as you described it, environment, Jonathan? Absolutely essential. 3 impediments to change that we see, just as sort of as our observations. First of all, and it goes very much to what you were saying. If you're on the board, we found that 50% of board members say that they have limited visibility and understanding of the capability of the executive team below the CEO. So therefore, how do they know? But yet when they have to ask the question, it's a nigh on immediate event. Secondly, there's the timeline, as we've just discussed, is dangerously short. In fact, only 1 in 10, to your point, boards say that they actually look at least 5 years out from a progression to succession perspective. And then if you're the person involved, why wait? What are you hanging around for? Do you actually know what people are looking for? Is it explained to you? Do you feel that you're in some form of a system that's actually supporting you? So for us, actually, but this gets exciting about the topic, right? Because we are talking about a pipeline squeeze and a talent shortage. But actually, if we change the system, I think we would alleviate that really quite quickly.
Interesting.
Can I pick up on something
Please.
Jonathan said, which I think is critical in terms of recruiting and how to think about succession planning? There's great comfort in promoting managers because managers deliver results consistently, and you obviously want to look at track record of results. As CEOs, you need more than a manager, you need a leader, which is the terminology you used. And I think that difference, because you need someone who can see in the future, can change the game, who has the ability to connect all the dots and bring the organization together. And I think often boards go for the more comfortable option, which is the manager that's delivered consistently, as opposed to the individual who will position this company differently 10 years from now, 15 years from now, because the world will have changed dramatically.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, on that point, I mean, we started Artemis because of, as we were just chatting, only 10% of the world's CEOs are women. It's flatlined for decades, and we tried to get underneath it. And it's in the context of it's never been harder to be a CEO. What makes a great CEO is different from the past. It's also, when all of our clients want more options, more range, more depth, and they're generally underutilizing half the population, which is women, right? So the whole point is to modernize how we define and develop best-in-class CEOs. And I know this is a little bit off topic, but I'm curious, building off your point that you just made around leadership, how you would think about it differently when you think about the step from manager to leadership in terms of what is really needed that's different now.
Can you change the game? That's the key question for me.
Nice phrase.
Can you change the game? Here's the game you inherited. Here's the game you've played historically. Yeah. That is not the game you will need to play and win 5 years from now, because competition will change, consumers will change, geopolitical landscape will change. So for me, the difference between someone who's solid and someone who has great growth potential is a track record of changing the game.
That is do you have a response?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that. I think in addition, what you need a leader of an organization to do is define the purpose of that organization and set the values, of course, for that organization. And more, we're finding that people are navigating to companies that have a strong purpose that they can believe in. It has to be personal to them, particularly if you want that extra effort out of those individuals, which of course we all do. But I think purpose and values are more important to people now, perhaps, than they were in the workplace 20 or 30 years ago when it was more of a financial transaction with the company that you worked for. It needs to be more than that now, and it's the leader's job not just to work on defining that, but to role model that every day, even in the way decisions are taken through the organization, the way you carry yourself through your retail outlets or through where you're creating and manufacturing the goods, because people will look for those signals as to whether those values are real, and they matter.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, why don't we build off of that, because we work a lot with our Artemis, with the participants. We also do a lot of research on the topic. So can you share a little bit about, is this consistent with the competencies we see?
It is. Your conversation is bearing out the data, right? So interestingly, we run a thing called a Global Leadership Monitor Survey. Yeah. And for the first time, we've seen that there's a higher response in people saying, why am I staying in my organization? It's because it's got a purpose beyond the financial. But then if you build it into the competencies, this is where also Artemis gets really interesting in terms of women CEOs. Because we do know, because we do have the data on those capabilities that are really now making you a true leader in this very fast-moving world. And they've got some things that go precisely what the two of you are talking about. So this drive for impact, 97% of women leaders that we've spoken to are driven and motivated by impact. And that is a differentiated proportion. There is a direct link in our world and our language between that and what we call multi-systems thinking. And that is exactly where you are going, Jonathan, which is there is this almost ever more complex web of stakeholders, people in your ecosystem, regulators, governments, customers, you name it. And you've got to sift out the noise and work out the things that actually matter, spot the patterns, and be able to change the game. And we know that women index higher on that, and it is a core critical skill, for example. The other is around followership and coaching and development. We've run a series of surveys, and men and women net out pretty much the same on most of these progressive competencies that we know about. But a couple, as I just mentioned, the first one, women index higher than their male counterparts. And the other is this thing around followership and focus on development. And some of these things we talk about the quieter aspects of leadership that you were kind of going on earlier, Jonathan. And those are around your ability to be vulnerable, a word that sounds potentially weak, but actually allows for more answers to come from the organization and from your team. And in a world where no one has all the answers, that ability is something that's really significant. But the irony is, if we think about it from women CEOs and wannabe CEOs today, is actually some of those capabilities I've just outlined, you're being penalized for them potentially, or scrutinized and certainly criticized. You're getting higher activist involvement, you're getting higher media scrutiny, much more negative kind, when they're in fact exactly the capabilities that we need.
Yeah, and conversely, men actually get penalized for showing vulnerability and empathy often, based on the research we've done. This really, though, the whole purpose of Artemis is to not have women or men fit into an outdated model. It's about creating systemic change and how organizations make decisions on who gets to lead. And so to that point, Patrice, you personally committed Ralph Lauren to the Parity Pledge. Maybe you can explain a little bit about what that is. And also, how has that commitment changed the way your organization thinks about high potential CEO candidates?
Sure. And if I could just add one additional point, Hetty, to your comment, as we differentiate genders and think about leadership development. It's a two-way street. The individual needs to own their growth and their development and be overt on their ambition.
Yeah.
And of course, the board needs to manage it, right? And sometimes you'll have individuals who don't necessarily voice their interests.
That's fair.
And I think so, or own the next steps of their development. So I think that's also really important, right? This is a two-way street. Both have a responsibility. The Parity Pledge for us is, again, back to, one, our purpose. Jonathan's point is so right, which is to inspire the dream of a better life through authenticity and timeless style. And that applies first and foremost to our teams and our employees. You want to make sure we're inspiring a dream of a better life to everyone inside the company. And this point around making sure that the makeup of our leadership team reflects the customers that we serve. So the Parity Pledge is to ensure that as we are hiring, we're consistently looking at diverse slates.
Yes.
Which we've historically not done, and our industry isn't necessarily known to do that. And then ultimately to get to a point where our the composition of our leadership reflects the makeup of precisely the makeup of the customers that we serve, including from a gender standpoint.
Right, including. Just a quick question on the two-way street. Are you finding women are generally raising their hand and owning that ambition, or do they need to be invited into
I hate to generalize because that's a dangerous part of this conversation. But I would say if you force me into an answer, I would say that men will tend to be a lot louder on their ambition than women would. And I have experienced and or heard of many situations where women were offered CEO roles and their first reaction was, I don't think I'm capable of doing it.
I'm not
and
qualified.
then, I had a board member who had a succession candidate like that. He went back to her and said, I believe you can do this. Think about it. I'll give you 48 hours.
Yes.
She came back, thought about it, took the role, and has been incredibly successful.
Amazing.
But there are a lot of stories like that. That's why I want to call out this personal ownership as well. It's not just waiting there to see if the board's going to pick you and develop you. You need to lean in. And own it as well.
And by the way, you're in a safe zone. This is a tricky conversation. We actually have data that actually supports exactly what you said, that men are more likely to raise their hand than women. But over to you, Jonathan. You made a similar commitment. So Tech joined the UN Women He for She Alliance, and you've been a visible advocate for diverse leadership slates in really a traditionally male-dominated organization, so very different from Ralph. Same question, how has this changed how you, your board, think about leadership pipelines?
Yeah, so sadly, the mining industry is very male-dominated. That wouldn't be a surprise to anybody. But to the way Patrice described that they want to have a workforce that reflects their customers, we want to have a workforce that reflects the communities in which we operate, because mining is a very local business. When you put a mine in the ground, you're there for 30 or 40 years and you're working closely with those communities. So we work very hard to hire First Nations and Indigenous people to help build capability, but also to ensure they're working in our operations. But critically, of course, if we're not bringing 50% of women into our workforce, then again, we're missing out on a large portion of these communities where we could be better served by creating an environment that is better for them to work in. So I think with the UN Women approach, advocacy is one thing, but allyship is much more important, and it's allyship from males within the organization to help females progress their career in what has been a male-dominated industry. And I hope that doesn't sound patronizing, because it's not intended to be. It's intended to help drive the change in the organization that's required, to attract women into our industry, but more critically to keep them there. Because we can recruit great women into our industry, but sometimes the conditions of working on mine sites, which have been designed for men, simple things, just like the facilities we have on those sites, which are very male-dominated, the uniforms we get people to wear at sites you could have fixed this for us, Patrice, but they are...
This is a business opportunity.
They are shaped for men, and they're not comfortable for women. So there are many things that we need to change the environments at site right here. But that really is a case of active allyship from men across the organization to help women. I did a very interesting event recently. I've told Hetty all about this. I ran an underground marathon, and it was underground. It was in a mine in Sweden at 1,200 meters below sea level. Which
I'll leave that to you.
Fascinating thing to do, to sort of run in the dark for 4 hours. But importantly, I brought with me a lady called Andrea who works in our Chilean business. She's in part of the environment team at one of our large operations. She's a much better runner than I am. So if anything, she was my ally through this process. But part of that was to demonstrate the strength of women in mining, because they are incredibly powerful. They add great value to our organizations. There was a lot of promotion around this event, and Andrea was at the forefront of that. So the more we can do things together as allies, the stronger we'll be, and the more opportunities we'll create for women in the industry.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any comment on that, Hetty? No.
I'm pleased I'm not a marathon runner.
Marathon.
Yeah, although I would like a new uniform. So, but that aside, I suppose I think we are all starting to coalesce around some things, some really relatable themes. It's not happening so much. I wish that other organisations would have this level of conversation about capability and long-term talent development and progression as they do perhaps on their capital allocation strategy. You might find yourself in quite a different spot. Because for us, I think if I sort of summarize what we're hearing in this bit of the section of the conversation, is organizations need to start way earlier on these topics than they think they actually do.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting where Patrice was going, who's in the pool and who is not in the pool, and or how can they make sure that they are in the pool. And there are different things. There's some complexity in that, but we've got some perspectives on that. As a board, do you actually are the people that you think may make it over time into CEO roles for your organisation and others, do they actually have an active sponsor? Is that actually happening? Do they have active board mentorship? And actually holding yourselves to account on that. And then whilst I completely concur, this zigzag career, we've started calling it, of dexterity is essential and proving to be really valuable for future CEOs and leaders. There's no substitute there, however, for having as well, for the statistics will still tell you, around some exposure to running a P&L. And here we see also from women leaders, I won't surprise you, that typically you'll go up more of a zigzag functional route. You won't necessarily have been given that P&L. So, and if you think we've done some research recently, and if you look at the TSR track record of people promoted into CEO, they have a 2 times better track record if they've run a line of the business before they were promoted than their counterparts.
Yeah. So, and Patrice, you're going to say something?
That's a very interesting data point.
Yeah.
Especially very relevant for us, actually.
Not the CFO.
One of the things we haven't talked about is the diversity of the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, and I think that's an important factor in the process and in the decision making as well. So that's certainly for us at Ralph Lauren and at Danone has been an important priority. And then I think people need to be open-minded in terms of how the zigzag career path that you talked about. Yes. I was in a conversation recently, we were talking succession candidates, and there was a conversation around CFO. And someone said, well, you can never have in this industry a CFO as the CEO in the retail fashion world. Why not? Right? So we also have paradigms that we need to challenge, because you have to look at the skill set and the experience set, to Jonathan's earlier point, and the diversity of experiences as opposed to what's the role. I had a CEO at P&G who came from the supply chain. Mm-hmm. That's atypical in the consumer goods industry. Generally, it's the marketer that, okay, we did a fantastic job, right? And I think being open-minded in terms of where these people started, what the type of experiences are, and peeling the onion on, go beyond the label. What did they demonstrate? What's the skill set that they've truly brought to life? That's what really matters in the decision at the end of the day, not the labels or the roles that they went into.
Yeah. Well, how do you, if someone hasn't had a P&L responsibility, how do you go about identifying if someone has the potential on what they could become, especially if it's not obvious to those around them and they're maybe not 100% bought on they have to be a change agent and forward thinking?
Yeah, I don't know that the skill set needs to be dramatically different between a great CHRO and a great P&L leader, right? Because it's about leadership. Can you envision? Can you empower? Can you enable? Can you energize? Can you execute? My 5 years of leadership.
Yes.
It's about quality of thinking. Can you think strategically? Can you think creatively? Do you have a problem-solving mindset? It's about collaboration. Can you partner with the janitor, with the president? Can you learn and bring the outside in? I think that's as relevant for a CHRO as it is for a P&L leader. So I don't know that there's a completely different criteria when we look at staffing senior leadership positions inside the company. P&L is just a different type of experience that you get. And obviously, if you're going to become CEO, you want to have had the opportunity to engage with these types of responsibilities.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, one thing we will do is, while it's not sort of structural role-based diversification or breadth, we will, sometimes something arises in a business where there is no obvious owner for it. It's coming from the outside, usually it's externally driven, there's been a change in the environment, and you need to deliver a point of view on that. We will give that work to people who often are a long way from this subject matter to see how they run with something that they're not familiar with, how they will engage others, how curious they are about the topic that they've been asked to perform. And typically these will be things of the size that will end up being discussed at the boardroom. So it gives a different leader an opportunity to come in. Yes, they might be the CHRO, but they're not coming in to talk about people and talent today. They're coming in to talk about a review we've done of a complex project that went badly in a certain jurisdiction, which is way outside of their comfort zone perhaps, but often the insights we get from those projects, because they take a very different approach to doing the work, perhaps less technical, less procedural. We perhaps learn more in those instances than we would have otherwise. So it's great for the company, it's great for the individual, and it helps the board, get to know people, because you're right, Hetty, the board tend not to know many leaders very well beyond CEO and CFO, and they get to show up in a different way. And I think it helps inform succession as well, and it just builds new muscle for people.
It's making me think, actually, if I give the room some insights from our knowledge around those leadership competencies that are now starting to differentiate. We actually we revised our leadership model for the first time in 10 years recently. And you don't do that lightly when you're in a leadership business. And what we did was we realized we really wanted to unpick some of these more sort of, you could say ethereal, but seriously important questions around reality of potential and your ability to realize them. And interestingly, where both of you have started to articulate is that overarching leadership point, but it is the intellectual dexterity and curiosity, true self-knowledge rather than purported self-knowledge, and underpinned by this multi-systems thinking that we talked about, resilience, and purpose. Those are things, if I were to take, doesn't matter what industry you're in, if you start thinking about those as some of those criteria you're really doubling down on, I think it'll be a real friend going forward in terms of building a greater range of choice.
Yeah.
I would just say that's the first time I think resilience has been mentioned here, but that is incredibly important for leaders of the future. And I'm not sure how you build resilience. I think you build it through experience and you build it through failure in many cases, and it's how you pick yourself up from those situations. But the world is so complex, so fast moving. As you say, there's activist investors chasing us, there's competitors chasing us, there's governments causing chaos. You can be consumed and dragged down by the complexity of business today. Resilience is a core capability.
Actually, CEO doesn't stand for Chief Executive Officer, it stands for Chief Energy Officer. To Jonathan's point on the ability to have the right level of energy on the right topics, day in, day out, over many, many years.
Yeah. By the way, is this innate with people, or can it be developed?
I think some of it's innate, but I actually think there's a great opportunity for coaching and development and mentoring, as Hetty, you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah. I heard something very interesting today in another panel, and they were talking about resilience, and part of it, as I mentioned, comes from failure. The other thing they referenced is that people who, while in high school, work in retail, end up being far more resilient because they have no power or authority in the organization in which they're working, but they have to deal with the customer and they have to deal with unexpected situations every day. And actually, early in their life creates this resilience that they take through in their careers. And this company has been able to track that they have more partners there's a 50% higher success rate for people who've worked in retail in early years. So anyway, I thought that was an interesting anecdote.
That is interesting. So Patrice, you mentioned earlier the sort of poor succession planning at the board level is something you've seen more than once. And I'm just curious, especially with the need now for more robust pipelines, what do you think boards most underestimate or overlook in terms of the fragility of their pipeline?
Well, I think sometimes boards don't realize their number one responsibility is actually succession planning.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, often boards is like company strategy. It's like, yes, but actually if you have to pick, number one responsibility is making sure you've got the right leadership over time in the company. So one is taking the role seriously and not delegating it solely to the CHRO or the CEO that's currently in place. The other thing is just making sure you're spending time understanding the talent that's in the company and having an objective perspective on who these people are. That's why, to Jonathan's point, I think the opportunity to bring management, different levels, into the boardroom, right? Often management plays very protective of their teams, and they don't want to take any risk, and therefore they don't bring in. So that board members can see the individuals, can ask them questions, can see how they think, can see how they behave. And then I think being personally involved in the development of top talent. So we have a mentoring program at Ralph Lauren, where our key, succession candidates have board mentors, and the board mentors take that seriously. I don't know that we see that everywhere, and I'm finding that to be very effective. One, it helps the board member understand the business better. Two, board members generally are of high caliber, and they're great coaches.
Interesting. Do you have any thoughts on the same topic in terms of why you think boards underestimated and what the weaknesses are?
I think it goes to what Hetty said earlier, is you need to start really early on this, and you need to have a high level of confidence in those people who are those identified successors. And I haven't seen this so much at the CEO level, but at other levels, you have ready now successors in your organization, and somebody leaves, and the answer will be, oh, well, they're not ready yet. And you think, well, why are they sitting in the pipeline with ready now tagged to them? So I don't know if that exists at the board level, but it's something to be really mindful of. If you're going to satisfy yourself that your talent pipeline is in good shape, you need to really test that, because you will be asked a question at some point, and you don't want to suddenly have to find yourself going to market to fill a gap that you didn't know you had.
And you see a lot of situations. I mean, Jonathan is so right. You have to, really? Are you sure? Really? Are they ready now? There's so many situations of incredible companies who have no emergency plan. Right? There's a few who are not right now, right? Where, sure, you're probably handling some of these searches where, really? You didn't have an emergency candidate? Yeah. So you let the CEO go because for a reason or another, and you didn't have a plan? Right. And these are serious companies, right? So...
No comment. We never say that. By the way, the other sort of thing that we can see boards on when they fall into the trap of is when you have successful CEOs, it can be hard for them to imagine someone else in the role, which is why this future-focused success profile is so important. Do you have a success profile that you update regularly with the board?
We have it, and it's not, replicate current profile of CEO in position.
Yeah.
It's much more forward-looking. Around 5 years from the time frame we use is 5 years out. 5 years from now, what do we think the key skill set needs to be? What do we think the experience set needs to be? We engage all the board members on it to make sure everyone's aligned, and then we use that as a filter to think through candidates down the road. The risk is, you're right, in situations where there is successful leadership in place, that people say, well, we should just mirror that.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's a trap, actually, because that's fine for now, but that may not be the answer for 5 or 10 years from now.
Yeah, we find we actually try and get boards to almost suspend their belief, as in separate out what you know is in front of you and actually just distinguish, purely answer the question. What's the strategy for this business? What are the implications of that strategy for the leaders and the future leaders of this business? And it's not an academic exercise. You obviously then will bring in reality, but really distinguish between those, as well as thinking about the fact that there are some competencies that we've already discussed that you're likely to need on the curiosity, self-awareness, etc., that you're likely going to need, which are going to be the sorts of leadership competencies that will allow you to succeed 5 years, 10 years from now. I think there's also one other thing I'd say is, it is so not static, as you're saying, Jonathan, and none of us, unfortunately, have a crystal ball, however much we might like one, which is there might be one or two scenarios. I mean, if I'm thinking about your organization, it could have gone right or left. It's decided to go left into a merger. It could have continued going right and remained independent.
Right.
So you've got to think about two angles that might happen, but at least allow yourself, what's the commonality between those? And what are the things that might make it different, but make sure that you're really planning for that.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's the timeline is a big factor, and then we tell clients that because you need more than one person. And part of this exercise is looking not just the expected candidates, but the unexpected candidates, and then have it be in a galvanizing exercise with the board to align on what that future focus CEO spec looks like, if you will, and then working with those with CEO aspirations to really develop the skill. I think you said purpose was one of the big things. We focus on resilience, and then the third thing is really giving them the confidence that they can take on the jobs that truly exist. That is something we work with a lot of the people that, in Artemis about. Jonathan, let me see here. In capital-intensive industries like yours, boards are meticulous about risk mitigation. And what would it look like if boards treated leadership development with the same level of rigor? And where do you think the biggest gap is today?
Nice question, Margot.
It is. It's a tough one to answer. I mean, I think it goes to a lot of the things we've spoken about today. You have to start very, very early in your pipelines. You have to ensure people are getting the breadth of experiences that they need and that they have, the capabilities that are required as well. And you build that pipeline from lower levels in the organization all the way up ultimately to the CEO role. So I don't think it's anything different. I mean, the things, of course, boards can do is sort of, they trust management, but they should verify. So we will go to see our board periodically, not just to talk about the next level down, but to talk 2 and 3 levels down the organization so they understand that we have healthy pipelines. And that's, I think, how you manage the risk. But there's also, there's data involved in this as well. See how many times when someone has left the organization, that role has been filled by an identified successor, or have you had to go to market to fill that? And if that happens, that should be or can be considered, was there a failure with the talent pipeline here? Or, was there just somebody in the market that was clearly so good for this role and you needed to bring someone in to change things up? You go externally. But the question should be asked. Because as I mentioned before, time and time again, you tag people as being ready now and they're not appointed. And that means you have a problem somewhere in the way you're assessing or preparing talent for that next step.
Yeah, and to your point, timeline, people don't always know when the CEO is going to leave, and people roll in and out of time. So just having that systemic is key. Did you have a comment on that? I don't.
No, I think you're right, though. It's a 1, 3, 5. It could be 10 plus. It may sound like, my gosh, we're trying to do all things all at once. But actually, they are connected dots. But to your point, you have to have a plan according to whatever juncture you find yourself when you're being asked the question, because sometimes you can't plan for the unexpected.
Were you going to say something?
Well, I just think part of the exercise is identifying the candidate. The other really important part of the exercise is to make them ready for the role.
Yes.
Right, and one of the big changes I've found from going from running a P&L to becoming the CEO is the breadth of stakeholders that I had to deal with now all of a sudden. And I don't think I was fully prepared for that. I actually wish, looking back, that my management at the time had spent more time preparing me for that. So I think it's important to keep that in mind, which is, yes, there's the identification of the talent, but there's also really making sure that that individual can hit the ground running on day one, particularly for the new dimension. So running a P&L, you should have demonstrated that before. Okay, interacting with the media, interacting with investors, managing a board, you don't really get to practice that until you're like in the role.
Yes.
So how do you prepare people for that so they can really be effective from day one?
It's so interesting you say that personally, because that's the single biggest critique we get from boards on what they find. They surprise them on the downside that their CEO, when promoted, couldn't do.
Is that right? Yes. Well, and they also say they've invested so much time cultivating people, they've minimized the amount of time to onboard them, and that there has to be a concerted transition plan, because no one comes into this for the first time with all those skills, despite the training and whatnot. So that, from a time standpoint, is something we also talk about with boards. Were you going to say something, Jonathan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, to follow up on your point, Patrice, it is impossible to overstate the size of the step from being, a chief financial officer or a chief operating officer, whatever it might be, to the chief executive officer. It is, the breadth is staggering. The spotlight, the pressure, it is entirely different. So yes, the time you take through a transition to support that person in that new role, and the experiences you can try to give them ahead of time, whether that's engaging with your investors before they're the CEO, engaging with the media, these things that are incredibly high profile, and when they go wrong really badly, really quickly. You can help people with that.
Is that a grimace or a smile?
Yeah, it's a grimace. It's for sure. When I talked about it's good sometimes to make mistakes and fail at things. Well, I might have some experience there. So I think that that step is a huge one, and you need to prepare people accordingly.
So I think we are approaching time. One of the principles of Artemis is backing assumptions with data and insights. It's also recommendations. You can see we have 2 men on the panel. This is a co-ed exercise. We always want to be recommending boards to raise awareness of things. And perhaps, Hetty, you could finish by distilling down what you've heard today in terms of recommendations on what can actually be done.
For sure. And it's interesting because when Jamie's going to come and close for us, she's going to go on to just where we were going to and when you actually get the job. But if we think about the spirit of Artemis, perhaps that's just a kind of helpful segue as well, because you've talked about insight, we've talked about data, we've talked about lived experience here. Artemis is all about the so what, right? We have now the data, we have the insight. But we can all sit here feeling stimulated, potentially angry, excited, some sort of emotion, but actually the so what is the critical feature, which is where, and thank you to Patrice and Jonathan, to helping bring it out into lived experience. And therefore the so what can I do, and so what does it mean for me or for my organization? And I think there's some real clarity coming out of this discussion. So it seems to be a no-brainer on, okay, let's get way ahead of this succession question. If you possibly can, don't even call it that, it's progression. And within that, we have our CEO success profile that's future-focused, but it's got flexibility. We've talked about some of the capabilities that's sitting within there. There's also what I would like to call a culture of progression. So it's not about this succession event where we started. It is about everyone is invited to a progression culture, because it is the participants, the existing CEO, the board, everyone is involved in the same conversation until it starts to become more succession to selection. Well, fine, but you've got a progression culture. And then the last thing I'll say is around a building. We've talked about the board building more of a vocal and visible advocacy and support of these of succession and development programs, and being more visible and clear in their direction. Because we have reflected, actually, a psychologist explained to me, they have a concept which is called the familiarity principle. And it's really, of course, in today's world where things are a little unnerving and a little unsure, you obviously, we all grip,
just a little.
Try and grip our comfort blanket. Your comfort blanket is probably something you've seen before. Or given the fact that 9 out of 10 sitting CEOs in today's world are men, no disrespect to them either, but we're also then saying that we're perhaps more likely to repeat history. So it is reframing the question according to the competencies that we know actually truly do differentiate in today's more complicated leadership world. Those are the things to focus on, and that's some of the so what.
Thank you, Hetty. With that, for closing remarks, our wonderful partner, Jamie.
Okay, thank you all for that fantastic discussion, and a special thanks to Jonathan and Patrice for joining us today and being so generous with your time and insight. I think what we've heard today enables us to think about a couple of very practical takeaways. And if we're going to take anything away from the breadth of insights that you've received, let it be these 3 things. One is what Hetty, I think, has really anchored us in, which is ensuring that we treat succession as a system, not an event. So start early, think about planning 5 years out, and make that development visible. And I think Patrice has really challenged us to think about focusing on CEO leadership competencies that are outcomes-based and are future-focused and on what actually makes a great leadership for your organization. And Jonathan, I think you shared some very interesting examples with regards to sustaining leaders once they're appointed. So don't stop with just the system, with just the spec, but really make sure that you're supporting your leaders once they're there, and that you enable them to stay, enable them to be successful, and that you think about using capital and operational investments just as you would onboarding and making your person and CEO successful. So these steps are practical, they're measurable, they're within the board's remit, and they also reflect a simple truth from today's discussion, which is broadening who gets to lead makes organizations more resilient. And with that, we would say that it is clear that we can't build new solutions with old playbooks, or I think as Patrice has said, let's change the game. And so if you all are ready to do that, we would welcome that and would love you to come join us for cocktails next door as well. Thank you.
I'm excited about new uniforms for tech.
Yeah, absolutely.
New uniforms for tech. This is a big
I need to start with myself.
jerseys. Talk on the net, but they move too wordy. I just run laps before they get done dirty. I don't chase trends, I set them facts. Man talk pace, but they ain't built for the tracks. I don't need luck, that's plan and graph. Came from scraps, now I'm lapping the pack. If we talk top spot, that's me, no debate. Came in clutch when they folded from